Lover Unleashed, The Black Dagger Brotherhood, Book 6, by J.R. Ward. Prologue. 1761, Old Country. Ecker saw his father killed when he was but 5 years past his transition. It happened afore his very eyes, and yet even with the proximity he could not fathom what transpired. The night began as any other, darkness falling over a landscape of forest and cave, clouds above providing coverage from the moonlight for him and those who traveled upon horseback with him. His group of soldiers was 6 strong. Throw, Zypher, the 3 cousins, and himself. And then there was his father, the Bloodletter, formerly of the Black Dagger Brotherhood. What brought them out into this evening was that which called them to service after every sunfall. They were looking for lessers, those soulless weapons of the Omega that saw fit to slaughter the vampire race. And they found them, often. But the 7 of them were no brotherhood. In opposition to that lauded, secretive group of warriors, this band of bastards led by the Bloodletter were not more than soldiers, no ceremonies. No worship from the civilian populace. No lore or laudations. Their bloodlines might have been aristocratic, but they had each been forsaken by their families, born with defects or begotten outside of sanctified matings. They would ne'er be but expendable flesh within the larger war for survival. That all being true, however, they were the elite of the soldiers, the most vicious, the strongest of shoulder, those who had proven themselves over time to the hardest taskmaster in the race. Ecker's father. Hand-picked and chosen wisely, these males were deadly against the enemy and codeless when it came to vampire society. Codeless when it came to killing as well. It mattered not whether the prey was slayer or human or animal or wolfen. Blood would flow. They had taken one vow and one vow only. His sire was their lord and no other. Where he went, they did, and that was that. So much simpler than the Brotherhood's elaborate shite. Even if Ecker had been a candidate by bloodline, he'd have had no interest in being a brother. He cared not for glory, as it held not a patch on the sweet release of murder. Better to leave such useless tradition and wasted ritual to those who refused to wield naught but a black dagger. He would use whatever weapon there was. And his father was the same. The clamoring of hooves slowed and then faded into silence as the fighters came out of the forest and upon an enclave of oaks and brush. The smoke from home hearths drifted over on the breeze, but there was other confirmation that the small town they had searched for had finally presented itself. High above, on a piercing cliff, a fortified castle sat perched like an eagle, its foundation as talons locked into the rock. Humans, warring with each other. How boring. And yet one had to respect the construction. Mayhap if Ecker ere settled down, he would massacre the dynasty therein and assume that stronghold. Far more efficient to poach than erect. To the village, his father commanded. Onward to the amusements. Word had it that there were lessers therein. The pale beasts mixing and mingling with the villagers who had carved out plots of land and planted stone houses under the shadows of the castle. This was typical of the society's recruiting strategy. Infiltrate a town, take over the males one by one, slaughter or sell off the women and children, abscond with weapons and horses, move along to the next in greater number. Ecker was of like mind with the enemy in this respect. When he was finished fighting, he always took whatever he could in the manner of assets before heading off for the next battle. Night by night the Bloodletter and his soldiers worked their way through what the humans called England, and when they reached the tip of the Scots territory, they would turn and hasten themselves back downward, moving south till the heel of Italy forced them to turn about. And then it was a case of going through those many miles yet anew. And again. And again. We leave our provisions herein, Ecker pronounced, pointing to a thick-trunk tree that had fallen over a creek. Whilst the transfer of their modest supplies was made, there was naught but the sound of creaking leather and the occasional snort from the stallions. When all was stowed under the flank of the downed oak, they remounted and gathered their high-bred horses, which were the only things of value other than the weapons that they possessed. Ecker did not see the usefulness in objects of beauty or comfort. Those were not but weight that bore you down. A strong horse and a well-balanced dagger? Those were priceless. As the 7 of them rode unto the village, they made no effort to mute the pounding of their steeds' hooves. There were no war cries, however. Such was wasted energy, as their enemy needed little invitation to come forth and greet them. In manner of welcome, a human or 2 peeked out of doors and then quickly locked themselves back in their abodes. Ecker ignored them. Instead, he scanned the squat stone houses and the center square and the fortified trading shops, searching for a bipedal form that was as pale as a ghost and stank like a corpse coated in treacle. His father rode up to him and smiled with a vicious edge. "Mayhap afterward we shall enjoy the fruits of the gardens herein." "Mayhap," Ecker murmured as his stallion tossed its head. Verily, he wasn't much interested in betting females or forcing males to submit, but his sire was not one to be denied even in whims of leisure. Using hand signals, Ecker directed 3 of their band to the left, where there was a small structure with a cross atop its peaked roof. He and the others would take the right. His father would do what he pleased. As always, forcing the stallions to remain at a walk was a chore that challenged even the stoutest of arms, but he was used to the tug-of-war and sat solidly in his saddle. With grim purpose, his eyes penetrated the shadows thrown by the moonlight, seeking, probing. The group of slayers that stepped free from the lee of the smithy had weapons aplenty. 5, Zypher growled. "Blessed be this night." 3, Ecker cut in. "2 are but humans as yet, although killing that pair, 'twill be a pleasure as well." "Which shall you take, M-Lord?" his brother-in-arms said, with a deference that had been earned, not granted as part of some birthright. "The humans," Ecker said, shifting forward and bracing for the moment he gave his stallion its head. "If there are other lessers about, that shall draw them out further." Spurring on his great beast and melding into his saddle, he smiled as the lessers stood their ground in their chain mail and weaponries. The 2 humans beside them were not going to remain as steadfast, however. Although the pair were likewise kit for fighting, they would turn and run at the first flash of fangs, spooking like plow horses from a cannon blast. Which was why he abruptly bore off to the right no more than 3 strides into the gallop. Behind the farrier's cottage, he hauled up on the reins and threw himself free of his steed. His stallion was a wild cur, but was obedient when it came to a dismount and would await. A human female burst forth from the back door, her white nightgown a brilliant streak in the darkness as she scrambled to find footing in the mud. The instant she saw him, she froze in terror. Logical response. He was twice her size, if not 3 times as large, and dressed not for sleep as she was, but for war. As her hand rose to her throat, he sniffed the air and caught her scent. Mayhap his father had a point about enjoying the garden. As the thought occurred, he let out a low growl that galvanized her feet into a panicked run, and at the sight of her fleeing, the predator in him came to the fore. With bloodthirst curling in his gut, he was reminded that it had been a matter of weeks since he'd fed from a member of his species, and though this lass was but human, she could well suffice for tonight. Unfortunately, there was no time for the diversion then now, although his father would surely catch her afterward. If Ecker needed some blood to tide him over, he would get it from this woman or another. Turning his back on her escape, he planted his feet and unsheathed his weapon of choice. Although daggers had their doing, he preferred the scythe, long-handled and modified for a holster that strapped upon his back. He was an expert at wielding the heavy weight, and he smiled whilst he worked the vicious, curved blade in the wind, waiting to play net to the pair of fish who were sure to swim. Ah, yes, how good it was to be right. Just after a bright light and a popping sound broke out from the main thoroughfare, the 2 humans came screaming around behind the smithy as if they were being pursued by marauders. But they got it wrong, did they not? Their marauder was waiting here. Ecker didn't yell or curse them or even growl. He lunged into a run with the scythe, the weapon balancing evenly between his 2 hands as his powerful thighs ate up the distance. One look at him and those humans skidded in their boots, arms bowing out for balance like the flapping wings of ducks landing on water. Tom slowed down as he fell upon them, his favored weapon striking in a great circle, catching them both at neck level. Their heads were severed upon a single, clean sweep, those surprised faces flashing and disappearing as what had been liberated went nose over forehead, blood spooling out to speckle upon Ecker's chest. In the absence of their cranial crowns, the bottom body halves fell to the ground with curious, liquid grace, landing inanimate in a twist of limbs. Now he yelled. Wheeling about, Ecker planted his leather boots in the mud, drew in a great breath and released it on a bellow as he worked his scythe in front of him, the crimson steel hungry for more. Though his prey had been mere humans, the rush of the kill was better than an orgasm, the sense that he had taken life and left corpses behind streaming through him like mead. Whistling through his teeth, he called forth his stallion, which bolted to him at the command. One leap and he was up into the saddle, his scythe aloft in his right hand as he handled the reins with his left. Spurring hard, he threw his steed into a gallop, shot down a narrow, dirt vantageway and emerged into the thick of the battle. His fellow bastards were in full fight mode, swords clashing and shouts peppering the night as fiend met foe. And just as Ecker had predicted, half a dozen more lessers came barreling forth upon well-bred stallions, lions flushed to defend their territory. Ecker fell upon the advancing cadre of the enemy, securing his reins on his pommel, and brandishing his scythe as his stallion rushed for the other horses with teeth bared. Black blood and body parts flew as he carved up his adversaries, he and his horse working as a single unit in their attack. As he caught yet another slayer with his steel and sliced it in half at chest level, he knew that this was what he was born to do, the highest and best use of his time on the earth. He was a killer, not a defender. He fought not for his race but for himself. It was over all too soon, the night mist swirling around the fallen lessers that writhed in puddles of their oil-black blood. The injuries were few among his band. Throw had a gash on his shoulder, rendered in his flesh by a blade of some sort. And Zypher was limping, a red stain running down the outside of his leg to coat his boot. Neither was slowed or concerned in the slightest. Ecker pulled up on his horse, dismounted, and returned his scythe to its holster. As he drew his steel dagger and began his stabbing rounds of the slayers, he mourned the process of sending the enemy back to their maker. He wanted more to fight, not fewer. A pealing scream drew his head around. The human woman in the nightgown was tearing down the village's packed dirt road, her pale body in a full bolt as if she had been flushed out of a hiding place. Tight on her heels, Ecker's father was astride his stallion and riding hard, the bloodletter's massive body hanging sideways off his saddle as he came upon her. Verily, it was no race at all, and as he flanked her, he caught her with his arm and threw her over his lap. There was no stop, nor even a slowing after the capture, but there was a marking. With his stallion at a full gallop and the human flopping about, Ecker's father still managed to strike her slender throat with his fangs, locking on to the woman's neck as if to hold her in place by the canines. And she would have died. Surely she would have died, if the bloodletter hadn't first. From out of the swirling fog, a ghostly figure appeared as if it had been formed of the filaments of moisture that rode upon the air. And the moment Ecker saw the specter, he narrowed his eyes and relied upon his keen nose. It seemed to be a female, of his kind, dressed in a white robe, and her scent reminded him of something that he couldn't quite place. She was directly in the path of his father, but she seemed utterly unconcerned about the horse or the sadistic warrior that was soon to come upon her. His sire was entranced with her, however. The instant he took notice of her, he dropped the human woman as if she were naught but a lamb bone he'd already chewed the meat off of. This was wrong, Ecker thought. Verily, he was a male of action and power, and hardly one to shy away from a member of the weaker sex, but everything in his body warned him that this ethereal entity was dangerous. Deadly. "Oi! Father," he called out. "Turn about." Ecker whistled for his stallion, who came on command. Bolting into his saddle, he spurred his stallion's flanks, pitching himself headlong so that he could intersect his father's path, a strange panic driving him. He was too late. His father was upon the female, who had slowly crouched down. Fates, she was going to leap up onto the... In a coordinated rush, she went airborne and caught his father's leg, using it as a way to vault onto the horse. Then, latching onto the bloodletter's solid chest, she sprang off to the far side and took that male with her as one unto the ground, the mighty lunge defying both her sex and her wraith-like nature. So she was no ghost, but flesh and blood. Which meant she could be killed. Whilst Ecker prepared himself to plow his stallion right into them, the female let out a yell that was not feminine at all, more along the lines of his own war cry. The bellow cut through the thundering hooves beneath him and the sounds of his band of bastards gathering themselves to counter this unexpected attack. There was no immediate need to intercede, however. His father, over his shock at being taken down from his saddle, rolled onto his back and unsheathed his dagger, the snarl upon his face like an animal's. On a curse, Ecker reined up and halted his rescue, for surely his sire would take control. The bloodletter was not the kind of male Uadetta had beaten Ecker for it in the past, lessons that had been hard learned and well remembered. Still, he dismounted and readied himself on the periphery in the event there were others of this Valkyrie's type in and amidst the forest. Which was why he heard her say clearly a name. "This house." His father's rage segued into a brief confusion, and before he could resume his self-defense, she began to glow with what surely was an unholy light. "Father!" Ecker yelled as he raced forth. But he was too late, and contact was made. Flames burst out around his sire's harsh, bearded face, and they o'ertook his corporeal form as if on dry hay. and with the same grace with which she had taken him down, the female leaped back and watched as he frantically sought to beat out the fire, to no avail. Into the night, he screamed as he burned alive, his leather clothing no protection at all for his skin and muscle. There was no way to get close enough to the blaze, and Ecker skidded to a halt, raising his arm afore himself and bowing away from the heat that was exponentially hotter than it should have been. All the while, the female stood over the contorting, twitching body, the flickering orange glow illuminating her cruel, beautiful face. The bitch was smiling, and that was when she lifted her face to him. As Ecker got a proper view of her visage, at first he refused to believe what he saw. And yet the flame's glow told no lies. He was staring at a female version of the bloodletter. Same black hair and pale skin and pale eyes. Same bone structure. Moreover, the same vengeful light in her near-violent eyes. That rapture and satisfaction at causing death, a combination Ecker himself knew all too well. She was gone a moment later, fading into the fog in a manner that was not as his kind dematerialized, but rather that of a waft of smoke, departing by inches and then feet. As soon as he was able, Ecker rushed to his father. But there was nothing left to save, barely anything to bury. Sinking to his knees afore the smoldering bones and the stench, he had a moment of deplorable weakness. Tears sprang to his eyes. The bloodletter had been a brute, but as his only claimed male offspring, Ecker and he had been close. Indeed, they were one of another. By all that is holy, Zypher said hoarsely. Whatever was that? Ecker blinked hard before he glared over his shoulder. She killed him. Aye. And then some. As the band of bastards came to stand about him, one by one, Ecker had to think of what to say, what to do. Stiffly rising to a stand, he wanted to call for his stallion, but his mouth was too dry to whistle. His father, long his nemesis, and yet his grounding, too, was dead. Dead. And it had happened so fast, too fast. By a female. His father, gone. When he could, he looked at each of the males afore him, the two on horseback, the two on foot, the one to his right. With weighty realization, he knew that whatever destiny lay ahead, it would be shaped by what he did in this moment, right here, right now. He had not prepared for this, but he would not turn away from what he must do. Hear this now, for I shall utter it but once. No one is to say a thing. My father died in battle with the enemy. I burned him to pay homage and keep him with me. Swear this to me now. The bastards he had long lived and fought with so vowed, and after their deep voices drifted away on the night, Ecker leaned down and raked his fingers through the ashes. Raising his hands to his face, he streaked the sooty marking from his cheeks to the thick veins that ran up either side of his neck, and then he palmed the hard, bony skull that was all that was left of his father. Holding the steaming, charred remains aloft, he claimed the soldiers before him as his own. I am your sole liege now. Bind yourselves unto me at this moment, or thou art mine enemy. What say you all? There was nary a hesitation. The males set upon bended knee, taking out their daggers, and bursting forth with a war cry before burying the blades into the earth at his feet. Ecker stared at their bowed heads and felt a mantle fall upon his shoulders. The bloodletter was dead. No longer living, he was a legend starting this night. And as is right and proper, the son now stepped into the stalls of his sire, commanding these soldiers who would serve not wrath, the king who would not rule, nor the brotherhood, who would not deign to lower themselves to this level, but Ecker and Ecker alone. We go in the direction from whence the female came, he announced. We shall find her even if it takes centuries, and she shall pay for what she hath wrought this night. Now Ecker whistled loud and clear to his stallion. I shall take this death out of her hide myself. Springing up onto his horse, he gathered the reins and spurred the great beast into the night, his band of bastards falling into formation upon his heels, prepared to go to the death for him. As they thundered out of the village, he put the skull of his father in his leather battle shirt right over his heart. Vengeance would be his own, even if it killed him. 1. Present day. Aqueduct Racetrack, Queens, New York. I want to blow you. Dr. Manny Manello swiveled his head to the right and looked at the woman who'd spoken to him. It was hardly the first time he'd heard that combination of words, and the mouth they'd come out of certainly had enough silicone in it to offer a good cushion. But it was still a surprise. Candace Hansen smiled at him and adjusted her Jackie O hat with a manicured hand. Apparently, she'd decided that the combination of ladylike and raunchy was enticing, and maybe it was to some guys. Hell, at another time in his life, he probably would have taken her up on it under the why the hell not theory. Yeah? File that under not so much. Undeterred by his lack of enthusiasm, she leaned forward, flashing him a set of breasts that didn't so much defy gravity as flip it off, insult its mother, and piss on its shoes. "I know where we could go." He bet she did. "Race is about to start." She pouted. Or maybe that was just the way her post-injection lips poofed out. God. A decade ago she'd probably been fresh-faced. Now the years were adding a patina of desperation to her along with the normal wrinkle-linked aging process that she clearly fought like a boxer. Afterward, then. Manny turned away without replying, unsure exactly how she got into the owner's section. Must have been in the rush to come back here from the saddling up at the paddock, and no doubt she was used to getting into places she technically wasn't allowed. Candace was one of those Manhattan social types who was nothing but a pimp away from being a prostitute. And in a lot of ways, she was like any other wop. Ignore the nuisance and it'll go land on something else. Or someone else, as it were. Putting his arm up to keep her from getting any closer, Manny leaned on the rail of his owner's box and waited for his girl to be brought out onto the track. She was posted on the outside, and that was fine. She preferred not to be in the pack, and going a little extra distance had never bothered her. The aqueduct in Queens, New York was not quite on the prestige level of Belmont or Pimlico or that venerable mother of all racetracks, Churchill Downs. It wasn't dog shit either, however. The facility had a good mile and an eighth of dirt and also both a turf and a short course. Total capacity was 90,000-ish. Food was meh, but no one really went there to eat, and there were some big races, like today. The Wood Memorial Stakes had a $750,000 purse, and as it was held in April, it was a good benchmark for Triple Crown contenders. Oh yeah, there she was. There was his girl. As Manny's eyes locked on Glory Glory Hallelujah, the noise of the crowd and the bright light of the day and the bobbing line of the other horses disappeared. All he saw was his magnificent black filly, her coat catching the sun and flashing, her super lean legs flexing, her delicate hooves curling up out of the track's dirt and planting down again. With her at nearly 17 hands high, the jockey was a tiny pretzeled gnat on her back, and that size differential was representative of the division of power. She'd made it clear from day one of her training, she might have to tolerate the annoying little humans, but they were just along for the ride. She was in charge. Her domineering temperament had already cost him 2 trainers. The third they were on now? The guy was looking a little frustrated, but that was just his sense of control getting hoofed to death. Glory's times were outstanding, they just had nothing to do with him. And Manny was summarily unconcerned with the inflated egos of men who bossed horses around for a living. His girl was a fighter, and she knew what she was doing, and he had no problems letting her go and watching the fun as she buried the competition. As his eyes stayed with her, he remembered the sucker he'd bought her off of a little more than a year ago. That 20 grand had been a steal, given her bloodlines, but was also a fortune going by her temperament and the fact that it hadn't been clear that she'd be able to get her gate card to race. She'd been an unruly yearling on the verge of getting benched or worse, turned into dog food. But he'd been right. Provided you gave her her head and let her run the show, she was spectacular. When the lineup approached the gate, some of the horses started to twinkle-toe it, but his girl was rock steady, as if she knew it was pointless to waste her energy on this pregame bullshit. And he really liked their odds in spite of their pole position, because this jockey on her back was a star. He knew precisely how to handle her, and in that regard, he was more responsible for her success than the trainers. His philosophy with her was just to make sure she saw all the best routes out of the pack and then let her choose and go. Manny rose to his feet and gripped the painted iron rail in front of him, joining the crowd as it crested out of the seats and popped countless binocs. As his heart started to pound, he was glad, because outside of the gym he'd been all but flatlining it lately. Life had carried a terrible numbness with it over the past year or so, and maybe that was part of the reason this filly was so important to him. Maybe she was all he had too. Not that he was going there. At the gate, it was a case of move it, move it, move it. When you were trying to stuff 15 high-strung horses with legs like sticks and adrenal glands that were firing like howitzers into itty-bitty metal boxes, you didn't waste time. Within a minute or so, the field was locked down and the track hands were hightailing it for the rails. Heartbeat. Bell. Bang. The gates released and the crowd roared, and those horses surged forward like they'd been blown out of cannons. The conditions were perfect. Dry. Cool. Track was fast. Not that his girl cared. She'd run in quicksand if she had to. The thoroughbreds thundered by, the sound of their collective hooves and the driving beat of the announcer's voice whipping the energy in the stands to an ecstatic pitch. Manny stayed calm, however. keeping his hands locked on the rail in front of him and his eyes on the field as the pack rounded the first corner in a tight knot of backs and tails. The widescreen showed him everything he needed to see. His filly was the second to the last, all but loping while the rest of them went at a dead run. Hell, her neck wasn't even fully extended. Her jockey, however, was doing his job, easing her out from the rail, giving her the choice of running around the far side of the pack or cutting through it when she was ready. Manny knew exactly what she was going to do. She was going to plow right through the other horses like a wrecking ball. That was her way. And sure enough, as they came off the distant straightaway, she started to get her fire on. Her head lowered, her neck elongated, and her stride began to stretch. "Fucking A," Manny whispered. "You do it, girl." As Glory penetrated the choked field, she became a streak of lightning cutting past the other runners, her burst of speed so powerful you had to know she did it on purpose. It wasn't enough to just beat them all, but she had to do it in the last half mile, blowing the saddles off the bastards at the last possible moment. Manny laughed deep in his throat. She was so his kind of lady. "Christ, Manello, look at her go." Manny nodded without glancing at the guy who'd spoken in his ear because a game-changer at the head of the pack was unfolding. The colt that was in the lead lost his momentum, falling back as his legs ran out of gas. In response, his jockey cropped him on, whipping his hindquarter, which had all the success of someone cursing at a car whose tank was on E. The colt in second place, a big chestnut with a bad attitude and a stride as long as a football field, took immediate advantage of the slowdown, his jockey letting that horse have all its head. The pair went neck and neck for only a second before the chestnut took control of the race. But it wasn't going to be for long. Manny's girl had picked her moment to weave in between a knot of three horses and come up on his ass tighter than a bumper sticker. Yup, Glory was in her element, ears flat against her head, teeth bared. She was going to eat his fucking lunch. And it was impossible not to extrapolate to the first Saturday in May and the Kentucky Derby. It all happened so fast. Everything came to an end in the blink of an eye. On a deliberate sideswipe, the colt slammed into Glory, the brutal impact sending her into the rail. His girl was big and strong, but she was no match for a body check like that, not when she was going 40 miles an hour. For a heartbeat, Manny was convinced she'd rally. In spite of the way she careened and scrambled, he expected her to find her footing and teach that unruly bastard a lesson in manners. Except she went down, right in front of the three horses she'd passed. The carnage was immediate, horses veering widely to avoid the obstacle in their way, jockeys breaking their tight racing curls in hopes of staying on their mounts. Everyone made it, except Glory. As the crowd gasped, Manny shot forward, popping over the box's confines and then vaulting over people and chairs and barricades until he came down to the track itself. Over the rail, onto the dirt. He ran to her, his years of athletics carrying him at breakneck speed to the heartbreaking sight. She was trying to get up. Bless her big, fierce heart, she was fighting to get up from the earth, her eyes trained on the pack as if she didn't give a shit that she was injured, she just wanted to catch up with the ones who had left her in the dust. Tragically, her foreleg had other plans for her. As she struggled, that front right flopped around below the knee, and Manny didn't need his years as an orthopedic surgeon to know that she was in trouble. Big trouble. As he came up to her, her jockey was in tears. "Dr. Manello, I treat, oh God." Manny skidded in the dirt and lunged for the reins as the vets drove up and a screen was erected around the drama. As the three men in uniforms approached her, her eyes began to go wild from pain and confusion. Manny did what he could to calm her down, allowing her to toss her head as much as she wanted while he stroked her neck. And she did ease up when they shot her with a tranquilizer. At least the desperate limping stopped. The head vet took one look at the leg and shook his head, which in the racing world was the universal language for, "She needs to be put down." Manny rode up in the guy's face. "Don't even think about it. Stabilize the brake and get her over to Trick County right now. Clear. She's never going to race again. This looks like a multi. Get my fucking horse off this track and over to Trick County. She isn't worth it." Manny snap-grabbed the front of the vet's jacket and hauled Mr. Easy out over until they were nose to nose. "Do it. Now." There was a moment of total incomprehension, like being manhandled was a new one to the little snot. And just so the two of them were really clear, Manny growled, "I'm not going to lose her, but I'm more than willing to drop you. Right here. Right now." The vet cringed away as if he knew he was in danger of getting corked a good one. Okay. Manny was not about to lose his horse. Over the last 12 months, he'd mourned the only woman he'd ever cared about, questioned his sanity, and taken up drinking scotch even though he'd always hated the shit. If glory bid it now, he didn't really have much left in his life. Did he? 2. Caldwell, New York. Training Center, the Brotherhood's compound. Fucking big piece of shit. This house stood in the hall outside the Brotherhood's medical clinic with a hand rolled between his lips and a thumb that was getting a terrific frickin' workout. No flame to speak of though, no matter how many times he masturbated the lighter's little wheel. Chic, chic, chic. With utter disgust, he fired the POS into a trash bin and went for the lead-lined glove that covered his hand. Ripping the leather free, he stared at his glowing palm, flexing the fingers, arching it at the wrist. The thing was part flamethrower, part nuclear bomb, capable of melting any metal, turning stone into glass, and making a kebab out of any plane, train, or automobile he pleased. It was also the reason he could make love to his Shellin and one of the 2 legacies his deity of a mother had given him. And gee whiz, the second sight bullshit was about as much fun as this hand-o-death routine. Bringing the deadly weapon up to his face, he put the end of the hand rolled in the vicinity, but not too close or he'd immolate his nicotine delivery system and have to futz around making another one. Which was not something he had patience for on a good day, and certainly not at a time like this. Ah, lovely inhale. Leaning against the wall, he planted his shit kickers on the linoleum and smoked. The coffin nail didn't do much for his case of the grimps, but it gave him something to do that was better than the other option that had been running through his head for the last 2 hours. As he tugged his glove back in place, he wanted to take his gift and go arson on something, anything. Was his twin sister honestly on the other side of this wall? Lying in a hospital bed paralyzed? Jesus Christ, to be 300 years old and find out you had a sibling. Nice move, moms. Real fucking nice. To think he'd assumed he'd worked through all of his issues with his parents. Then again, only one of them was dead. If the scribe virgin would just go the way of the bloodletter and kick it, maybe he'd manage to get on an even keel. As things stood now, however, this latest page 6 exclusive, coupled with his Jane's wild goose chase out into the human world alone, was making him. Yeah, no words on that one. He took out his cell phone, checked it, put it back into the pocket of his leathers. God damn it, this was so typical. Jane got her focus on something and that was that. Nothing else mattered. Not that he wasn't exactly the same way, but at times like this he'd appreciate some updates. Fricking sun. Trapping him indoors. At least if he were with his Shellin, there'd be no possibility of the great Manuel Manello "oh I don't think so" ing things. V would simply knock the bastard out, throw the body in the Escalade and drive those talented hands back here to operate on pain. In his mind, free will was a privilege, not a right. When he got down to the tail end of the hand rolled, he stabbed it out on the sole of his shit kicker and flicked the butt into the bin. He wanted a drink badly, except not soda or water. Half a case of Grey Goose would just barely take the edge off, but with any luck he'd be assisting in the or in short order, and he needed to be sober. Pushing his way into the exam room, his shoulders went tight, his molars locked, and for a split second, he didn't know how much more he could take. If there was one thing guaranteed to peel him raw, it was his mother pulling another fast one. And it was hard to get worse than this lie of all lies. Trouble was, life didn't come with a tilt default to stop the fun and games when your pinball machine got too tippy. This house. He closed his eyes briefly at the sound of that soft, low voice. Yeah, pain. Switching to the old language, he finished, "'Tis I." Crossing to the center of the room, he resumed his perch on the rolling stool next to the gurney. Stretched out under a number of blankets, Payne was immobilized with her head in blocks and a neck brace running from her chin to her collarbone. Unfor linked her arm to a bag that hung on a stainless steel pole, and there was tubing down below that plugged into the catheter Elena had given her. Even though the tiled room was bright and clean and shiny, and the medical equipment and supplies were about as threatening as cups and saucers in a kitchen, he felt like the pair of them were in a grungy cave surrounded by grizzlies. Much better if he could go out and kill the motherfucker who'd put his sister in this condition. Trouble was that would mean he'd have to pop Wrath, and what a buzzkill there. That big bastard was not only the king, he was a brother, and there was the little detail that what had landed her here had been consensual. The sparring sessions that the two had been rocking for the last couple months had kept them both in shape, and, of course, Wrath had had no idea who he'd been fighting because the male was blind. That she was a female? Well, duh. It had been on the other side and there were no males over there. But the king's lack of vision had meant he'd missed what V and everyone else had been staring at any time they'd walked into this room. Payne's long black braid was the precise color of V's hair, and her skin was the same tone as his, and she was built just as he was, long, lean, and strong. But the eyes. V rubbed his face. Their father, the bloodletter, had had countless bastards before he'd been killed in a lesser skirmish back in the old country. But V didn't consider any of those random females relations. Payne was different. The two had the same mother, and it wasn't just any mom and dearest. It was the scribe virgin, the ultimate mother of the race. Bitch that she was. Payne's stare shifted over and V's breath got tight. The irises that met his were ice white, just like his own, and the navy blue rim around them was something he saw every night in the mirror. And the intelligence, the smarts in those Arctic depths were exactly what was cooking under his bone dome, too. I cannot feel anything, Payne said. I know. Shaking his head, he repeated, I know. Her mouth twitched like she might have smiled under other circumstances. You may speak any language you wish, she said in accented English. I am fluent in many. So was he, which meant he was unable to form a response in 16 different tongues. Go him. Have you heard from your Shellen? She said haltingly. No. Would you like more pain meds? She sounded weaker than when he'd left. No, thank you. They make me feel strange. This was followed by a long silence. That only got longer, and longer still. Christ, maybe he should hold her hand after all. She had sensation above the waist. Yeah, but what could he offer her in the palm department? His left one was trembling and his right one was deadly. This house, time is not. As his twin let the sentence drift, he finished in his mind, on our side. Man, he wished she wasn't right. When it came to spinal injuries, however, as with strokes and heart attacks, opportunities were lost with each passing minute the patient went untreated. That human had better be as brilliant as Jane said. This house? Yeah? Do you wish that I had not come herein? He frowned hard. What the hell are you talking about? Of course I want you with me. As his foot got tapping, he wondered how long he had to stay before he could go out for another cigarette. He just couldn't breathe as he sat here, unable to do anything while his sister suffered, and his brain got choked with questions. He had 10,000 whats and whys sitting on the top of his head, except he couldn't ask them. Payne was looking like she could slip into a coma at any moment from the pain, so it was hardly time to Kaffee-Klatsch it. Shit, vampires might heal lightning fast, but they were not immortals by any stretch. He could well lose his twin from this before he even got to know her. On that note, he gave a look-see at her vitals on the monitor. The race had low blood pressure to begin with, but hers was hovering close to ground level. Pulse was slow and uneven, like a drum section made up of white boys, and the oxygen sensor had had to be silenced because its warning alarm had been going off continuously. As her eyes closed, he worried that it would be for the last time, and what had he done for her? All but yell at her when she'd asked him a question. He leaned in closer, feeling like a schmuck. You have to hold on here, Payne. I'm getting you what you need, but you've got to hang on. His twin's lids rose and she looked at him from out of her stationary head. I have brought too much upon your doorstep. You don't worry about me. That is all I have ever done. He frowned again. Clearly this whole brother/sister thing was a news flash only on his end, and he had to wonder how in the hell she'd known about him. And what she knew. Shit, here was another chance to wish he'd been vanilla. You are so certain of this healer you seek, she mumbled. Not really. The only thing he was sure of was that if the bastard killed her, there was going to be a double funeral tonight, assuming there was anything left of the human to bury or burn. This house. My Shellen trusts him. Payne's eyes drifted upward and stayed there. Was she looking at the ceiling? He wondered. The examination lamp that hung over her? Something he couldn't see? Eventually, she said, Ask me how long I have spent at our mother's beckoning. You sure you have the strength for this? When she all but glared at him, he wanted to smile. How long? What is this year for the earth? When he told her, her eyes widened. Indeed. Well, it has been hundreds of years. I was imprisoned by our mammon for hundreds of years of life. The house felt the tips of his fangs tingle in rage. That mother of theirs, he should have known what peace he'd found with the female wouldn't last. You're free now. Am I? She glanced down toward her legs. I cannot live in another prison. You won't. Now that icy stare grew shrewd. I cannot live like this. Do you understand what I'm saying? The inside of him went absolutely frigid. Listen, I'm going to get that doctor here and... "This house," she said hoarsely. "Verily, I would do it if I could, but I cannot, and there is no one else I have to turn to. Do you understand me?" As he met her eyes, he wanted to scream, his gut roping up, sweat flushing across his brow. He was a killer by nature and training, but that wasn't a skill set he'd ever intended to wield on his own blood. Well, their mother accepted, of course. Maybe their dad, except the guy had died on his own. Okay, amendment, not something he would ever do to his sister. "This house. Do you?" "Yeah." He looked down at his cursed hand and flexed the goddamn piece of shit. "I get it." Deep inside his skin, at his very core, his inner strings started to vibrate. It was the kind of thing he'd been intimately familiar with for most of his life and also in utter shock. He hadn't had this sensation since Jane and Butch had come along, and its return was another slice of fuck me. In the past, it had taken him seriously off the rails into the land of hardcore sex and dangerous, on-the-edge shit. At the speed of sound. Payne's voice was thready. "And what say you?" Damn it, he just met her. "Yes." He flexed his deadly hand. "I'll take care of you. If it comes to that." As Payne stared up out of the cage of her dead-lead body, her twin's bleak profile was all she could see, and she despised herself for the position she'd put him in. She had spent the time since she'd arrived on the side trying to tease out another path, another option, another anything. But what she needed was hardly something one could ask of a stranger. Then again, he was a stranger. "Thank you," she said. "Brother mine." This house just nodded once and resumed staring straight ahead. In person, he was so much more than the sum of his facial features and the massive size of his body. Back before she had been imprisoned by their mammon, she had long watched him in the seeing bowls of the sacred chosen, and had known the instant he had appeared in the shallow water, who he was to her. All she'd had to do was look at him, and she saw herself. Such a life he had led. Starting with the war camp and their father's brutality, and now this. And beneath his cold composure, he raged. She could feel it in her very bones, some link between them giving her insight beyond that which her eyes informed her of. On the surface, he was collected as a brick wall, his composite components all in order and mortared in place. Inside his skin, however, he seethed, and the external clue was his gloved right hand. From underneath its base, a bright light shone and got air brighter. Especially after she'd asked him what she had. This could be their only time together, she realized, her eyes slicking over anew. "You were mated to the healer female?" she murmured. "Yeah." When there was only silence, she wished she could engage him, but it was clear he answered her only out of courtesy. And yet she believed him when he said he was glad she'd arrived herein. He didn't strike her as the type to lie, not because he cared about morality or politeness as such, but rather because he viewed such effort as a waste of time and inclination. Payne eased her eyes back to the ring of bright fire that hung overhead. She wished he would hold her hand or touch her in some way. But she had asked more than plenty of him already. Lying upon the rolling slab, her body felt all wrong, both heavy and weightless in the same moment, and her only hope was the spasms that tore down her legs and tickled into her feet, causing them to jerk. Surely all was not lost if that was occurring, she told herself. Except even as she took shelter under that thought, a very small, quiet part of her mind told her that the cognitive roof she was trying to construct would not withstand the rain that hung o'er what was left of her life. When she moved her hands, though she could not see them, she could feel the cool, soft sheeting and the slick chill of the table she was upon. But when she told her feet to do the same, it was as though she were in the serene, tepid waters of the bathing pools on the other side, cocooned in an invisible embrace, sensing nothing against her. Where was this healer? Time was passing. As the weight went from intolerable to downright agonizing, it was difficult to know whether the choking sensation in her throat was from her condition or the quiet of the room. Verily, she and her twin were alike steeped in stillness, just for very different reasons. She was going nowhere with alacrity. He was on the verge of an explosion. Desperate for some stimulation, something, anything, she murmured, "Tell me about the healer who is coming." The cool draft that hit her face and the scent of dark spices that tunneled into her nose told her it was a male. Had to be. "He's the best," this house muttered. "Jane's always talked about him like he's a god." The tone was rather less than complimentary, but, indeed, vampire males did not appreciate others of their persuasion around their females. Who could it be within the race? She wondered. The only healer that Payne had seen in the bowls was Havers. And surely there would have been no reason to search for him? Perhaps there was another she had not been witness to. After all, she had not spent a vast amount of time catching up with the world, and according to her twin, there had been many, many, many years transpiring between her imprisonment and her freedom, such as it was. In an abrupt wave, exhaustion cut off her thought process, seeping into her very marrow, dragging her down even harder atop the metal table. Yet when she closed her eyes, she could withstand the dimness only a moment before panic popped her lids open. Whilst their mother had held her in suspended animation, she had been all too aware of her blank, limitless surroundings and the grindingly slow passage of moments and minutes. This paralysis now was too much alike what she had suffered for hundreds of years. And that was the why of her terrible request to this house. She could not come here to the side only to replicate what she had been so desperate to escape from. Tears trickled over her vision, causing the bright light source to waver. How she wished her brother would hold her hand. "Please don't cry," his house said. "Don't cry." In truth, she was surprised he noticed. "Verily, you are correct. Crying cures not." Stiffening her resolve, she forced herself to be strong, but it was a battle. Although her knowledge of the arts of medicine was limited, simple logic spelled out what she was up against, as she was of an extraordinarily strong bloodline. Her body had begun repairing itself the moment she had been injured whilst sparring with the Blind King. The problem was, however, the very regenerative process that would ordinarily save her life was making her condition ever more dire and likely to be permanent. Spines that were broken and fixing themselves were not likely to achieve a well-ordered result, and the paralysis of her lower legs was testament to that fact. "Why do you keep regarding your hand?" she asked, still staring at the light. There was a silent moment, atop all the others. "Why do you think I am?" Pain sighed. "Because I know you, brother mine. I know all about you." When he said not another thing, the quiet was about as companionable as the old country inquests had been. Oh, what things had she set in motion? And where would they all be when this came to an end? 3. Sometimes the only way to know how far you'd come was to return to where you once had been. As Jane Whitcomb, M.D., walked into the St. Francis Hospital complex, she was sucked back into her former life. In one sense, it was a short trip. Merely a year ago, she'd been the chief of trauma service here, living in a condo full of her parents' things, spending 20 hours a day running between the ER and the ORs. Not anymore. A sure clue that change had come. A knockin' was the way she entered the surgical building. No reason to bother with the rotating doors, or the ones that pushed into the lobby. She walked right through the glass walls and past the security guards at the check-in without their seeing her. Ghosts were good like that. Ever since she'd been transformed, she could go places and get into things without anyone having a clue she was around. But she could also become as corporeal as the next person, summoning herself into a solid at her will. In one form, she was utter ether. In the other, she was as human as she'd once been, capable of eating and loving and living. It was a powerful advantage in her job as the Brotherhood's private surgeon. Like right now, for example. How the hell else would she be able to infiltrate the human world again with a minimum of fuss? Hurrying along the buffed stone floor of the lobby, she went past the marble wall that was inscribed with the names of benefactors, and wended her way through the crowds of people. In and among the congestion, so many faces were familiar, from admin staff to doctors to nurses she'd worked with for years. Even the stressed-out patients and their families were anonymous and yet intimates of hers on some level. The masks of grief and worry were the same no matter whose facial features they were on. As she headed for the back stairs, she was on the hunt for her former boss. And Christ, she almost wanted to laugh. Through all their years of working together, she had come at Manny Manello with a variety of OMGs, but this was going to top any multi-car pileup, airplane crash, or building collapse put together. Wafting through a metal emergency exit, she mounted the rear stairway, her feet not touching the steps but floating above them while she ascended as a draft did, going up without effort. This had to work. She had to get Manny to come in and take care of that spinal injury. Period. There were no other options, no contingencies, no lefts or rights off this road. This was the Hail Mary pass, and she was just praying that the receiver in the end zone caught the fucking football. Good thing she performed well under pressure, and that the man she was after was one she knew as well as the back of her hand. Manny would take the challenge. Even though this was going to make no sense to him on so many levels, and he was likely to be livid that she was still alive. He was not going to be able to walk away from a patient in need. It simply wasn't in his hardwiring. On the 10th floor, she ethered through another fire door and entered the administrative offices of the surgery department. The place was kitted out like a law firm, all dark and somber and rich-looking. Made sense. Surgery was a huge revenue center for any teaching hospital, and big money was always spent to recruit, hold, and house the brilliant, arrogant hothouse flowers who cut people open for a living. Among the scalpel set at St. Francis, Manny Manello was at the top of the heap, the head of not just a subspecialty, as she had been, but the whole kit and caboodle. This meant he was a movie star, a drill sergeant, and the President of the United States all rolled up into a 6-foot-tall, stacked son of a bitch. He had a terrible temper, a stunning intellect, and a fuse that was about 1 millimeter long. On a good day. And he was an absolute gem. The guy's bread and butter had always been high-profile professional athletes, and he tackled a lot of knees and hips and shoulders that would otherwise have been career-enders for football, baseball, and hockey players. But he had a lot of experience with the spine, and although a neurosurgeon on backup would also be nice, given what pain scans were showing, this was an orthopedic issue. If the spinal cord was severed, no amount of neuro anything was going to help her. Medical science just hadn't progressed that far yet. As she rounded the corner of the receptionist's desk, she had to stop. Over to the left was her old office, the place where she had spent countless hours pushing papers and doing consults with Manny and the rest of the team. The nameplate on the door now read, Thomas Goldberg, MD Chief, Trauma Surgery. Goldberg was an excellent choice. Still hurt to see the new sign for some reason. But come on. Like she'd expected Manny to preserve her desk and office as a monument to her? Life went on. Hers. His. This hospital's. Kicking her own ass, she strode down the carpeted corridor, fiddling with her white coat and the pen in her pocket and the cell phone that she hadn't had reason to use yet. There was no time to explain her back from the dead routine or cajole Manny or help him through the mindfuck she was about to deliver. And no choice but to somehow get him to come with her. In front of his closed door, she braced herself and then marched right through. He wasn't behind his desk, or at the conference table in the alcove. Quick check of his private bath, not there either, and there was no moisture on the glass doors or damp towels around the sink. Back in the office proper, she took a deep breath, and the faded scent of his aftershave lingering in the air made her swallow hard. God. She missed him. Shaking her head, she went around to his desk and looked over the clutter. Patient files, stacks of interdepartmental memos, reports from the Patient Care Assessment and Quality Committee. As it was just after 5 in the afternoon on a Saturday, she'd expected to find him here. Electives were not done on weekends, so unless he was on call and dealing with a trauma case, he should have been parked behind this mess pushing papers. Manny put the 24/7 in workaholic. Heading out of the office, she checked his admin assistant's desk. No clues there, given that his schedule was kept in the computer. Next stop was down to the ORs. St. Francis had several different levels of operating rooms, all arranged by subspecialty, and she went to the pod that he usually worked in. Peering in through the glass windows in the double doors, she saw a rotator cuff being worked on and a nasty compound fracture. And although the surgeons had masks and caps on, she could tell none of them was Manny. His shoulders were big enough to stretch even the largest of the scrub sets, and besides, the music drifting out was wrong in both cases. Mozart? Not a chance. Pop? Over his dead body. Manny listened to acid rock and heavy metal, to the point where, if it hadn't been against protocol, the nurses would have been wearing earplugs for years. Damn it, where the hell was he? There were no conferences at this time of year, and he had no life outside of the hospital. The only other options were him at the Commodore, either passed out from exhaustion on the couch at his condo or in the high-rise gym. As she headed out, she fired up her cell phone and dialed into the hospital's answering system. Yes, hello, she said when the call was answered. I'd like to page Dr. Manuel Manello. My name. Shit. Hannah. Hannah Witt. And here's my callback. As she hung up, she had no idea what to say if he returned the ping, but she excelled at spur-of-the-moment thinking and prayed that her core competency really hit it out of the park this time. The thing was, if the sun was below the horizon, one of the brothers could have come out and done some mental work on Manny in order to ease this whole process of getting him to the compound. Although not his house. Someone else. Anybody else. Her instincts told her to keep the pair of them as far apart as she could. They already had one medical emergency cooking. Last thing she needed was her old boss getting put into traction because her husband got territorial and decided to do a little spine cracking himself. Just before her death, Manny had been interested in more than a professional association with her. So unless he'd up and married one of those Barbies he'd insisted on dating, he was probably still single, and under the absence makes the heart grow fonder rule, his feelings might have persisted. Then again, he was just as likely to tell her to go fuck herself for lying to him about the whole dead and gone thing. Good job he wasn't going to remember any of this. On her end, though, she feared she was never going to forget the next 24 hours. The Tri-County Equine Hospital was state-of-the-art all the way. Located about 15 minutes away from the aqueduct, it had everything from operating rooms and full-service recovery suites to hydrotherapy pools and advanced imaging. And it was staffed with people who saw horses as more than profit and loss statements on four hooves. In the orb, Manny read the x-rays of his girl's front leg and wanted to be the one to go in and take care of business. He could clearly see the fissures in the radius, but that was not what worried him. There was a handful of chips that had broken off, the sharp flakes orbiting the bulbous end of her long bone-like moons around a planet. Just because she was another species didn't mean he couldn't handle the operation. As long as the anesthesiologist kept her under safely, he could handle the rest. Bone was bone. But he wasn't going to be an asshole. "What do you think?" he said. "In my professional opinion," the head vet replied, "it's pretty grim. That's a multiple displaced fracture. The recovery time is going to be extensive, and there's no guarantee of even breeding soundness." Which was the shit kicker. Horses were meant to stand upright with their weight evenly distributed on 4 points. When a leg was broken, it wasn't so much the injury that was a bitch. It was the fact that they had to redistribute their poundage and disproportionately rely on the good side to stay on their feet. And that was how trouble came. Based on what he was staring at, most owners would choose euthanasia. His girl was born to run, and this catastrophic injury was going to make that impossible, even on a recreational basis if she survived. And as a doctor, he was quite familiar with the cruelty of medical savior, jobs that ultimately left a patient in a condition worse than death or did nothing but painfully prolong the inevitable. "Dr. Manello? Did you hear what I said?" "Yeah, I did. But at least, this guy, unlike the pussy out at the track, looked as heartbroken as Manny felt." Turning away, he went over to where they had laid her out and put his hand on the round drum of her cheek. Her black coat was shining under the bright lights, and in the midst of all the pale tile and stainless steel, she was like a shadow thrown out and left forgotten in the center of the room. For a long moment he watched her barreled rib cage expand and contract with her breath. Just seeing her on the slab with those beautiful legs lying like sticks and her tail hanging down onto the tile made him realize anew that animals like her were meant to be on their feet. This was utterly unnatural and unfair. Keeping her alive simply so he didn't have to face her death was not the right answer here. Bracing himself, Manny opened his mouth. The vibration inside the breast pocket of his suit cut him off. With a nasty curse, he took his BlackBerry out and checked in case it was the hospital. Hannah Witt? With an unknown number? No one he knew, and he wasn't on call. Probably a misdial by the operator. "I want you to operate," he heard himself say as he put the thing back. The short silence that followed gave him plenty of time to realize that not letting her go smacked of cowardice. But he couldn't dwell on that psychobabble bullshit or he'd lose it. "I can't guarantee anything." The vet went back to staring at the x-rays. "I can't tell you how this is going to go, but I will swear to you I'll do my best." God, now he knew how those families felt when he spoke to them. "Thanks. Can I watch in here?" "Absolutely. I'll get you something to put on, and you know the drill with scrubbing in, doctor." 20 minutes later, the operation started, and Manny watched from her head, stroking her forelock with his latex-gloved hand even though she was out cold. As the head vet worked, Manny had to approve of the guy's methodology and skills, which were just about the only things that had gone right since Glory had fallen. The procedure was over in under an hour, with the bone chips either removed or screwed into place. Then they rolled the leg up and moved her out of the oar and into a pool so she wouldn't break another leg coming out of sedation. He stayed until she was awake and then followed the vet out into the hall. "Her vitals are good and the operation went well," the vet said, "but the former can change quick. And it's going to take time until we know what we've got." Shit. That little speech was exactly what he said to next of kins and other relatives when it was time for folks to go home and rest up and wait to see how a patient's post-op went. "We'll call you," the vet said, "with updates." Manny snapped off his gloves and took out his business card. "In case you don't have it in her records." "We've got it." The guy took the thing anyway. If anything changes, you'll be the first to know, and I'll update you personally every 12 hours when I do rounds. Manny nodded and stuck out his hand. Thank you for taking care of her. You're welcome. After they shook, Manny nodded back at the double doors. Mind if I give her a see you later? Please. Back inside, he took a moment with his filly. God, this hurt. You hang on there, girlie. He had to whisper because he couldn't seem to draw a full breath. When he straightened, the staff were staring at him with a sadness he knew was going to stick with him. We'll take excellent care of her, the vet said gravely. He believed they would, and that was the only thing that got him back into the hall. Tri-County's facilities were extensive, and it took him a while to change and then find his way out to where he'd parked by the front door. Up ahead, the sun had set, a rapidly fading peach glow lighting up the sky as if Manhattan were smoldering. The air was cool but fragrant from spring's early efforts to bring life to winter's barren landscape, and he took so many deep breaths he got lightheaded. God, time had been running at a blur. But now, as the minutes drooled by, clearly the frantic pace had exhausted its energy source. Either that or it had slammed into a brick wall and passed the fuck out. As he palmed up his car key, he felt older than God. His head was thumping and his arthritic hip was killing him. That flat-out race over the track to glory's side way more than the damn thing could handle. This was so not how he'd envisioned this day ending. He'd assumed he'd be buying drinks for the owners he'd beaten and maybe in the flush of victory taking Ms. Hanson up on her generous oral suggestion. Getting into his Porsche, he started the engine. Caldwell was about 45 minutes north of Queens, and his car could practically drive the trip back to the Commodore itself. Good thing, too, because he was a goddamn zombie. No radio, no iPod music, no phoning people either. As he got on the Northway, he just stared at the road ahead and fought the urge to turn around and do what? Sleep next to his horse? The thing was, if he could manage to get home in one piece, help was on the way. He had a fresh bottle of Lagavulin waiting for him, and he might or might not slow down to use a glass. As far as the hospital was concerned, he was off until Monday a.m. at 6 o'clock, and he had plans to get drunk and stay that way. Taking the leather-wrapped wheel with one hand, he burrowed into his silk shirt to find his Jesus piece. Gripping the gold cross, he sent up a prayer. God, please let her be okay. He couldn't stand losing another one of his girls. Not so soon. Jane Wickham had died a whole year ago, but that was just what the calendar told him. In grief time, it had been only about a minute and a half since it had happened. He didn't want to go through that again. For downtown Caldwell had a lot of tall, windowed buildings, but there were few like the Commodore. At a good 30 floors in height, it was among the taller in the concrete forest, and the 60 or so condos it housed were Trumptastic, all marble and nickel-plated chrome and designer everything. Up on the 27th floor, Jane walked around Manny's condo looking for signs of life and finding nothing. Literally. The guy's place was about as much of an obstacle course as a damn dance floor, his furniture consisting of 3 things in the living room and a huge bed in the master suite. That was it. Well, and some leather-seated stools at the counter in the kitchen. As for the walls, the only thing he'd hung anywhere was a plasma screen TV the size of a billboard. And the hardwood floors had no rugs, just gym bags and more gym bags and athletic shoes. Which was not to say he was a slob. He didn't own enough to be considered a slob. With growing panic, she walked into his bedroom and saw half a dozen blue hospital scrubs left in piles on the floor, like puddles after a rainstorm and nothing else. But the closet door was open and she looked inside. God damn it. The set of suitcases lined up on the floor were small, medium, and large, and the middle one was gone. So was a suit, given the bald hanger hanging in between the other jacket and slacks pairings. He was off on a trip. Maybe for the weekend. Without much hope, she dialed into the hospital system and paged him once more. Her call waiting clicked in, and as she looked at the number, she cursed again. Taking a deep breath, she answered, "Hey, V. Nothing? Not at the hospital or here at his condo." The subtle growl coming over the connection amped up her going nowhere rush. And I checked the gym on the way up here as well. I hacked into the St. Francis system and got his calendar. Where's he? All it said was that Goldberg is on call, true? Look, the sun's set. I'll be out of here in No, you stay with Payne. Aileen is great, but I think you should be there. There was a big pause, like he knew he was being held off. Where to next for you? She gripped the phone and wondered who she should pray to. God? His mother? I'm not sure, but I've paged him. Twice. When you find him, call me and I'll come pick you up. I can get us home. I'm not going to hurt him, Jane. I'm not incented to rip him apart. Yeah, but going by that cold tone of voice, she had to wonder whether the best-laid plans of mice and vampires, blah blah blah, she quite believed Manny would live to treat V's twin. Afterward, she had her reservations, especially if things tanked in the ore. I'm going to wait here a little longer. Maybe he'll show. Or call. If he doesn't, I'm going to think of something else. In the long silence, she could practically feel a cold draft through the phone. Her mate did a lot of things well: fight, make love, deal with anything computer-based. Being forced into immobility? Not a core competency. In fact, it was guaranteed to make him mental. Still, the fact that he didn't trust her made her feel distant. Stay with your sister, Vis house, she said in an even tone. I'll be in touch. Silence. Vis house. Hang up on me and go sit with her. He didn't say anything further. Just cut the connection. As she hit end on the phone, she cursed. A split second later, she was dialing again, and the instant she heard a deep voice answer, she had to brush away a tear that for all its translucency was very, very real. Butch, she croaked. I need your help. As what little was left of the sunset disappeared and night stamped its time card and took over the next shift, Manny's car was supposed to have gone home. It was supposed to have driven itself straight into Caldwell proper. Instead, he'd ended up on the southern edge of the city where the trees were big and the stretches of grass outnumbered the asphalt acres 10-1. Made sense. Cemeteries had to have good stretches of pliable earth because it wasn't like you could plug a coffin into concrete. Well, guess you could. It was called a mausoleum. Pine Grove Cemetery was open until 10 p.m. Its massive iron gates thrown wide and its countless wrought iron street lamps glowing butter yellow along the maze of lanes. As he entered, he went to the right, the Porsche's xenon headlights sweeping around and washing over stretches of grave markers and lawn. The sight he was drawn to was a beacon that ultimately signified nothing. There was no body buried at the foot of the granite headstone. He was going tot here hadn't been one to bury. No ashes to put in a canister, either, or at least none that you could be sure weren't mostly those of an Audi that had caught on fire. About a half a mile of roping turns later, he eased off the accelerator and let the car glide to a stop. As far as he could tell, he was the only one in the whole cemetery, and that was just fine with him. No reason for an audience. As he got out, the cool air did nothing to clear his head, but it gave his lungs something to do as he inhaled deeply and walked over the scratchy spring grass. He was careful not to step on any of the plots as he went along. Sure, it wasn't like the dead would know that he was above their airspace, but it seemed like a respectful thing to do. Jane's grave was up ahead, and he slowed as he approached what wasn't left of her, as it were. In the distance, the sound of a train whistle cut through the stillness, and the hollow, mournful sound was so fucking cliched he felt like he was in some movie he would never sit through at home, much less pay to see in a theater. Shit, Jane. Leaning down, he trailed his fingers along the top of the marker's uneven edge. He'd chosen the jet black stone because she wouldn't have wanted anything pastel-y or washed out. And the inscription was likewise simple and unfussy, just her name, dates, and one sentence at the bottom: rest in peace. Yup. He gave himself an A for originality on that one. He remembered exactly where he'd been when he'd found out that she'd died. In the hospital, of course. It had been at the end of a very long day and night that had started with the knee of a hockey player and ended on a spectacular shoulder reconstruction, thanks to a druggie who'd decided to take a shot at flying. He'd stepped out of the ore and found Goldberg waiting by the scrub sinks. One look at his colleague's ashen face, and Manny stopped in the process of removing his surgical mask. With the thing hanging off his face like a chin bib, he demanded to know what the fuck was wrong, all the while assuming it was either a 40-car pileup on the highway or a plane crash or a fire at a hotel, something that was a community-wide tragedy. Except then he'd looked over the guy's shoulder and seen 5 nurses and 3 other doctors, all of whom were in the same state Goldberg was, and none of whom were rushing to pull other staff in for rotation or prep the operating rooms. Right? It was a community event. Their community. Who? He demanded. Goldberg had glanced back at his support troops, and that was when Manny had guessed. And yet, even as his gut had gone ice cooler on him, he'd held on to some irrational hope that the name about to come out of his surgeon's mouth would be anything but. Jane. Car accident. Manny hadn't lost a beat. What's her ETA? There isn't one. At that, Manny had said nothing. He just ripped the mask off his face, wadded it up, and thrown it into the nearest bin. As he'd passed by, Goldberg had opened his mouth again. Not one word, Manny had barked. Not one word. The rest of the staff had stumbled over themselves to get out of the way, parting as sure and clean as fabric torn in half. Coming back to the present, he couldn't remember where he'd gone or what he'd done after that. No matter how many times he played that night back, that part was a black hole. At some point, however, he'd made it to his condo because 2 days later he'd woken up there, still in the bloody scrubs he'd operated in. Among the galling shockers of the whole thing was the fact that Jane had saved so many people who'd been in car wrecks. The idea that she'd been taken in that very way had seemed like Grim Reaper payback for all the souls she'd snatched out of the bony-handed reach of death. The sound of another train whistle made him want to scream. That and his cocksucking pager going off. Hannah Witt. Again? Who the hell? Manny frowned and glanced at the headstone. Jane's younger sister had been Hannah, if he recalled correctly. Whitcomb? Except she had died young. Hadn't she? Mad pacing. God. She should have brought her track shoes for this. Jane thought as she marched around Manny's place. Again. She would have left his condo if she'd had a better idea of where to go, but even her brain, as sharp as it was, couldn't seem to throw out another option. Her phone ringing was not exactly good news. She didn't want to tell this house that 45 minutes later she still had nothing to report. She took out her cell. Oh God. That number. Those 10 digits that she'd had on speed dial on every phone she'd owned before this one. Manny. As she hit send, her mind was blank and her eyes filled with tears. Her dear old friend and colleague. Hello, he said. Ms. Witt. In the background, she heard a dim whistle. Hello? Hannah? That tone, it was just the same as it had been a year ago, low, commanding. Anyone there? That quiet whistle sounded again. Jesus Christ, she thought. She knew where he was. Jane hung up and flashed herself out of his condo, out of downtown, out past the suburbs. Traveling in a blur at the speed of light, her molecules went through the night in a twirling, swirling rush that covered miles as if they were but inches. Pine Grove Cemetery was the kind of place you needed a map of, but when you were ether in the air, you could case 100 acres in a heartbeat and a half. As she came out of the darkness by her grave, she took a halting breath and nearly sobbed. There he was in the flesh. Her boss. Her colleague. The one she'd left behind. And he was standing over a black headstone that had her name carved in its face. Okay, now she knew she'd made the right decision not to go to her funeral. The closest she had come was reading about it in the Caldwell Courier-Journal, and the picture of all those surgeons and hospital staff and patients had all but snapped her in half. This was so much worse. And Manny looked exactly how she felt. Ruined on the inside. Jesus, that aftershave of his still smelled good, and in spite of having lost some weight, he was still handsome as sin, with that dark hair and that hard face. His suit was perfectly tailored and pinstriped, but it had dirt around the cuffs of the precisely pressed slacks. And his loafers were likewise soiled, making her wonder where the hell he'd been. He certainly hadn't picked it up from the grave site. After a year, the soil was packed down and covered with grass. Oh, wait. Her plot had probably looked like this from day one. She hadn't left behind anything to bury. As his fingers rested on the stone, she knew he had to have been the one to pick the thing out. Nobody else would have had the sense to get her exactly what she would have wanted. Nothing frou-frou or wordy. Short, sweet, to the point. Jane cleared her throat. Manny. His head shot up, but he didn't look over at Eros if he were convinced that he'd heard her speak only in his mind. Making herself fully corporeal, she spoke louder. Manny. Under any other circumstances, the response would have been a laugh riot. He wheeled around, then shouted out, tripped over her headstone, and landed flat on his ass. What the hell are you doing here? He gasped. The expression on his face started as horror but shifted quickly to utter disbelief. I'm sorry. It was entirely lame, but that was all that came out of her mouth. And so much for thinking on her feet. Meeting those brown eyes of his, she suddenly had nothing to say. Manny sprang to his feet, and his dark stare went up and down her body, and up to lock on her face. That was when the anger came, and a headache evidently given the way he winced and rubbed his temples. Is this some kind of joke? No, she wished it were. I'm so sorry. His vicious frown was achingly familiar, and what an irony to go nostalgic about a glower like that. You're sorry. Manny, I buried you. And you're sorry? What the fuck is this? Manny, I don't have time to explain. I need you. He glared at her for a long moment. You show up after a year of being dead and you need me? The reality of how much time had passed weighed on her. On top of everything else. Manny, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, really? Other than, oh, BTW. I'm alive. He stared at her. Just stared at her. Then in a hoarse voice he said, do you have any idea what losing you has been like? He quickly brushed a hand over his eyes. Do you? The pain in her chest made it hard to breathe. Yes. Because I lost you, I lost my life with you and the hospital. Manny started to pace, going back and forth in front of her headstone. And although she wanted to, she knew not to get too close. Manny, if there had been a way to come back to you, I would have. You did. Once. I thought that was a dream, but it wasn't. Was it? No. How'd you get into my condo? I just did. He stopped and looked at her, her gravestone between them. Why did you do it, Jane? Why fake your death? Well, she hadn't, actually. I don't have time to explain now. Then what the fuck are you doing here? How about you explain that? She cleared her throat. I've got a patient who's over my head, and I want you to come have a look. I can't tell you where I've got to take you, and I can't give you a lot of details, and I know this is not fair, but I need you. She wanted to tear her hair out, fall down weeping, hug him, but she just kept going because she simply had to. I've been looking for you for over an hour, so I'm out of time. I know you're pissed off and confused, and I don't blame you. But be mad at me later, just come with me now. Please. All she could do was wait. Manny was not somebody you talked into things and you couldn't persuade him. He would make the choice or he wouldn't. And if the latter was the case, unfortunately, she was going to have to call the brothers. As much as she loved and missed her old boss, this house was her man, and she'd be goddamned if she was letting anything happen to his sister. One way or the other, Manny was going to be operating tonight. 5. Butch O'Neill was not the kind of guy to leave a lady in distress. It was the old school in him, the cop in him, the devout, practicing Catholic in him. That being said, in the case of the phone call he'd just had with the lovely and talented Dr. Jane Whitcomb, chivalry didn't play into his get up and go. Not in the slightest. As he beat feet out of the pit, and all but ran through the underground tunnel to the Brotherhood's training center, his interests and hers were totally aligned even without regard to the whole be a gentleman thing. They were both terrified that V was going to spin out of control again. The earmarks were already there, all you had to do was look at him and you could see that the lid on his crock pot was bolting down hard over the heat and turmoil underneath. All that pressure? Had to get let out somehow, and in the past it had been in the very messiest of ways. Stepping through the hidden door and emerging into the office, Butch hung a right and barreled down the long corridor that led to the medical facilities. The subtle waft of Turkish tobacco in the air told him exactly where to find his target, but it wasn't as if there had been any doubt. At the examination room's closed door, he snapped the cuffs of his Gucci shirt into place and jacked up his belt. His knock was soft. His heartbeat was hard. This house didn't answer with a "come in." Instead, the brother slipped out and closed the door behind himself. Shit, he looked bad. And his hands shook ever so slightly as he rolled one of his coffin nails. While he was licking the thing closed, Butch dug into his pocket and supplied the lighter, flicking up a flame and holding it forward. When his best friend leaned into the orange flare, he knew every tell in that cruel, impassive face. Jane was absolutely right. The poor bastard was humming hard and holding it all in. This house inhaled deep and then settled back against the cinder block wall. Eyes trained straight ahead. Shit kickers planted solidly. Eventually, the guy muttered, "You're not asking how I am." Butch affected the same lean, right next to his boy. "Don't have to." "Mind reader." "Yup, that's me." V leaned to the side and tapped his ashes into the bin. "So tell me what I'm thinking, true? You sure you want me to cuss this close to your sister?" When that got a short laugh, Butch stared at V's profile. The tattoos around the guy's eye were especially sinister, given the cloud of control that surrounded him like a nuclear winter. "You don't want me to guess out loud, V," he said softly. "Nah, give it a shot." This meant V needed to talk, but, in characteristic fashion, was wrapped too tight to squeeze it out. The male had always put the shut-it in relating, but at least he was better than he'd been. Before, he wouldn't have even cracked this door at all. "She asked you to take care of her if this doesn't work, didn't she?" Butch said, voicing what he feared most. "And not in terms of palliative nursing." V's response was an exhale that lasted a booted 15 minutes past infinity. "What are you going to do?" Butch said, even though he knew the answer. "I won't hesitate. The even though it will kill me went unspoken. Fucking life. Sometimes the situations it put people in were just too cruel. Butch closed his eyes and let his head fall back against the wall. Family was everything to vampires. Your mate, the brothers you fought with, your blood that was your whole world. And along that theory, as V suffered, so did he. And Jane. And the rest of the Brotherhood. Hopefully it won't come to that. Butch glanced at the closed door. Doc, Jane is going to find the guy. She's a bulldog. You know what dawned on me about 10 minutes ago? What? Even if it hadn't been daylight, she would have wanted to go alone to find the guy. As the male's bonding scent wafted over, Butch thought, well, duh. Jane and the surgeon had been tight for years, so if there was persuading to do, she'd have better luck on her own, assuming she could get past the whole back from the dead thing. Plus V was a vampire. Hello? Like anyone needed another layer added to this mess? And on that note, all things considered, it would be great if the surgeon were 5 feet tall, walleyed, and had bare hair on his back. Fugly was their only friend if V's bonded male side was being triggered. No offense, Butch murmured, but can you blame her? It's my twin. The guy raked a hand through his black hair. God damn it, Butch, my sister. Butch knew more than a little something about how losing one felt, so yeah, he could feel the male on that front. And man, he was so not leaving the brother's side. He and Jane were the only ones who had a prayer of derailing this house when he got like this. And Jane was going to have her hands full with that surgeon and her patient. The sound of V's cell phone going off made them both jump, but the brother recovered fast and there wasn't a second ring before he got it up to his ear. Yeah? You did? Thank fuck yeah. Yeah. I'll meet you in the parking garage here. Okay. There was a slight pause and V glanced over like he wished he were alone. Desperate to make like thin air, Butch looked down at his Dioram loafers. The brother was never really into the PDA or talking personal stuff to Jane if there was an audience. But given that Butch was a half-breed, he couldn't dematerialize, and where the hell could he run to? After V muttered a quick, bye. He inhaled deep on his cig and muttered on the exhale. You can stop pretending not to be next to me. What a relief. I suck at it. Not your fault you take up space. So she got him? As Vishouse nodded, Butch got dead serious. Promise me something. What? You won't kill that surgeon. Butch knew exactly what it was like to trip on the outside world and fall into this vampire rabbit hole. In his case, it had worked out, but when it came to Manello, this is not the guy's fault and not his problem. He flicked his butt into the bin and glanced over, his diamond eyes cold as an Arctic night. We'll see how it goes, cop. With that, he pivoted and punched through into where his sister was. Well, at least the SB was honest, Butch thought with a curse. Manny really didn't like other people driving his Porsche 911 Turbo. In fact, short of his mechanic, no one else ever did. Tonight, however, he'd allowed Jane to get behind the wheel because 1, she was competent and could shift without grinding his transmission into a stump. 2, she'd maintained that the only way she could take him where they were going was if she were doing the 10 and 2 routine. And 3, he was still reeling from seeing someone he'd buried pop out of the bushes to hi-how-ria him. So maybe operating heavy machinery going 70 miles an hour was not a good idea. He could not believe he was sitting next to her, heading north, in his car. But of course he'd said yes to her request. He was a sap for women in distress, and he was also a surgeon who was in or junkie. Duh. There were a lot of questions though. And a lot of pissed off. Yeah, sure, he was hoping to get to a place of peace and light and sunshine and all that namby-pamby bullshit, but he wasn't holding his breath for the come-by-all-cools. Which was ironic. How many times had he stared up at his ceiling at night, all nestled in his Betty-Bye with his new Lagavulin habit, praying that by some miracle his former chief of trauma would come back to him? Manny glanced over at her profile. Illuminated in the glow of the dash, she was still smart. Still strong. Still his kind of woman. But that was never happening now. Aside from the whole liar pinson fire about her death, there was a gunmetal gray ring on her left hand. You got married, he said. She didn't look at him, just kept driving. Yes, I did. That headache that had sprouted the instant she'd made her appearance instantly went from grouchy to gruesome. And meanwhile, shadowy memories locked nest below the surface of his conscious mind, tantalizing him and making him want to work for the full reveal. He had to cut that cognitive search and rescue off, though, before he popped an aneurysm from the strain. Besides, he wasn't getting anywhere with it no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't reach what he sensed was there, and he had a feeling he could do permanent damage if he kept struggling. As he looked out the car window, fluffy pine trees and budding oaks stood tall in the moonlight. the forest that ran around Caldwell's edges growing thicker as they traveled away from the city proper and its choking knot of population and buildings. "You died out here," he said grimly. "Or at least pretended you did." A biker had found her Audi in and among the trees on a stretch of road not far from here, the car having careened off the shoulder. No body, though not because of the fire, as it had turned out. Jane cleared her throat. "I feel like all I've got is I'm sorry. And that just sucks. Not a party on my end, either." Silence. Lots of silence. But he wasn't one to keep asking when all he got in return was "I'm sorry." "I wish I could have told you," she said abruptly. "You were the hardest to leave. You didn't dump your job, though, did you? Because you're still working as a surgeon." "Yes, I am." "What's your husband like?" Now she winced. "You're going to meet him. Great. Joy." Slowing down, she took a right-hand turn off onto a dirt road? "What the hell?" "FYI," he muttered, "this car was built for racetracks, not roughing it. This is the only way in." To where? He wondered. "You're so going to owe me for this." "I know. And you're the only one who can save her." Manny flashed his eyes over. "You didn't say it was a her." "Should it matter?" "Given how much I don't get about all of this, everything matters." A mere 10 yards in, and they went through the first of countless puddles that were as deep as frickin' lakes. As the Porsche splashed through, he felt the scrape on its tender belly and gritted out, "Screw this patient. I want payback for what you're doing to my undercarriage." Jane let out a little laugh, and that made the center of his chest ache. But get real. It wasn't like the pair of them had ever been together. Sure, there had been attraction on his part. Big attraction. And like one kiss. That was it, however. And now she was Mrs. Someone Else. As well as back from the goddamn dead. Christ, what kind of life was he in? Then again, maybe this was a dream which kind of cheered him up, because maybe Glory hadn't gone down, either. "You haven't told me what kind of injury," he said. "Spinal break. Between T6 and T7. No sensation below the waist." "Shit, Jane, that's a tall order." "Now you know why I need you so badly." About 5 minutes later, they came up to a gate that looked like it had been erected during the Punic Wars. The thing was hanging at Alice in Wonderland angles, the chain link rusted to shit and broken in places. And the fence it bisected? That PS was hardly worth the effort, nothing more than 6 feet of barbed cattle wire that had seen better days. The damn thing opened smoothly, however, and as they went past it, he saw the first of the video cameras. While they progressed at a snail's pace, a strange fog rolled in from nowhere, in particular, the landscape blurring until he couldn't see more than 12 inches ahead of the car's grill. For Chris' sakes, it was like they were in a Scooby-Doo episode out here. And then there was a curious progression. The next gate was in slightly better condition, and the one after that was even newer, and number 4 looked only a year old, tops. The last gate they came to was spit and shine sparkling, and all about the Alcatraz. Fucker reached 25 feet off the ground and had high-voltage warnings all over it. And that wall it cut into? It was nothing for cattle, more like velociraptors, and what do you want to bet that its concrete face fronted a solid 12 or even 24 inches of horizontal stone? Manny swiveled his head around to Jane as they passed through and began a descent into a tunnel that could have had a Holland or Lincoln sign tacked on it for its fortification. The farther down they went, the more that big question that had been plaguing him since he'd first seen her loomed. Why fake her death? Why cause the kind of chaos she had in his life and the lives of the other people she'd worked with at St. Francis? She'd never been cruel, never been a liar, and had no financial problems and nothing to run from. Now he knew without her saying a word. U.S. government. This kind of setup, with this sort of security hidden on the outskirts of what was a big enough city but nothing so huge as New York, L.A., or Chicago. Had to be the government. Who else could afford this shit? And who the hell was this woman he was treating? The tunnel terminated in an underground parking garage that was standard issue, with its pylons and little yellow painted squares, and yet as large as it appeared to be. The place was empty except for a couple of nondescript vans with darkened windows and a small bus that also had blackouts for glass. Before she even had his Porsche in park, a steel door was thrown open and one look at the huge guy who stepped out and Manny's head exploded, the pain behind his eyes getting so intense he went limp in the bucket seat, his arms falling to the sides, his face twitching from the agony. Jane said something to him. A car door was opened. Then his own was cracked. The air that hit him smelled dry and vaguely like earth, but there was something else. Cologne. A very woody spice that was at once expensive and pleasing, but also something he had a curious urge to get the fuck away from. Manny forced his lids to open. His vision was wonky as hell, but it was amazing what you could pull out of your ass if you had to. And as the man in front of him came into focus, he found himself staring up at the goateed motherfucker who had. On a fresh wave of fucking OW, his eyes rolled back and he nearly threw up. "You've got to release the memories," he heard Jane say. There was some conversating at that point, his former colleague's voice mixing with the deep tones of that man with the tattoos at his temple. "It's killing him. There's too much risk. How the hell is he going to operate like this?" There was a long silence. And then all of a sudden, the pain lifted as if it were a veil drawn back. All that pressure gone within the blink of an eye. In its place, memories flooded his mind. Jane's patient. From back at St. Francis. The man with the goatee and the six-chambered heart. Who had shown up in Manny's office and taken the files on that cardiac anomaly of his. Manny popped open his lids and lasered in on that nasty-looking face. "I know you. You get him out of the car," was the only response from Goatee. "I don't trust myself to touch him." Hell of a welcome wagon. And there was someone else behind the big bastard. A man Manny was 100% sure he'd seen before, must have been only in passing, though, because he couldn't call up a name or remember where they'd met. "Let's go," Jane said. "Yeah. Great idea." At this point, he needed something to focus on other than all this say what. As Manny's brain struggled to process what was happening, at least his feet and legs got with the program. After Jane helped him out of the car and onto the vertical, he followed her and the goateed hater into a facility that was as nondescript and clean as any hospital. Corridors were uncluttered, fluorescent lights were in panels on the ceiling, everything smelled like Lysol. And there were also the bubbled fixtures of security cameras at regular intervals, like the building was a monster with many eyes. While they walked along, he knew better than to ask any questions. Well, that and his head was so scrambled, he was pretty fucking sure ambulation was the extent of his capabilities at this point. And then there was Goatee and his death stare, not exactly an opening for chit-chat. Doors. They passed many doors, all of which were closed and no doubt locked. Happy little words like undisclosed location and national security hopscotched through his cranial park. And that helped a lot, making him think maybe he could forgive Jane for ghosting out on him eventually. When she stopped outside a pair of double flappers, her hands fidgeted with the lapels of her white coat and then the stethoscope in her pocket. And didn't that make him feel like he had a gun to his head? In countless trauma messes, she'd always kept her cool. It was her trademark. This was personal, though, he thought. Somehow, whatever was on the other side of these doors hit close to home for her. "I've got good equipment here," she said, "but not everything. No MRI. Just CAT scans and X-rays. The OR should be adequate, however, and not only can I assist, but I've got an excellent nurse." Manny took a breath and reached down deep, pulling himself together. By force of will, he shut off all the questions and the lingering ow-ow in his head and the strangeness of this descent into 007 land. First thing on his to-do list? Ditch the pissed-off peanut gallery. He glanced over his shoulder at Goatee. "You need to back off, my man. I want you out in the hall." The response he got in return was just fantastic. The bastard bared a pair of canines as long as his arm and growled, "Natch like a dog." "Fine," Jane said, getting in between them. "That's fine. This house will wait out here." This house? Had he heard that right? Then again, this boy's baby mama sure hit the nail on the head, considering that little dental show. But whatever. Manny had a job to do, and maybe the bastard could go chew on a rawhide or something. Pushing into the examination room, oh dear God. Oh Lord above. The patient on the table was lying still as water, and she was probably the most beautiful anything he'd ever seen. Hair was jet black and braided into a thick rope that hung free next to her head. Skin was a golden brown, as if she were of Italian descent and had recently been in the sun. Her eyes were like diamonds, both colorless and brilliant, with nothing but a dark rim around the iris. "Manny?" Jane's voice was right behind him, but he felt as if she were miles away. In fact, the whole world was somewhere else, nothing existing except for the stare of his patient as she looked up at him from out of her immobilized head. It finally happened, he thought as he burrowed under his shirt and took hold of his heavy cross. All his life he'd wondered why he'd never fallen in love, and now he knew. He'd been waiting for this moment, this woman, this time. The female is mine, he thought. And even though that made no sense at all, the conviction was so strong, he couldn't question it. "Are you the healer?" she said in a low voice that stopped his heart. "Are you here for me?" Her words were heavily accented, gorgeously so, and also a little surprised. "Yeah, I am." He wrenched off his suit's coat and threw it into a corner, not giving a shit where the thing landed. "I'm here for you." As he approached, her stunning icy eyes slicked with tears. "My legs, they feel as though they are moving, but I suspect they do not." "Do they hurt?" "Yes." Phantom pain. Not a surprise. Manny stopped by her side and glanced at her body, which was covered with a sheet. She was tall. Had to be at least 6 feet. And she was built with sleek power. This was a soldier, he thought, measuring the strength in her bare upper arms. This was a fighter. And God, the loss of mobility in someone like her took his breath away. Even if you were a couch potato, life in a wheelchair was a bitch and a half, but to somebody like this, it would be a death sentence. Manny reached out and gathered her hand into his own, and the instant he made contact, his whole body went wakey-wakey on him as if she were the socket to his inner plug. "I'm going to take care of you," he said as he looked her right in the eye. "I want you to trust me." She swallowed hard as one crystal tear slipped out to trail down her temple. On instinct, he reached forward and caught it on his fingertip. The growl that percolated up from the doorway was the countdown to an ass-kicking if he'd ever heard it. Except as he glanced over at Goatee, he felt like snarling right back at the son of a bitch, which yet again made no sense. Still holding his patient's hand, he barked at Jane. "Get that miserable bastard out of my operating room, and I want to see the goddamn scans and x-rays. Now." He was going to save this woman even if it killed him. And as Goatee's eyes flashed with pure hatred, Manny thought, well shit, it might just come down to that. 6. Quinn was out alone in Caldwell. For the first time in his frickin' life. Which, when he thought about it, was nearly a statistical impossibility. He'd spent so many nights fighting and drinking and having sex in and around the clubs downtown that surely 1 or 2 had to have been solo flights. But nope. As he walked into the Iron Mask, he was without his 2 wingmen for the very first time. Things were different now, however. Times had changed. People, too. John Matthew was now happily mated, so when he had a shift off, like this evening, he was staying home with his Shellin, Shex, and giving their bed one hell of a workout. And yeah, sure, Quinn was the guy's ostrich Snotrum and all, but Shex was a sympath assassin more than capable of watching out for her male and the Black Dagger. Brotherhood's compound was a fortress not even a SWAT team could break into. So he and John had come to an agreement and kept it quiet. And as for Blay, Quinn wasn't going to think about his best friend. Nope, not at all. Scanning the inside of the club, he put his fuck filter on and began weeding through the women and the men and the couples. There was one and only one reason he'd come here, and it was the same for the other goths in the place. This was not for a relationship. This was not even for companionship. This was all about the in and out, and when that was over, it would be a case of thank you, ma'am, sir, depending on his mood. I am ghost. Because he was going to need someone else. Or someone's else. No way this was going to be a one-shot deal tonight. He felt like peeling his own skin off, his body all but chattering from the need to release. Man, he'd always liked the fucking, but in the last couple of days, his libido had gone Godzilla on him. Was Blay even his best friend anymore? Quinn paused and briefly looked for a plate glass window to put his head through. For fuck's sake, he wasn't 5 years old. Grown males didn't have best friends. Didn't need them. Especially if said male was banging someone else. All day long. Every single day. Quinn marched over to the bar. Herradura. Double. And make it the Selección Suprema. The woman's eyes heated up behind her heavy liner and fake lashes. You starting a tab? Yeah. And going by the way she ran her hand down her tight stomach and over her hip, clearly he could have ordered a shot of her as well. When he held out his black Amex, she breasticulated wildly to accept the damn thing. Bending over so far, she might as well have been trying to pick a swizzle stick off the floor with her nipples. I'll be right back with your drink. What a surprise. Great. As she hipped her way off, she was so wasting her time, not at all what he was looking for tonight, not even close. Wrong sex, for one thing. And he wasn't going for anything dark-haired. Matter of fact, he couldn't believe what he wanted. Being colorblind had its limitations, but when you only wore black and worked at night, it wasn't a big deal most of the time. Besides, his mismatched eyes were so acute and sensitive to variants of gray that he actually perceived colors. It was all about the gradient. For example, he knew who the blondes in the club were, knew the difference between the brunettes and the black hairs. And yeah, he might misread it if one of the fidiots had gotten a whacked-out dye job, but even then, he could usually tell something was up because the skin tone never looked right. "Here you go," the bartender said. Quinn reached over, picked up the shot glass, downed the tequila, and put the empty back on the bar. "Let's try that a couple more times." Right away. She flashed her double DS again, no doubt hoping he'd do a grab. "You're my #1 customer. 'Cause clearly you can handle the juice." Right? Like the ability to gullet up 4 ounces of liquor on a oneer was a BFD. God, the idea someone with that value system was allowed to vote made him want to look for that sheet of glass again. Humans were pathetic. Although, as he turned back to look at the crowd, he thought maybe dialing down the attitude might be a good call. He was pretty fucking pathetic himself tonight, especially as he caught sight of 2 men off in a corner, the pair of them separated only by the leathers they were wearing. Naturally, one was blonde, just like his cousin was. So naturally, hypotheticals of Blay with Saxton played through his inner polo field, marking up his proverbial grass with hoofprints and horseshit. Except they weren't hypotheticals, were they? At the end of every night, as the table at the Brotherhood's mansion broke up after last meal and people went off to do their thing, Blay and Saxton always discreetly headed for the grand staircase and disappeared down the upstairs hall to their bedrooms. They never held hands, never kissed in front of anyone, and there were no covert hot glances either. But then again, Blay was a gentleman, and Saxton the classy slut put on a good show. His cousin was a straight-up whore. "No, he is not," a small voice pointed out. "You just hate him because he's balling your boy." "He is not my boy." "What did you say?" Quinn shot a glare at the kibitzer then pulled back on the hard ass. Bingo, he thought. Standing next to him was a human male, about 6 feetish tall with great hair, a good face and very nice lips. Clothes were not totally gothed out, but he had some chains on his hip and a couple of hoops in one of his ears. But it was the hair color that really did it. "I was talking to myself," Quinn murmured. "Ah, I do that a lot." The smile was brief and then the guy went back to nursing his. "What are you drinking?" Quinn asked. A half-empty glass was held up. "Vodka and tonic. I can't stand the fruity shit." "Neither can I. I'm tequila. Straight up." "Patron?" "Never. I'm HD." "Ah." The guy pivoted around and stared ahead at the crowd. "You like the real stuff?" "Yup." Quinn wanted to ask whether Mr. V&T was checking out the guys or the chicks, but he kept that one on ice. Man, that hair was amazing. Thick, curled at the ends. "You looking for someone in particular?" Quinn said in a low voice. "Maybe. You?" "Definitely." The guy laughed. "Lot of hot women here. You can have your pick." "Mother. Fucker. Just as luck, a hetero. Then again, maybe they could share something and take things from there." The man leaned in and offered his palm. "I'm." As the two looked at each other full on, the guy let the sentence trail off, but that didn't matter. Quinn didn't give a shit what the name was. "Are your eyes different colors?" the man asked softly. "Yup. That's really cool." "Well, yeah. Unless you were a vampire born into the Glimera. Then it was a physical defect that meant you were genetically broken and therefore an embarrassment to your bloodline and utterly unmateable." "Thanks," Quinn said. "What color are yours?" "You can't tell." Quinn tapped the tattooed tear underneath his eye. "Colorblind." "Ah. Mine are blue." "And you're a redhead, aren't you?" "How do you know that?" "Your skin tone. Plus you're pale and have freckles." "That's amazing." The guy glanced around. "It's dark in here, I wouldn't think you could tell." "Guess I can." To himself, he added, "And how about I show you some of my other tricks?" Quinn's new buddy smiled a little and went back to checking out the crowd. After a minute, he said, "Why were you looking at me like that?" "Because I want to fuck you. You remind me of someone." "Who?" "Someone I lost." "Oh shit, sorry." "It's okay. It was my fault." Little pause. "So you're gay, huh?" "No." The guy laughed. "Sorry. I just figured guess it was a good friend then." No comment. "I'm about to get a refill. Why don't I hook you up too?" "Thanks, man." Quinn turned around and signaled the bartender. As he waited for her to hopscotch over, he planned out his approach. Little more liquor. Then add some females to the mix. Step 3 was to go back into one of the bathrooms and fuck the girls. Then more eye contact. preferably when one or both of them were inside a woman. Because as much as this redhead with the great hair appeared to be into chicks, the SB had felt the connection when the two of them had looked at each other, and hetero was a relative term. Kind of like virgin. Which made two of them, didn't it? After all, Quinn never ever nailed redheads. But tonight was going to be an exception. 7. As Payne lay on her metal slab beneath the odd chandelier of illumination, she couldn't believe her healer was a human. Do you understand what I'm saying? His voice was quite deep and his accent was strange to her, but not one she hadn't heard before. Her twin's mate had the same intonation and inflection. I'm going to go in and... While he spoke to her, he leaned down into her field of vision, and she liked when he did that. His eyes were a brown color, but not that of oak bark or old leather or the coat of a stag. They were a lovely reddish shade, like mahogany that had been polished, and just as luminous, she would venture to say. There had been such a flurry of activity since his arrival, and one thing had become clear. He was well versed in the giving of orders and very confident in his job. Actually, there was something else, too. He didn't care that her brother had taken an instant hatred to him. If Vicious's bonding scent got any stronger, it would be visible upon the air. Do you understand? Her ears are just fucking fine. Payne glanced over as far as she could toward the doorway. Vishouse had returned and was baring his fangs like he was of half a mind to attack. Fortunately, by his side, a male stood tight upon him, rather like a leash with stout legs. If her twin were to lunge for it, that male with the dark hair was obviously poised to encompass Vishouse bodily and drag him from the room. This was good. Payne refocused on her healer. I understand. The human's eyes narrowed. Then tell me what I said. Whatever for? This is your body. I want to make sure you know what I'm going to do to it, and I'm concerned about a language barrier. She knows what the fuck you're saying. Her healer glared over his shoulder. Are you still here? The dark-haired male beside her twin locked an arm around Vicious's chest and muttered something on a hiss. Then he addressed her healer, speaking with a slightly different accent. You need to chill, my man, or I'm going to let him turn you into beef jerky for taking that tone. Capice? She had to approve of the way her healer met the aggression head-on. You want me to operate, it's on my terms and in my way. So he's out in the hall or you're getting yourself another scalpel. What's it gonna be? There was a lot of consternated arguing at that point, with Jane rushing over from where she had been at a window that played pictures upon its pane. She spoke softly at first until finally her voice was as loud as the rest of theirs were. Payne cleared her throat. Vishouse. 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 Getting nowhere, she put her two lips together and whistled loud enough to shatter glass. As a flame would be snuffed out, so too were the lot of them, although the angry energy lingered about in the air like smoke from atop a wick. He shall treat me now, she said weakly, the tension in the room a form of fever that took o'er her body, making her even more lethargic. He shall treat me. It is my wish. Her eyes went to her healer. You shall endeavor to re-break my fused spinal vertebrae, as you call them, and it is your hope that my spinal cord is not severed but merely injured. You state further that you cannot predict the outcome, but that when you are in there, you may be able to assess the damage more clearly. Yes. Her healer looked at her in a powerful way, deeply, gravely, with an edge that she was confused about and yet not threatened by. Fates, hardly the tin fact. Something in his eyes made her uncurl on the inside. Have I recalled it all correctly? She prompted him. Her healer cleared his throat. Yes, you have. Then operate as you call it. Over by the doorway, she heard the dark-haired man say something to her twin, and then Vishouse lifted his arm and pointed his gloved finger at the human. You will not live through this if she does not. Cursing, Payne closed her eyes and wished anew that what she had sought for so long had not been gained. Better to have gone unto the fade than cause the death of some innocent human. Deal. Payne's lids popped open. Her healer stood unbowed before her twin's size and strength, accepting the burden laid upon his head. But you leave, the human said. You need to get the fuck out of here and stay out. I'm not going to be distracted by your shit. Her twin's massive body twitched in the shoulders and the chest, but then he inclined his head once. Deal. And then she was alone with her healer, except for Jane and the other nurse. One last test. Her healer leaned to the side and got a thin stick off one of the counters. I'm going to run this pen up your foot. I want you to tell me if you feel anything. When she nodded, he moved out of her range of sight and she closed her eyes to concentrate, straining for some kind of sensation to register. Anything. Surely if there was a response, however dim, that was a good sign. I feel something, she said with a surge of energy. On my left side. There was a pause. How about now? She begged her legs for a similar reception and had to breathe deeply before she could answer. No. Nothing. The sound of the soft sheets being repositioned was the only confirmation she got that she was covered once again. But at least she had felt something. Except instead of addressing her, her healer and her twins mate conversed quietly, just out of earshot. Verily, Pain said, mayhap you will include me in the discussion. The pair of them came over and it was curious that neither looked pleased. It is good that I felt aught, no? Her healer came closer to her head, and she felt the warm strength of his palm take her own. As he stared at her, she was yet anew captivated. His lashes were very long, and across his strong jaw and his cheeks, a shadow of beard was showing. His thick, dark hair was shiny, and she really liked the way he smelled. But he hadn't replied to her, had he? Is it not, healer? I wasn't touching you on your left foot at that time. Pain blinked through an unexpected upset. And yet, after all this time being immobile, she should be prepared for information like that, shouldn't she? So are you going to begin the now? She asked. Not yet. Her healer glanced over at Jane and then looked back. We're going to have to move you for the operation. This hallway ain't far enough away, buddy. As Butch's reasonable voice registered, V wanted to bite the guy's head off. And the urge got even stronger as the bastard continued. How about heading over to the pit? Logical advice, true. And yet, you're starting to piss me off, cop. Like that's a newsflash? And P.S. I don't care. The door to the exam room opened and his Jane slipped out. As she looked at him, her forest green eyes were not happy. Now what? He barked, unsure whether he could handle any more bad news. He wants to move her. After a moment of blinking like a cow, V shook his head, convinced he'd gotten his languages confused. Excuse me. To St. Francis. No. Fucking. Way. This house. That's a human hospital. V. Have you lost your mind? At that moment, the godforsaken human surgeon came out, and to his credit, or his insanity, he got right up into V's grill. I can't work on her here. You want me to try it and paralyze her for good myself? Use your goddamned head. I need an MRI, microscopes, equipment, and staff you don't have here. We're out of time, and she can't be transported far. Besides, if you're the U.S. government, you can bury her records and make sure this doesn't get picked up by the press, so the exposure will be minimal with my help. U.S. government? What the whatever with that. She's not going to a human hospital. Period. The guy frowned over the human thing, but then seemed to shake it off. Then I'm not operating. He launched himself at the man. It was a total blink of the eye kind of thing. 1 minute he was planted in his shit-kickers, the next he was all fly-be-free least until he slammed into the good doctor and Velvet Elvis the bastard onto the corridor's concrete wall. Get in there and start cutting, V growled. The human could barely draw a breath, but hypoxia didn't stop him from manning up. He met V right in the eyeball. Unable to speak, he mouthed, won't do. Let him go, V, and let him take her where he needs to go. As Wrath's voice cut through the drama, the urge to go pyrotechnic became nearly irresistible. Like they needed another kibitzer? And fuck that on the command. V squeezed the surgeon's collar trash bag tight. You are not taking her anywhere. The hand on V's shoulder was heavy and Wrath's voice had an edge like a dagger. And you're not in charge here. She's my responsibility, not yours. Wrong thing to say. On so many levels. She is my blood, he snarled. And I'm the one who put her on that bed. Oh, and I'm also your cocksucking king, so you will do as I command, this house. Just as he was about to say and do something he would later regret, Jane's sanity reached him. V, at this moment you are the problem. Not your twin's condition or Manny's decision. You need to step back, get some clarity, and think, not react. I will be with her the whole time, and Butch will come with me, won't you? Abso, the cop replied. And I'll get Rage too. She won't be left alone for an instant. Dead silence, during which V's rational side fought for his steering wheel and that human refused to back down. In spite of the fact that he was one stab through the heart away from a coffin, that son of a bitch just kept glaring right back. Christ, you could almost respect him for it. Jane's hand on V's biceps was nothing like Wrath's. Her touch was light, soothing, careful. I spent years in that hospital. I'm familiar with all the rooms, all the people, all the equipment. There is not one square inch of that facility that I don't know like the back of my hand. Manny and I will work together and make sure that she gets in and gets out fast and that she's protected. He's got ultimate power there as chief of surgery, and I will be with her every step of the way. Jane continued talking, but he heard nothing more, a sudden vision coming down through him like a signal received from some external transmitter. With crystal clarity, he saw his sister astride a horse, going at a gallop on the edge of a forest. There was no saddle, no bridle, and her hair was unfurled and streaming behind her in the moonlight. She was laughing, with complete and utter joy. She was free. Throughout his life, he had always seen pictures of the future, so he knew this was not one of them. His visions were exclusively of death, those of his brothers and Wrath and their Shellens and children. Knowing how those around him would pass was part of his reserve and all of his madness. He was privy only to the means, never the time, and therefore he couldn't save them. So what he saw now was not the future. This was what he wanted for the twin he had found far too late and was in danger of losing far too early. V, at this moment, you are the problem. Not trusting himself to speak to any of them, he dropped the dock like a dime and pulled back. As the human caught his breath, V didn't look at anyone but Jane. I can't lose her, he said in a weak voice, even though there were witnesses. I know. I'll be with her every step of the way. Trust me. V closed his eyes briefly. One of the things that he and his Shellen had in common was that they were both very, very good at what they did. Devoted to their jobs, they existed in parallel universes of their own creation and focus, the fighting for him, the healing for her. So this was the equivalent of him swearing he would kill someone for her. Okay, he croaked. All right, gimme a minute with her, though. Pushing through the double doors, he approached his twin's bed and was very aware this could be the last time he spoke with her. Vampires, like humans, could die during operations. Did die. She looked even worse than before, lying all too motionless, her eyes not just closed but squeezed shut as if she were in pain. Shit on a shingle, his Shellen was right. He was the slow up here, not that FN surgeon. Pain. Her lids lifted slowly like they weighed as much as I-beams. Brother mine, you're going to a human hospital, okay? As she nodded, he hated that her skin was the color of the white bedsheet. He's going to operate on you there. When she nodded again, her lips parted and her breath hitched like she was having trouble breathing. 'Tis for the best. God, now what? Did he tell her he loved her? He guessed he did in his own fucked up way. Listen, you take care, he mumbled. Lame ass. Fucking lame ass little bitch. But it was all he could manage. You too, she groaned. Of its own volition. His good hand reached out and slowly slid against hers. As he tightened his grip slightly, she didn't move or respond. And he had a sudden panic that he'd missed his opportunity, that she was already gone. Pain. Her lids fluttered. Yes. The door opened and Jane put her head in. We have to get going. Yeah. Okay. V gave his sister's palm a final squeeze, then he left the room in a hurry. When he got out into the hall, Rage had arrived and so had Fury and Z. Which was good. Fury was especially proficient at hypnotizing humans and he'd done it at St. Francis before. V went up to Wrath. You're going to feed her, true. When she comes out of the operation, she's going to need to feed, and your blood's the strongest we've got. As he put the demand on the table, it would have been great if he'd given a shit that Beth, the queen, might have a problem with sharing her mate like that. But, selfish bastard that he didn't care. Except Wrath just nodded. My Shellen was the one who suggested it first. V's eyes squeezed shut. Damn, that was a female of worth right there. Straight up. Before he took off, he grabbed a last glance at his Shellen. Jane was as steady as a house on solid ground. Her face and her eyes strong and sure. I have no words, he said hoarsely. And I know exactly what you're telling me. V stood 3 feet from her, stuck to the floor, wishing he were a different kind of male. Wishing so much about everything was different. Go, she whispered. I've got this. V took a last look over at Butch, and when the cop nodded once, the decision was final. This house nodded at his boy, and then he strode off out of the training center into the underground tunnel and up to the pit, where he promptly realized that the physical distance didn't do shit for him. He still felt he was in the midst of all the drama and didn't really trust himself not to end up back down there to help. Out. He needed out and away from them all. Breaking through the heavy front door, He marched into the courtyard and ended up parked and going nowhere, just like the cars that were lined up side by side opposite the fountain. As he stood like a planker, a strange, flicking noise got his attention. At first he couldn't place it, but then he looked down. His gloved hand was shaking and hitting his upper thigh. From beneath the lead-lined leather, the glow was bright enough to leave him squinting. God damn it. He was so close to the edge of losing it, he might as well have already been in midair. With a curse, he dematerialized and headed for the place he always went when he got like this. He didn't want the destination or the drive that sent him into the night, but like pain, his destiny was out of his hands. 8. Old country. Present. The dream was an old one, centuries old, and yet its images were fresh and clear as the night all had changed so many eons ago. Deep within his sleep, Ecker saw before him the apparition of a female of rage, the mist swirling about her white robes and frothing them up into the chilly air. Upon her appearance, he knew immediately why she had come out of the thick forest, but her target was as yet unaware of her presence or her purpose. His father was too busy riding his steed down upon a human woman. Except then the bloodletting saw the ghost. Thereafter, the sequence of events was as set as the lines in Ecker's brow. He yelled in alarm and spurred on his stallion whilst his sire dropped the human female he had caught and went gunning for the spirit. Ecker never made it in time. Always he watched in horror as the female sprang up from the earth and took his father down. And then the fire the female wrought upon the bloodletter's body was brilliant and white and instantaneous, and it consumed Ecker's sire within moments, the stench of burning flesh. Ecker bolted upright, his dagger hand gripping his chest, his lungs pumping and yet drawing no air. Planting his palms onto his pallet of blankets, he propped himself up and was damned glad for being alone in his own quarters. No one needed to see him like this. As he sought to come back unto reality, his breathing echoed and rebounded, the sounds bouncing off the barren walls and multiplying until they seemed like screams. In a rush, he willed the candle beside him on the floor to light. That was of aid. And then he got up to stretch his body, the process of pulling out his bones and muscles and resettling them into proper alignment helping his brain as well. He needed food, and blood, and a fight. Then he would be fully himself. After dressing in well-worked leather and putting a dagger into his belt, he went out of his room and into the drafty hallway. In the distance, deep voices and the clanking of pewter plates told him that first meal had been served down below in the great hall. The castle he and his band of bastards lived in was the one he had come upon that night his father had been killed. The one that overlooked the sleepy medieval hamlet that had matured into a pre-industrial village and then grown in modern times into a small city of about 50,000 humans. Which, given the prevalence of Homo sapiens, was not but a fern in a forest of oaks. The stronghold suited him perfectly and for the reasons that had first attracted him to the place. The stout walls of stone and the moat with the bridge were still very much in place, and they functioned well to keep people out. Added upon them were plenty of bloody fictions and full truths that cast a whispered pall over his lands and his home and his males. Indeed, for the last 100 years he and his soldiers had done their duty to propagate the bullshit vampire myths by haunting the roads in the area from time to time. Which was easy to do when you were a killer and you could dematerialize at your will. Boo! Had never been so fucking effective. And yet there were issues. Having single-handedly decimated the lesser population in the old world, they had had to find ways to keep their killing skills sharp. Fortunately, humans had stepped into the void, although, of course, he and his brothers had to remain in secret with their true identities protected. Enter the human urge for retaliation. There was but a single laudable characteristic of humans, and that was their wrath when it came to those among them who committed atrocities. By the vampires hunting down only rapists and pedophiles and murderers, their crimes were tolerated far better. Fate knew that if you went for the moral types, humans were like bees streaming out of a hive to protect their turf, but the violators? Eye for an eye, their Bible said. And with that, his band of bastards had their target practice. It had been thus for 2 decades, always with the hope that their true enemy, the lessening society, would send more appropriate foes for them. None had come, however, and the conclusion forming within him was that there were no more lessers left in Europe and none due to arrive. After all, he and his males had traveled hundreds of miles in all directions each night on their hunts for human villains, so they would have run across slayers somewhere, somehow. Alas, there were none. The absence was logical, however. The war had changed continents long ago. Back when the Black Dagger Brotherhood had left for the New World, the lessening society had followed them like dogs, leaving the dregs behind for Ecker and his bastards to clean up. For a long while it had been enough of a challenge, the Slayers continuing to make themselves available and the battles proceeding apace and the fighting good. But that time had passed and humans were no true match. At least Lessers could be an amusing challenge. A feeling of dense dissatisfaction crowded him as he descended the rough-hewn stairwell, his boots crushing an ancient, threadbare runner that should have been replaced generations ago. Down below, the huge space that unfolded was a cave of stone, with naught but a tremendous oak table set afore a hearth that was big as a mountain. The humans who had built this fortress had lined its coarse walls with tapestries, but the scenes of warriors astride steeds of worth had aged no better than any of the rugs had. The shredded, faded fibers hung dejected from their pinnings, the bottom hems growing ere longer until surely they would be floor coverings soon as well. In front of the blazing fire, his band of bastards sat upon carved chairs, eating stag and grouse and pigeon that had been hunted upon the grounds of the estate and cleaned in the field and cooked in the hearth. They drank ale they steeped and fermented themselves in the root cellars beneath the earth, and they ate upon those pewter plates with hunting knives and stabbing forks. There was little electricity in the Manzino need for it in Ecker's mind at all, but Thro had different thoughts. The male had insisted that there be a room for his computers and that required pesky wiring of descriptions that were neither very interesting nor terribly relatable. But there was a point to the modernization. Although Ecker didn't know how to read, Thro did, and humans were not only endless propagators of gore and depravity, they were fascinated by it as well, which was how prey was located throughout Europe. The seat at the head of the table was open for him, and the second he sat down the others stopped eating, lowering their hands. Thro was at his right, in the position of honor, and the vampire's pale eyes were alight. How fare thee? That dream, that godforsaken dream. In truth, he was scattered in his skin. Not that the others would e'er know. Well enough. Ecker reached forward with his fork and speared a thigh. By your expression, I would venture to say that you are with purpose. Aye. Thro proffered a thick print out of what seemed to be a compilation of newspaper articles. On the top, there was a prominent black and white photograph, and he pointed to it. I want him. The human male depicted was a dark-haired tough fist with a broken nose and the low, heavy brow of an ape. The script under the photo and the columns of print were nothing but a pattern to Ecker's eyes. However, he understood clearly the malevolence in that visage. Why this particular man, Traheiner? Even though he knew. He killed women in London. How many? 11. Not a square dozen, then. Thro's frown smacked of disapproval. Which was a delight, really. He cut them up while they were alive and waited until they were dead to take them. Fuck them, you mean? Ecker ripped the flesh from the bone with his fangs, and when there was no reply, he cocked a brow. Do you mean that he fucked them, Thro? Yes. Ah. Ecker smiled with an edge. Dirty little fool. There were 11. Women. Yes, you mentioned. So he's a rather horny little perverted fool. Thro took the papers back and flipped through them, staring down at the faces of the worthless human women. No doubt he was praying to the scribe virgin at this very moment, hoping to be granted the opportunity to perform a public service for a race that was nothing but an induction ceremony away from being their enemy. Pathetic. And there would be no solo traveling for him, which was why he looked so put upon. Alas, the oath these 5 males had taken the night of the bloodletter's incineration tied them to Ecker with iron cables. They went nowhere without his consent and approval. Although when it came to Thro, that male had been bound to him far earlier than that, hadn't he? In the silence, tendrils of Ecker's dream resurged in his mindas did the burn of knowing that he had never found that wraith of a female. Which was not right. Although he was more than willing to be the backbone of myths within human minds, he did not believe in ghosts or hauntings or spells and curses. His father had been taken by something of flesh and blood, and the hunter in him wanted to find it and kill it. What say you? Thro demanded. So like him, such a hero. Nothing. Or I would have spoken, yes. Thro's fingers started to tap against the old stained wood of the table, and Ecker was pleased to let him sit and play drummer boy. The others simply ate, content to wait for this battle to be resolved one way or the other. Unlike Thro, the rest did not care which targets were chosen provided they were fed, watered, and well-sexed. They were content to fight whenever and wherever were chosen for them. Ecker stabbed another strip of meat and eased back into his massive oak chair, his eyes drawn to the decrepit tapestries. Within the faded folds, those images of humans going off to war on stallions that he approved of and weapons he could appreciate irked the shit out of him. The sense that he was in the wrong place tingled along his shoulders, making him as twitchy as his number 2. 20 years of no lessers and eradicating mere humans to keep up their skills was no kind of existence for his crew or himself. And yet there were some vampires who had stayed in the old country, and he had lingered on this continent in hopes of finding among them what he saw only in his dreams. That female, who had taken his father. Where had all this tarrying gotten him, however? The decision he had long toyed with crystallized in his mind once again, forming shape and structure, angles and arches. And whereas previously the impetus had always faded, now the nightmare gave it the kind of stay power that turned mere idea into action. "We shall go on to London," he pronounced. Throw's fingers immediately stilled. "Thank you, my liege." Ecker inclined his head and smiled to himself, thinking Throw might get a chance to off that human man. Or perhaps not. Travel plans were indeed afoot, however. 9. St. Francis Hospital, Caldwell, New York. Medical center complexes were like jigsaw puzzles, except for the fact that their pieces didn't fit together nearly as well. But that was not a bad thing on a night like tonight, Manny thought as he scrubbed in. On some level, he was amazed it had all gone so easily. The thugs who had driven him and his patient here had parked in one of the 1,000 dark corners of St. Francis's outer edge, and then Manny had called the head of security himself, stating that he had a VIP patient coming in the back who required total discretion. Next ring-a-ding-ding had been to his nursing staff, and the line was the same: special patient coming in. Ready the 3rd floor or on the far end, and have the MRI techs ready for a quickie. Final dial had been to transport, and what do you know, they had shown up lickety-split with a gurney. Within 15 minutes of finishing the MRI, the patient was here in or 7, getting prepped. "So who is she?" The question came from the nurse in charge, and he'd been waiting for it. "An Olympic equestrian. From Europe." "Well, that explains it." She was mumbling something and none of us could understand the language. The woman flipped through some paperwork which he was going to make sure he snagged after all this was through. Why all the secrets? She's royalty. And wasn't that the truth? As he'd ridden along with her, he'd spent the entire trip staring at her regal features. Sap. Stupid-ass Sap. His head nurse glanced out into the corridor, her eyes wary. "Explains the security detail, me God. You'd think we were bank robbers." Manny leaned back for a peek as he scrubbed under his nails with a stiff brush. The 3 who had come in with him stood in the hall about 10 feet away, their huge bodies dressed in black with a lot of bulges. Guns, no doubt. Maybe knives. Possibly a flamethrower or 2, who the fuck knew. Kinda cured a guy the whole government is just full of paper-pushing pencil necks idea. "Where are her consent forms?" the nurse asked. "There's nothing in the system." "I've got all those," he lied. "You have the MRI for me?" "Up on the screen, but the text says that it's with errors." He really wants to redo. "Let me look at it first." "Are you sure you want to be listed as the responsible party for all this? Doesn't she have money?" "She has to be anonymous and they'll reimburse me." At least, he was assuming they would not, that he really cared. Manny rinsed the brown blush of betadine off his hands and forearms and shook them off. Keeping his arms up, he hit the swinging door with his back and entered the OR. 2 nurses and an anesthesiologist were in the room, the former double-checking the rolling trays of instruments set on blue surgical drapes, the latter calibrating the gases and equipment that would be used for keeping his patient asleep. The air was cool to discourage bleeding and smelled like astringent, and the computer equipment hummed quietly along with the ceiling lights and the operating chandelier. Manny beelined for the monitors, and the instant he saw the MRI, his heart jumping jacked on him. Going slowly, he reviewed the digital images carefully until he couldn't stand it anymore. Looking to the windows and the flap doors, he remeasured the 3 men standing right outside the room, their hard faces and cold eyes locked on him. They were not human. His stare slipped to his patient, and neither was she. Manny went back to the MRI and leaned in closer to the screen, like that was somehow going to magically fix all the anomalies he was seeing. Man, and he'd thought the goateed hater's 6-chambered heart was odd? As the double doors opened and shut, Manny closed his lids and took a deep one. Then he turned around and confronted the second doctor who had come into the room. Jane was scrubbed in so that all you could see was her forest green eyes from behind a plexi-surgical mask, and he'd covered her presence by telling the staff she was a private doctor for the patient, which was not a lie. The little ditty that she knew everyone here as well as he did he kept to himself. And so did she. As her eyes shifted to his and locked on without apology, he wanted to scream, but he had a goddamn job to do. Refocusing, he pushed the things that weren't immediately helpful out of his mind and reviewed the damage to the vertebrae to plan his approach. He could see the area that had fused following a fracture. Her spine was a lovely pattern of perfectly placed knots of bone interspersed between dark cushioning discs except for the T6 and T7, which explained the paralysis. He couldn't see whether the spinal cord was compressed or cut through completely, and he wouldn't know the true extent of the damage until he got in there. But it didn't look good. Spinal compressions were deadly to that delicate tunnel of nerves, and irreparable damage could be done in a matter of minutes or hours. Why the hurry to find him? He wondered. He looked over at Jane. How many weeks since she was injured? It was 4 hours ago, she said so quietly no one else could have heard. Manny recoiled. What? 4 hours? So there was a previous injury? No. I need to talk to you. Privately. As he drew her over to the corner of the room, he said to the anesthesiologist, Hold up, Max. No problem, Dr. Manello. Angling Jane into a tight huddle, Manny hissed. What the fuck is going on here? The MRI is self-explanatory. That is not human. Is it? She just stared at him, her eyes fixed on his and unwavering. What the hell did you get pulled into, Jane? He demanded under his breath. What the hell are you doing to me? Listen to me carefully, Manny, and believe every word I say. You are going to save her life and, by extension, save mine. That's my husband's sister, and if her voice hitched. If he loses her before he gets a chance to even know her, it's going to kill him. Please stop asking questions I can't answer and do what you do best. I know this isn't fair and I would do anything to change that except lose her. Abruptly, he thought of the screaming headaches that he'd gotten over the past year every time he'd thought about the days leading up to her car accident. That damn stinging pain had come back the instant he'd seen her, only to lift and reveal the layers of recollection he had sensed but been unable to call forward. You're going to make it so that I don't remember anything, he said. And neither will any of them, aren't you? He shook his head, well aware that this was far, far bigger than just some U.S. government special agent spy shit. Another species, coexisting with humans? But she wasn't going to come clean with him on that, was she? Goddamn you, Jane. Seriously. As he went to turn away, she caught his arm. I owe you. You do this for me, I owe you. Fine. Then don't ever come for me again. He left her in the corner and went over to his patient who had been oriented on her stomach. Bending down beside her, he said it's for some reason he wanted to use his first name with her, but given the other staff, he kept it professional. It's Dr. Manello. We're going to start now, okay? You're not going to feel a thing, I promise you. After a moment, she said weakly, Thank you, healer. He closed his eyes at the sound of her voice. God, the effect on him of just 3 words from her mouth was epic. But what exactly was he attracted to? What was she? An image of her brother's fangs filtered through his mind, and he had to lock it out. There would be time to Vincent Price it after this. With a soft curse, he stroked her shoulder and nodded at the anesthesiologist. Showtime. Her back had been betadined by the nurses, and he palpated her spine with his fingers, feeling his way along as the drugs went to work and put her out. No allergies, he said to Jane, even though he'd already asked. None. Any special issues we need to be aware of when she's under? No. All right then. He reached over and swung the microscope closer into position, but not directly over her. He had to cut into her first. Do you want music? The nurse asked. No. No distractions on this case. He was operating like his life depended on it, and not just because this woman's brother had threatened him. Even though it made no sense, losing her, whatever she was, would be a tragedy the likes of which he couldn't put into words. 10. The first thing Payne saw when she came awake was a pair of male hands. She was evidently sitting upright and in some kind of sling mechanism that supported her head and neck. And the hands in question were on the edge of the bed beside her. Beautiful and capable, with their nails trimmed down tight to the quick, they were on papers, quietly flipping through many pages. The human male they belonged to was frowning as he read and used a scribing utensil to make occasional notations. His beard growth was heavier than when she'd seen it last, and that was how she guessed that hours had passed. Her healer looked as exhausted as she felt. As her consciousness surged forth air further, she became aware of a subtle beeping next to her head and of a dull pain in her back. She had a feeling that they had given her potions to numb sensation, but she didn't want that. Better to be alert as it was. She felt encased in cotton wool batting, and that was strangely terrifying. Unable to speak as yet, she looked around. She and the human male were alone, and this was not the room she had been held within previously. Outside, various voices in that odd human accent vied for prominence against a constant stream of footsteps. Where was Jane? The Brotherhood. Help me. Her healer snapped to attention and then tossed his pages onto a rolling table. Surging to his feet, he leaned down to her, his sent a glorious tingle in her nose. Hey, he said. I feel nothing. He took her hand, and when she could sense neither warmth nor touch, she became downright overwrought. But he was there for her. No, you're okay. It's just the pain medications. You're okay and I'm here. Shoo. His voice soothed her as surely as a stroking palm would have. Tell me, she demanded, her voice reedy. What transpired? Things went satisfactorily in the ore, he said slowly. I reset the vertebrae and the spinal cord wasn't completely compromised. Pain hitched her shoulders up and tried to resettle her heavy, aching head, but the contraption about her kept her right where she was. Your tone speaks more than your words. She got no immediate reply to that. He just kept soothing her with his hands that she could not feel. His eyes conversed with her own, however, and the news was not good. Tell me, she bit out. I deserve not else. It was not a failure, but I don't know where you'll end up. Time is going to tell us more than anything else. She closed her eyes for a moment, but the darkness terrified her. Throwing her lids open, she clung to the sight of her healer and hated the self-blame in his handsome, grim face. "'Tis not your fault," she said roughly. "It is what is meant to be." Of that, at least, she was sure. He had tried to save her and done his level best. The frustration at himself was so very clear. "What is your name?" he said. "I don't know your name." "Pain. I am Pain." When he frowned again, she was fairly sure that the nomenclature did not please him, and she found herself wishing she had been birthed to other syllables. But there was another reason for his displeasure, wasn't there? He had seen her from the inside and had to know she was different from him. He had to know she was an other. "What you suppose to be true," she murmured, "is not wrong." Her healer drew in a vast breath and seemed to hold it for a day. "What goeth on in your mind? Speak to me." He smiled a bit. And how lovely that was. So lovely. 'Twas a shame it was not from humor, however. Right now he drew a hand through his thick, dark hair. "I'm wondering whether I should just let it all go and play dumb like I don't know what's going. Or get real." "Real," she said. "I do not have the luxury of even a moment of falsity." "Fair enough." His eyes locked on her. "I think that you—" The door to the room opened a bit and a fully draped figure peered inside. Going by the delicate, pleasing scent, it was Jane, hidden beneath blue robing and a mask. "It's almost time," she said. Pain's healer's face became positively volcanic. "I do not agree with this." Jane came inside and shut them all in. "Pain, you're awake." "Indeed." She tried to smile and hoped that her lips moved. "I am." Her healer put his body betwixt them as if he sought to protect her. "You can't move her. It's about a week too soon for that." Pain glanced over at the curtains that hung from the ceiling to the floor. She was nearly certain there were glass windows on the other side of the pale bolts of fabric, and very sure that if that were the case, every one of the sun's rays would pierce through when dawn came. Now her heart pounded and she did feel it behind her ribs. "I must go." "How long?" Jane checked a timepiece on her wrist. "About an hour. And Wrath is on his way here. Which will help." Perhaps that was why she felt so weak. She needed to feed. As her healer seemed on the verge of speech, she cut him off to address her twins Shellen. "I shall handle this here. Please leave us." Jane nodded and backed out the door, but no doubt stayed close by. Pain's human rubbed his eyes as if he were hoping that doing so would change his perception or perhaps this reality they were stuck in. "What name would you want me to have?" she asked quietly. He dropped his hands and considered her for a moment. "Screw the name thing. Can you just be honest with me?" Verily, she doubted that was a promise she could give him. Although the technique of burying memories was easy enough, she was not overly familiar with the repercussions of doing it, and her concern was that the more he knew, the more there was to hide and the more damage that could be rendered upon him. "What do you wish to know?" "What are you?" Her eyes returned to the closed curtains. As sheltered as she had been, she was aware of the myths that the human race had constructed around her species. Undead, killers of the innocent, soulless and without morals. Hardly something to crow about, or waste their last few precious moments on. I cannot be exposed to sunlight. Her gaze shifted back to him. I heal far, far faster than you. And I need to feed before I am moved. After I do, I shall be stable enough to travel. As he looked down at his hands, she wondered if he was wishing that he hadn't operated on her. And the silence that stretched out between them became as treacherous as a battlefield and just as dangerous to cross. Yet she heard herself say, there is a name for what I am. Yeah, and I don't want to say it out loud. A curious ache began in her chest, and with supreme effort she dragged her forearm upward until her palm rested over the pain. That her whole body was numb, but this she could feel. Abruptly, the sight of him became wavy. Immediately his expression gentled and he reached forward to brush her cheek. Why are you crying? Am I? He nodded and lifted his forefinger so she could see it. On the pad, a single crystal drop glistened. Do you hurt? Yes. Blinking quickly, she sought and failed to have him come into focus. These tears are rather irritating. The sound of his laughter and the sight of his white, even teeth lifted her even as she stayed upon the bed. Not one for crying, are you then? He murmured. Never. He leaned to the side and brought forth a square tissue that he used to blot what ran down her face. Why the tears? Took her a while to say it. And then she had to. Vampire. He eased back down into the chair beside her and took elaborate care folding up the square and then tossing it into a squat bin. I guess that's why Jane disappeared a year ago, huh? He said. You do not appear shocked. I knew there was something big doing. He shrugged. I've seen your MRI. I've been inside of you. For some reason, that phraseology heated her up. Yes, you have. You're just similar enough, though. Your spine was not so different that I didn't know what I was doing. We were lucky. For truth, she did not share that opinion. After years of caring not for males, she felt a mystical pull toward this one. And it was the sort of thing she would have liked to explore had they not been where they were. But as she had learned long ago, fate was rarely concerned with what she wanted. So, he pronounced, you're going to handle me, right? You're going to make this whole thing go away. He waved his arm in a vague manner. I won't recall this at all. Just like when your brother came through here a year ago. You shall perhaps have dreams. Nothing more. Is that how your kind have stayed hidden? Yes. He nodded and glanced around. You going to do it now? She wanted more time with him, but there was no reason for him to see her feed from wrath. Soon enough. He glanced back at the door and then looked her straight in the eye. Will you do me a favor? But of course. It would be a pleasure to serve you. One of his brows flicked and she could have sworn his body threw off more of that delicious scent of his. But then he became utterly grave. Tell Jane I get it. I understand why she did what she did. She is in love with my brother. Yeah, I saw it. Back wherever we were. Tell her it's cool. Between her and me. After all, you can't help who you fall for. Yes, Payne thought. Yes, that was so very true. You've been in love? He asked. As humans did not read minds, she realized she'd spoken out loud. No. I know. I have not. Although even this short time with her healer was informing. He fascinated her from the way he moved to how he filled out his white coat and blue dressings to the scent of him and his voice. Are you mated? She asked, fearing his answer. He laughed in a hard burst. Hell no. Her breath left her on a relieved sigh, even as it was strange to think that his status mattered as much as it did. And then there was nothing but silence. Oh, the passing of time. How regrettable it was. And what should she say to him in these final minutes they had left? Thank you. For caring for me. My pleasure. I hope you recover well. He stared at her as if trying to memorize her, and she wanted to tell him to stop trying. I'm always here for you. Okay? If you need me to help you, come and find me. Her healer took out a small, stiff card and wrote something on it. That's my cell. Call me. He reached forward and slipped the thing into the weak hand that rested over her heart. As she gripped what he'd given her, she thought of all the repercussions, and implications, and complications. With a grunt, she tried to shift herself around. The healer was instantly on his feet. You need repositioning? My hair. Is it pulling? No, please unbraid my hair. Manny froze and just stared down into his patient's face. For some reason, the idea of unraveling that thick rope seemed pretty goddamned close to getting her naked, and what do you know, his sex drive was all over it. Jesus, he had a frickin' hard-on. Right under his surgical scrubs. Vampire. In his head, he heard the word spoken in her voice with her accent, and the thing that shocked him most was his lack of reaction to the news flash. Yeah, if he considered the implications, his motherboard started to spark and fizzle. Fangs are not just for Halloween and horror flicks anymore? And yet the freaky thing was the unfreaky. That and this sexual attraction thing he had going on. My hair, she said. Yeah, he whispered. I'll take care of it. His hands did not tremble ever so slightly. Nope, they did not. They shook like a motherfucker. The end of the braid was tied with a length of the softest fabric he'd ever felt. It wasn't cotton. It wasn't silk. It was something he'd never seen before, and his keen surgeon's fingers seemed sloppy and too rough on the stuff as he worked at the winding knot. And then her hair, good God. Her wavy black hair made that cloth feel like nettles in comparison. Inch by inch, he separated the trip art weave, the waves both slick and clinging. And because he was a bastard, all he could think about was the shit falling over his bare chest, his abs, his cock. That's far enough, she said. Damn straight it was. Yanking his inner man-or back to the land of polite conversating, he forced his hands to stop. Even halfway undone, the reveal was astounding. If she was beautiful, all tied up, she was utterly resplendent with those waves curling around her waist. Braid it in, please, she said, holding his card out with her lax hand. That way no one will find it. He blinked and thought, well, duh. There was no way in hell the goateed hater would be cool with his sister reaching out and touching her surgeon. Not touching, he corrected himself. Well, maybe a little touching. Like he could just do her. Touch her. Time to shut it, Manello, even though you're not talking out loud. You are brilliant, he said. Altogether smart. That got her to smile and file that under holy shit. Those incisors of hers were sharp and white and long and evolutionarily designed for striking at the throat. An orgasm tingled in the tip of his arousal. And at that moment a frown passed over her face. Oh man. Can you read minds? When I am stronger, yes. But your scent just grew more intense. So she was making him sweat and somehow knew it. Except he got the feeling she was clueless as to the why, and wasn't that as tantalizing as the rest of her. She was utterly guileless as she stared up at him. Then again, she might well not think of him sexually because he was a human. And hello, she'd just gotten out of the ore, so this was hardly spring break on Myrtle Beach. Manny cut off his second interior convo and folded his business card in half. The good news about all her hair was that it was the work of a moment to camo his info in the braid. When he was finished, he rewrapped the cloth and tied a bow, then he carefully set the length down beside her on the bed. I hope you use it, he said. I really do. Her smile was so sad that it told him his chances were not all that hot. But come on. Contact between the two species was obviously not on their hit list, or the term blood bank would have totally different connotations. But at least she had his info. What do you think will happen? She asked, nodding down at her legs. His eyes followed her lead. I don't know. The rules are obviously different with you, so anything is possible. Look at me, she said. Please. He cracked a smile. Never thought I'd say this, but I don't want to. He braced himself, but couldn't make the shift up to her face quite yet. Just promise me something. What may I grant you? Call me if you can. I shall. She didn't mean it, however. He wasn't sure how he knew that, but he was damn certain. Why she was keeping the card, though? Not a clue. He glanced at the door and thought of Jane. Shit, he should apologize in person for being a little bitch about all this. Before you do it, I need to go. I wish I could leave something of myself behind. With you. Manny snapped back around and locked his eyes on her. Anything. I want anything you can give me. The words were a dark growl, and he was very aware that he was talking sexually, and how much of a pig did that make him? Except anything tangible, she shook her head. It would be of harm to you. He stared at her strong, beautiful face and lingered on her lips. I have an idea. Whatever would you like? The innocence in her stare gave him pause, and lit up his libido like a bonfire. Not like it needed the help. How old are you? He asked abruptly. He might be a lech, but he didn't do underage anything. She was sure as hell built like an adult, but who knew what their maturity rate was? I am 305 years of age. Blink. Blink. And one more for good measure. Sure as shit that had to be of age, he thought. So you're marriageable? I am. I am not with a male, however. So there was a god. I know what I want then. Her. Naked. All over him. But he'd settle for a hell of a lot less. What? A kiss. He held up his hands. Doesn't have to be all hot and heavy. Just a kiss. When she didn't reply, he wanted to kick his own ass. And thought seriously of turning himself into that brother of hers for the beating he deserved. Show me how, she whispered. Does your kind not kiss? God only knew what they did. But if any parts of the legend held true, sex was in the repertoire big time. They do. I just never have before, or you will. She reached out with her hand. Healer? He opened his eyes, which evidently had slammed shut. Let me ask you something. Have you ever been with a man? Never with a human man. And not with a male either. Manny's cock just about blew its top off. Which was nuts. It had never mattered to him before whether a woman had been with someone or not. Actually, the kind of chicks he usually went for had lost their virginity in their early teens and never looked back. Payne's clear, pale eyes stared up at him. Your scent is even stronger. Probably because he'd broken out in a sweat trying not to orgasm. I like it, she added in a deeper voice. There was an electric moment between them, one that he could not believe would be erased by any mind-over-gray matter parlor trick. And then her lips parted and her pink tongue came out to wet her mouth as if she were imagining something that made her thirsty. I think I want to taste you, she said. Right? Fuck kissing. If she wanted to eat him raw, he was down for it. And that was before he watched the tips of her white fangs drop even farther from her upper jaw. Manny could feel himself panting, but he couldn't hear a thing as the blood roared in his ears. God damn it, he was on the verge of losing control, and not in a metaphoric sense. He was literally a heartbeat away from stripping the blankets off her body and mounting her. Even though she was in traction. And had never been with anyone before. And wasn't his kind. It took all he had in him to stand up and step back. Manny cleared his throat. Twice. I think I'd better take a rain check. Rain check. Later. Instantly her face changed, the lovely lines tightening up and hiding the fragile passion that had bled through her features. But of course. Indeed. He hated hurting her, but there was no way to explain how badly he wanted her without making it pornographic. And she was a virgin, for God's sake. Who deserved better than him? He took one last lingering look at her and told his brain to remember it. Somehow he needed to not lose her. Do what you have to. Now. Her eyes drifted down the length of him and lingered at his hips. When he realized she was looking at his sex, which was standing at attention and then some, he discreetly hid what was going on beneath his scrubs with his hands. His voice got hoarse. You're killing me here. I can't be trusted with you right now. So you've got to do it. Please. God, just do. 11. Ravis. Sparduno. Grilletto. Trekker. The word trigger banged around V's skull in all the languages he could put it into, his brain spicing, his vocabulary up for shits and giggles because it was either that or the thing would cannibalize itself. As he rocked his Google Translate, his feet took him through his penthouse at the Commodore over and over again, his relentless pacing turning the place into a multi-million-dollar hamster wheel equivalent. Black walls. Black ceiling. Black floor. Night view of Caldwell that was never what he came here for. Through the kitchen, through the living room, through the bedroom and back. Again. And again. In the light of black candles. He'd bought the condo about 5 years ago when the building was still under construction. As soon as the skeleton had risen down by the river, he'd been determined to own one half of the top of the skyscraper. But not as some kind of homie, he'd always had a place away from where he slept. Even before Wrath had consolidated the Brotherhood into Darius's old mansion, V had been in the habit of keeping where he crashed and stashed his weapons separate from his other activities. On this night, feeling as he did, the fact that he had come here was both logical and ludicrous. Over the decades and centuries, he developed not only a reputation in the race, but a stable of males and females who needed what he had to give. And as soon as he'd taken possession of this unit, he'd brought them here to this black hole for a very specific kind of sex. Here he'd shed their blood. And he'd made them scream and cry out. And he'd fucked them or had them fucked. V paused by his work table, the old wood battered and marked not just from the tools of his trade, but from blood and orgasms and wax. God, sometimes the only way to know how far you'd come was to return to where you once had been. Reaching forward with his gloved hand, he took hold of the thick leather bindings he used to keep his subs where he wanted them. Had used, he corrected himself. As in past tense. Now that he had Jane, he didn't do those things anymore, hadn't had the impulse. Glancing over at the wall, he measured his collection of toys, whips and chains and barbed wire, clamps and ball gags and razor blades, floggers, lengths of chain. The games he had played were not for the faint of heart or the beginners or the casually curious. For hardcore subs, there was such a fine line between sexual release and death. Both got you off, but the latter was your last shot. Literally. And he was the ultimate master, capable of taking others where they needed to go and one thin inch past that. Which was why they all came for him. Had come for him. To him, he corrected. Fuck. And that was why his relationship with Jane had been a revelation. With her in his life, he hadn't felt the burning need for any of this. Not for the relative anonymity, not for the control he exerted over his subs, not for the pain he enjoyed inflicting on himself, not for that sense of power or the pounding releases. After all this time, he'd thought he'd been transformed. Wrong. That internal switch was still with him and it had been flipped to the on position. Then again, the urge to commit matricide was stressful as shit when you couldn't act on it. V leaned in and fingered a leather flogger that had stainless steel balls tied on its ends. As the lengths filtered through the fingers of his ungloved hand, he wanted to throw up because standing here, he would have given anything for a slice of what he'd had before. No, wait. As he stared at his table, he revised that. He wanted to be what he once had had. Before Jane, he'd had sex as a dom because it was the only way he'd felt safe enough to get through the act, and part of him had always wondered, especially as he was cracking the whip, so to speak, why his subs had wanted what he'd given them. Now he had a pretty good idea. What was banging around his inner skin was so toxic and violent it needed a release valve that was cut from its own cloth. He walked over to one of his black candles without being aware that his shit kickers were crossing the floor. And then the thing was against his palm before he even knew he was gripping it. His craving brought the flame upward, and then he tipped the lit tip toward his chest, hot black wax hitting his collarbone and revering down to streak under his muscle shirt. Closing his eyes, he let his head fall back as a hiss sucked through his fangs. More wax on his bare skin. More sting. As he got hard, half of him was on board and the other half felt like a total skis. His gloved hand had no problems with a split personality, however. It went for the button fly on his leathers and sprang his cock. In the candlelight, he watched himself bring the candle down and hold it over his erection and then tilt the lit wick toward the floor. A black tear slipped free of the heat source and went into a free fall. Fuck. When his lids loosened enough so that he could open them, he looked down to see the hardened wax on the rim of his head, the little line of it paving the way to where it had dropped off. This time he moaned deep in his throat as he lowered the candle tip because he knew what was coming. More moaning. More wax. A loud curse that was followed by another hiss. There was no need to go pneumatic. The pain was enough, the rhythmic drop on his cock shooting electric shocks into his balls and the muscles of his thighs and ass. Periodically, he moved the flame up and down his shaft to get clean shots at fresh flesh, his arousal leaping every time it got hit until there had been enough foreplay. Sweeping his free hand under his sack, he went vertical with his sex. The wax hit right on the sweet spot, and the sharp agony was so intense. He nearly went down on the floor, but the orgasm was what saved his legs from going loose, the power of the release stiffening him from head to foot as he came hard. Black wax everywhere. Come all over his hand and his clothes. Just like the good old days, except for one thing. It was really fucking hollow. Oh wait, that had been part of the god, too. The difference was that back then, he hadn't known there was something else out there. Something like Jane. The sound of his phone chiming made him feel like he'd been shot through the head, and even though it wasn't loud, the quiet shattered like a mirror, the shards of it showing him a reflection of himself he didn't want to see. Happily mated, he was nonetheless here in his chamber of perversion, getting himself off. He hauled back and Kurt-shillinged the candle across the room, the flame extinguishing in mid-flight, which was the only reason the whole fucking place didn't get burned down. And that was before he saw who the call was from. His Jane. No doubt with a report from the human hospital. For fuck's sake, a male of worth would have been outside the oar, waiting for his sister to come around, supporting his mate. Instead, he'd been banished for being out of control, and had come here to spend quality time with his black wax and his hard-on. He hit send as he stuffed his still hard cock back in his leathers. Yeah. Pause. During which he had to remind himself that she couldn't read minds, and thank fuck for it. Christ, what had he just done? Are you okay? She said. Not in the slightest. Yeah. How's pain? Please let this not be bad news. Ah, she made it through. We're en route back to the compound. She did well and Wrath fed her. Her vitals are stable and she seems to be relatively comfortable, although there's no telling what the long-term result is going to be. This house closed his eyes. At least she's still alive. And then there was a whole lot of silence, broken only by the quiet whir of the vehicle she was traveling in. Eventually, Jane said, "At least we're over the first hurdle and the operation went as smoothly as it could." Manny was brilliant. He judiciously ignored that comment. Any problems with the hospital staff? None. Fury worked his magic. But in case there's someone or something we missed, it's probably a good idea to monitor the record systems for a while. I'll take care of that. When are you coming home? This house had to grit his teeth as he did up the buttons of his fly. In about a half hour, he was going to have a ball so blue it was a U of K fan. Once was never enough for him. It took 5 or 6 times to get him what he needed on an average night, and there was nothing even close to average doing right now. Are you at the penthouse? Jane said quietly. Yeah. There was a tense pause. Alone? Well, the candle was an inanimate object. Yeah. It's okay, V, she murmured. You're allowed to think like you are right now. How do you know what's on my mind? Why would there be anything else? Jesus, what a female of worth. I love you. I know. And right back at you. Pause. Do you wish you were there with someone else? The pain in her voice was nearly eclipsed by composure, but to him the emotion was bullhorn clear. That's in the past, Jane. Trust me. I do. Implicitly. You would cut off your good hand first. Then why did you ask? He thought as he squeezed his eyes shut and hung his head. Well, duh. She knew him too well. God, I don't deserve you. Yes, you do. Come home. See your sister. You were right to tell me to go. I'm sorry I was an asshole. You're allowed to be. This is stressful stuff. Jane? Yes. He attempted to form words and failed, the silence stretching out between them once more. Fucking hell, no matter how much he tried to put sentences together, he found that there was no magical combination of syllables to properly phrase what was in him. Then again, maybe it was less a function of vocabulary and more a case of what he'd just done to himself. He felt like he had something to confess to her and he couldn't quite do it. Come home, Jane cut in. Come see her, and if I'm not in the clinic, find me. All right, I will. It's going to be okay, this house. And you need to remember something. What's that? I know what I'm married. I know who you are. There's nothing that's going to shock Menno. Hang up the phone and get home. As he told her goodbye and hit end, he wasn't sure about the no-talk thing. He'd surprised himself tonight, and not in a good way. Putting his phone away, he rolled up a cigarette and patted his pockets for a lighter before remembering he'd tossed his big POS back at the training center. His head cranked around and he looked at one of those goddamn black candles. With no other option, he went over and leaned in to light his hand rolled. The idea of going back to the compound was the right idea. A good, solid plan. Too bad it made him want to scream until he lost his voice. After he finished his smoke, he meant to extinguish the candles and go straight home. He honestly did. But he didn't make it. Manny was dreaming. Had to be. He was dimly aware that he was in his office, lying face down on the leather couch that he regularly crashed on for REM catch-ups. As always, there was a set of surgical scrubs wadded under his head for a pillow, and he'd kicked off his Nikes. All this was normal, business as usual. Except then his little nap warped on him and suddenly he wasn't alone. He was on top of a woman. As he reared back in surprise, she stared up at him with icy eyes that were blazing hot. How did you get in here? He asked hoarsely. I am in your mind. Her accent was foreign and sexy as hell. I am inside of you. And then it dawned on him that beneath his body she was so very naked and warm, and holy Christ, even with his confusion, he wanted her. It was the only thing that made any sense. Teach me, she said darkly, her lips parting, her hips rolling under his own. Take me. Her hand moved between the two of them and found his erection, rubbing at it, making him moan. I am empty without you, she said. Fill me. Now. With an invitation like that, he didn't give anything else a second thought. Fumbling around, he shoved his scrubs down his thighs and then... Oh, fuck, he groaned as his hard cock slipped up her slick core. One shift over and he would be buried deep. But he forced himself not to breach her sex. He was going to kiss her first, and more to the point, he was going to do that right because she'd never been kissed before. Why did he know that? Who the fuck cared? And her mouth wasn't the only place he was going to go with his lips. Pulling away a little, he ran his eyes down her long neck to her collarbone and went even lower, or at least tried to. Which was his first clue that something was off. Although he could see every detail of her strong, beautiful face and her long, braided black hair, the sight of her breasts was hazy and staying that way. No matter how much he frowned, there was no clarity coming. But whatever, she was perfect to him no matter what she looked like. Perfect for him. "Kiss me," she breathed. His hips jerked at the sound of her voice, and as his erection slid against the very heart of her, the friction made him groan. God, the feel of her pressed up tight to him, with the head of his cock having parted her and burrowed in, searching for that sweetest spot. "Healer," she gritted as she arched back, her tongue coming out and dragging over her lower lip. Fangs. Those two white tips were fangs, and he froze. What was underneath him and ready for him was not human. "Teach me, take me." Vampire. He should have been shocked and terrified. But he wasn't. If anything, what she was made him want inside her with a desperation that left him in a sweat. And there was something else, it made him want to mark her. Whatever the hell that meant. "Kiss me, healer, and don't stop." "I won't," he moaned. "I'm not ever going to stop." As he dipped his head to bring his lips to hers, his cock went off in an explosion, the orgasm shooting out of him and going all over her. Manny came awake on a gasp that was loud enough to rouse the dead. And oh shit, he was coming hard, his hips grinding into the sofa as delicious, hazy memories of his virgin lover made him feel like her hands were all over his skin. Fucking A, even though the dream was clearly over, the orgasm kept coming until he had to lock his teeth and jack one of his knees up tight, the jerking pumps of his cock fisting the heavy muscles of his thighs and chest until he couldn't breathe. When it was all over, he sagged face first into the cushions and did his best to grab for some oxygen. Because he had a feeling round two was going to get its groove on soon. Tendrils of the dream tantalized him and made him want to go back into that moment that had not existed and yet felt as real as the consciousness he had now. Reaching into his memory banks, he tugged at the filaments of where he'd been, bringing the female back into. The headache that plowed into his temples all but knocked him out sure as hell. If he hadn't already been horizontal, he would have landed on the damn floor. Phew-uck. The pain was astounding, like someone had nailed him on the skull with a lead pipe, and it was a while before he had the strength to shove himself onto his back and try to sit up. The first attempt at vertical didn't go well. The second was successful only because he braced his arms on either side of his torso to keep from pulling it down and out again. As his head hung like a deflated balloon off his shoulders, he stared at the oriental rug and waited until he felt like he could make a beeline for the bathroom and fire back some Motrin. He'd had these headaches a lot, right before Jane had died. The thought of his former chief of trauma brought on a new wave of "someone please shoot me" between the eyeballs. Breathing shallowly and purposely thinking of absolutely, positively, fucking nothing somehow got him through the attack. When the agony had mostly passed, he lifted his head experimentally just in case a minute change in altitude brought on another pounder. The antique clock behind his desk read 4:16. 4 a.m.? What in the hell had he done all night since leaving the horse pidle? As he thought back, he remembered driving out of Queens after Glory had come around and his intention had been to go home. Clearly, that hadn't happened. And he had no clue how long he'd been asleep in his office. Looking at his scrubs, there were drops of blood here and there, and his kicked-off Nikes were in the blue booties he always operated in. Apparently, he'd worked on a patient. A fresh flare of pain burst into his mind, causing him to brace every muscle in his body and fight for control. Knowing that biofeedback was his only friend, he let all cognitive processes go lax as he breathed slowly and evenly. Focusing on the clock, he watched the hands click to 17, then 18, then 19. 20 minutes later, he was finally able to stand up and lurch over to his bathroom. Inside, the private room was Alibaba gorgeous, with enough marble, crystal, and brass to be castle-worthy in the case of tonight, make him curse at all the brights. Reaching in through the glass door of the shower, he cranked the faucets on and then he headed to the sink to pop open the mirror and grab the bottle of Motrin. 5 tablets at once was more than the recommended dosage, but he was a doctor, damn it, and he was advising himself to take more than just 2. The hot water was a blessing, rinsing away not only the remnants of that incredible release, but also the strain of the last 12 hours. God glory. He hoped like hell she was doing well, and that female he'd op. As he felt another stinger coming on, he dropped whatever thought had been about to take root like it was poison and focused only on the way the spray hit the nape of his neck and split off his shoulders, falling down his back and his chest. His cock was still hard. Rock hard. The irony that the damn thing remained all wakey-wakey, in spite of the fact that his other head was totally scrambled, was no laughing matter. The last thing he felt like doing was more palm aerobics, but he had a feeling this arousal he was rocking was going to be like lawn sculpture, there for the duration unless he took care of it. When the soap slipped off the brass holder and landed on his foot like an anvil, he cursed and hopped around, then bent down and picked the bar up. Slippery. Oh, so slippery. After putting the dial back where it belonged, he let his hand go south to grip his shaft. As he drew his palm up and back, the warm water and the slick, soapy routine were effective, but still a poor substitute for what it had felt like to be against that woman's sharp shooter, right through his frontal lobe. God, it was like there were armed guards surrounding any thoughts of her. With a curse, he shut his brain down because he knew he had to finish what he'd started. Bracing an arm against the marble wall, he let his head drop while he pumped himself. He'd always had a tremendous sex drive, but this was something else entirely. A hunger that punched through any veneer of civility and ran down deep to some core of himself that was a total newsflash. Shit, as the orgasm hit, he gritted his teeth and let loose against the flushed walls of the shower. The release was just as strong as the one on the couch had been, sacking his body until his cock wasn't the only thing twitching uncontrollably. Every muscle he had seemed to be involved in the release, and he had to bite his lip to keep from yelling. When he finally surfaced from the sock-em, his face was mashed up against the marble and he was breathing like he'd sprinted from one side of Caldwell to the other. Or maybe all the way to Canada. Turning into the spray, he rinsed off again and stepped out, nabbing a towel end. Manny looked down at his hips. Are you kidding? His cock was just as erect as it had been the first time, undaunted. Proud and strong as only a dumb handle could be. Whatever. He was done servicing it. Worst came to worst, he could just disappear the damn thing in his pants. Obviously, the relief method wasn't working and he was out of energy. Hell, maybe he was coming down with the flu or some shit. God knew, working in a hospital you could pick up a lot of things. Including amnesia, evidently. Manny wrapped a towel around himself and walked out into his office only to stop dead. There was a strange scent lingering in the air, something like dark spices. Wasn't his cologne, that was for certain. Striding across the Oriental in his bare feet, he opened his door and leaned out. The administrative offices were dark and empty and the smell wasn't anywhere around. With a frown, he looked back at his couch. But he knew better than to allow himself to think of what had just happened on it. 10 minutes later, he was dressed in fresh scrubs and had had a shave. Mr. Happy, who was still making like the Washington Monument, was tucked up in his waistband and tied in place like the animal it was. As he picked up his briefcase and the suit he'd worn to the track, he was beyond ready to put the dream, the headache, the whole godforsaken evening behind him. Walking out through the surgical department's offices, he took the elevator down to the 3rd floor, where the ORs were. Members of his staff were doing their thing, operating on emergency cases, dealing with patient setup or transport, cleaning, prepping. He nodded to folks, but didn't say much, so as far as they knew, it was business as usual. Which was a relief. And he almost made it to the parking lot without losing it. His exit strategy came to a screeching halt, however, when he got to the recovery suites. He meant to go steaming past them, but his feet just stopped and his mind churned, and abruptly, he felt compelled to go into one of the rooms. As he followed the impulse, his headache was Johnny on the spot with a return to life, but he let it roll as he pushed into the isolated bay that was all the way over by the fire exit. The bed against the wall was neat as a pin, the sheets tucked in so tight they were all but ironed flat across the mattress. There were no staff notations on the dry erase board, no beeping of machines, and the computer wasn't logged into. But the scent of Lysol lingered in the air. And so did some kind of perfume. Someone had been in here. Someone he'd operated on. Tonight. And she had. Agony overwhelmed him, and Manny pulled another sag and grab, latching onto the door jamb and leaning in to keep standing. As his migraine, or whatever it was, got worse, he had to bend over. Which was how he saw it. Frowning against the pain, he stumbled over to the bedside table and got down on his haunches. Reaching underneath, he patted around until he found the folded, stiff card. He knew what it was before he looked at the thing. And for some reason, As he held it against his palm, his heart broke in half. Flattening the crease, he stared at the engraving of his name and title and the hospital's address, phone, and fax. In his handwriting, in the white space to the right of the St. Francis logo, he'd written his cell phone number. Hair. Dark hair in a braid. His hands undoing. Motherfucker. He threw out a palm to the floor, but went down anyway, hitting the linoleum hard before rolling over onto his back. As he cradled his head and strained against the agony, he knew his eyelids were bolted open, but damned if he could see anything. Chief! At the sound of Goldberg's voice, the sharpshooter at his temples faded a little, as if his brain had reached out for the auditory lifesaver and been dragged away from the sharks. At least temporarily. Hey, he moaned. Are you all right? Yup. Headache? Not at all. Goldberg laughed briefly. Look. There's something going around. I've had 4 nurses and 2 admins take to the floor just like you have. I've called in for extra staff and sent the others home to bed. Wise of you. Guess what? Don't say it. I'm going. Manny forced himself to sit up, and then when he was ready, he pulled his sorry ass off the floor by using the rails of the hospital bed. You were supposed to be gone this weekend, Chief. I came back. Fortunately, Goldberg didn't ask about the horse race results. Then again, he didn't know there were any to be shared. Nobody had a clue about what Manny did outside the hospital, mostly because he'd never thought it was important enough compared to the work they did here. Why did his life feel so empty all of a sudden? You need a ride? His chief of trauma asked. God, he missed Jane. Ah, what was the question? Oh, right. I took some Motrin, I'll be fine. Page me if you need me. On the way out, he clapped Goldberg on the shoulder. You're in charge until tomorrow at 7 a.m. Goldberg's response didn't register. Turned out that was a theme. Manny wasn't tracking at all as he found the north bank of elevators and took one down into the parking garage. It was almost as if that last round of the owies had TKO'd everything but his brainstem. Stepping out, he put one foot in front of the other until he got to his designated space. Where the fuck was his car? He looked around. The chiefs of service all had assigned parking spots and his Porsche was not in its slot. His keys were not in his suit pocket either. And the only good news was that as he became royally incensed, the headache backed off completely, although that was obviously the result of the Motrin. Where the hell was his goddamn car? For shit's sake, you couldn't just bust a window, start it with the clutch, and head out. You needed the pass card he kept in his wallet was gone, too. Great. Just what he needed. A stolen billfold, a Porsche on the way to an illegal chop shop, and a go-around with the cops. The security office was down where you checked out of the garage, so he hoofed it along instead of calling because gee-frickin' his cell phone had been taken to Natch. He slowed, then stopped. Halfway to the exit, in the row where patients and families parked, there was a gray Porsche 911 Turbo. Same year as his. Same Naira sticker on the back window. Same license plate. He approached the thing like there was a bomb taped to its undercarriage. The doors were unlocked and he was cautious as he popped the driver's side open. His wallet, keys, and cell phone were under the front seat. Doc? You all right? Okay. Apparently, there were 2 theme songs of the night. No memories and people asking him the one question he was guaranteed not to answer truthfully. Looking up, he wondered what exactly he could say to the security guard. Hey, has someone turned my marbles into lost and found? What you doing parked down here? The guy in the blue uni asked. I don't have a clue. Someone was in my spot. Damn, you should have called, my man. We'd have fixed that quick. You're the best. At least that wasn't a lie. Well, take care and get some rest. You don't look so hot. Excellent advice. I should have been a doctor. The guard lifted his flashlight on a wave. Night. Good night. Manny got into his phantom Porsche, started the engine, and threw her into reverse. As he drove over to the garage's exit, he took out his pass card and used it without a problem to open up the gate. Then on St. Francis Avenue, he hung a Louis and headed downtown for the Commodore. Driving along, he was certain about one and only one thing. He was losing his ever-loving mind. 12. V should be home by now, Butch thought as he stared into space at the pit. He should be here, Jane said behind him. I talked to him nearly an hour ago. Great minds, Butch muttered as he checked his watch. Again. Getting off the leather couch and walking around the coffee table, he went over to his best friend's computer setup. The 4 toys, as those high-tech bastards were called, were worth a good 50 grand, and that was about all Butch knew about them. Well, that and how to use a mouse to locate the GPS chip in V's phone. No reason to zero in. The address told him everything he needed to know and also gave his gut a whirl. He's still down at the Commodore. When Jane said nothing, he glanced up over the monitors. Vicious's Shellen was standing by the foosball table, her arms crossed over her chest, her body and profile translucent so that he could see the kitchen on the far side of her. After a year, he'd gotten more than used to her various forms, and this one usually meant she was thinking hard about something, her concentration consumed by things other than making herself corporeal. Butch was willing to bet they were thinking the same thing, V's staying late at the Commodore when he knew his sister had been operated on and was safely here at the compound was sketchy, especially given the brother's mood and his extremes. Butch went over to the closet and got out his suede coat. "Is there any way you could?" Jane stopped and laughed a little. "You read my mind. I'll bring him back. Don't worry about it." "Okay. All right. I think I'll go and stay with Payne." "Good idea." His quick response was about more than just the clinical benefits to V's sister's doctor staying on site, and he wondered if Jane knew it. Then again, she wasn't stupid. And God only knew what he was going to find at V's place. He'd hate to think of the guy cheating with some skank, but people made mistakes, especially when they snapped from stress. And better that someone other than Jane get an eyeful of what might be doing. On his way out, he gave her a quick hug which she immediately returned, solidifying herself and squeezing him back. "I hope she didn't finish the sentence." "Don't worry," he told her, lying through his teeth. A minute and a half later, he was behind the wheel of the Escalade and driving like a bat out of hell. Although vampires could dematerialize as a half-breed, that handy "I dream of Jeannie" trick was not in his repertoire. Good thing he didn't have a problem with breaking the speed limit. Into pieces. Downtown Caldwell was still in sleep mode when he got to it, and unlike on a weekday when the delivery trucks and the early bird commuters would start streaming in before sunrise, the place was going to stay a ghost town. Sunday was a day of restore collapse depending on how hard you worked. Or drank. When he'd been a homicide detective with the Caldwell PD, he'd gotten very familiar with the daily and nightly rhythms of this maze of alleys and buildings. He knew the places where bodies tended to get dumped or hidden, and the criminal elements that made either a profession or a recreation out of killing folks. He'd made so many trips into town like this at a dead run with no clue what he was getting into. Although when he put it like that, his new job inhaling lessers with the Brotherhood? Old frickin' hat when it came to the adrenaline rush and the grim knowledge that death was waiting for him. And on that note, he was a mere 2 blocks from the Commodore when his sense of impending whatever sharpened into something specific lessers. The enemy was close by. And there were a number of them. This was not instinct. This was knowledge. Ever since the Omega had done its thing with him, he'd been a divining rod for the enemy, and though he hated that evil was inside of him and purposely didn't grind on that bone very often, it was one hell of an asset in the war. He was the destroyer prophecy made manifest. With the back of his neck going hair-shirt wild on him, he was cuffed between 2 polars, the war and his brother. After a good stretch of the lessening society chilling out, there were slayers popping up everywhere in the city, the enemy having pulled a Lazarus and revived itself with new members. So it was entirely possible that some of his brothers were pulling an end-of-the-night special with the enemy, in which case he was probably going to be hit up soon to come do his thing. Hell, maybe it was V? Which would explain the late routine. Shit, perhaps this wasn't as dire as they'd all thought. It sure as hell was close enough to the Commodore to justify the GPS reading, and when you were going hand-to-hand, it wasn't like you could hit a pause button and text an update on your ETA. As Butch rounded the corner, the Escalade's headlights swung around into a long, narrow alleyway that was the urban equivalent of a colon. The brick buildings that formed its walls were grungy and sweaty, and the asphalt lane was pocked with filthy puddles. "What the fuck?" he breathed. Taking his foot off the accelerator, he leaned into the wheel like maybe that would change what he was seeing. At the far end, a fight was in progress, 3 lessers going hand-to-hand with a single opponent. Who wasn't fighting back? Butch threw the SUV into park and broke out of the driver's side, hitting the pavement at a dead run. The slayers had triangled Vis house, and the motherfucking idiot was slowly turning in the circle, but not to kick ass or to watch his own back. He was letting each of them have a go at him, and they had chains. In the permaglow of the city, red blood was flowing on black leather as V's massive body absorbed the licking strikes of the lynx that flew around him. If he'd wanted to, he could have snagged the ends of those chains, pulled the slayers in, and dominated his attackers. They were nothing but new recruits who still had their own hair and eye colors, street rats who had been inducted an hour and 10 minutes ago. Christ, given V's self-control, he could have focused himself and dematerialized out of the ring if he'd wanted to. Instead, he was standing with his arms out at the shoulders, so there was no barrier between the impacts and his torso. Bitch-ass bastard was going to look like a car crash victim if he kept this up. Or worse. Coming up to the ass-whipping, Butch pulled a run and jump and pancaked the nearest slayer. As the pair of them hit the pavement, he grabbed onto a fist of dark hair, yanked back, and sliced deep across its throat. Black blood exploded out of the thing's jugular and it flopped around, but there was no time to roll the slayer over and inhale its essence down into his lungs. Time for cleanup later. Butch leaped to his feet and caught the ripcord end of a flying length of chain. Giving a good pull, he leaned back and rocked a spin of his own that whipped the lesser out of V's flagellation zone and Tasmanian deviled it into a dumpster. As the undead saw stars and made like a welcome mat for future garbage hauls, Butch pivoted around and was ready to end this thing, except surprise, surprise, V had decided to wake up and take care of biz. Even though the brother was clearly injured, he was a force to be reckoned with as he spun out a kick and then attacked with his fangs bared. Closing the distance with his incisors, he bit into the lesser's shoulder and locked on like a bulldog, then he black daggered the fucker in the gut. While the thing's intestinal tract hit the pavement in a sloppy mess, V cut the Colgate hold and let the slayer slump down and sprawl. And then there was nothing but raw breathing. "What the hell were you doing?" Butch bit out. V bent at the waist and braced his palms on his knees, but clearly that wasn't enough relief from the agony he was in. Next thing Butch knew, the brother went down on his knees next to the slayer he'd gutted and just breathed. "Answer me, asshole." Butch was so pissed he was of half a mind to kick the SB in the head. "What the fuck are you doing?" As cold rain began to fall, red blood dripped out of V's mouth and he coughed a couple of times. That was it. Butch dragged a hand through his dampening hair and turned his face up to the sky. As dappling drops hit his forehead and cheeks, the cooling benediction calmed him down some, but did absolutely nothing to relieve the pit in his stomach. "How far were you going to let it go, V?" He didn't want to reply. Wasn't even talking to his best friend. He was just looking up at the night sky with its washed-out stars and vast, answerless expanse, hoping for some strength. And then it dawned on him. The weak sparkles up above were not just about the city's ambient light, they were because the sun was about to flex its brilliant biceps and go light bright all over this part of the world. He had to move fast. As Vishouse spit another load of plasma onto the asphalt, Butch snapped into focus and got his dagger in hand. No time for inhaling the slayers, but that was beside the point. After he was finished with his destroyer shit, he had to be healed by V or he wallowed in the land of dry heaves with the Omega's sooty remains consuming him. Right now? He barely trusted himself to sit next to the brother on the trip home. For fuck's sake, V wanted a good beating? Well, he was feeling like just the bastard to give him one. As Butch stabbed the lesser with the intestinal leaks back to the Omega, Vishouse didn't blink at the pop and flash that went off next to him. And he didn't seem to track as Butch went over and disappeared the one who had the next slice. Last slayer left was Dumpster Boy, who had just enough strength to pull himself up against the car-sized bin and hang off the edge like a zombie. Jogging over, Butch raised the hilt of his dagger above his shoulder, so ready to get this. Just as he was about to strike, a scent drifted into his nose, one that was not just OD enemy but something else. Something he was all too familiar with. Butch followed through on the stab, and as the flare faded, he looked at the top of the dumpster. One half of the lid was closed. The other part was hanging cockeyed off to the side, as if it had been peeled by a passing truck, and the dim light that shone in was enough for him to go by. Apparently, the building serviced by the bin had some kind of metalworking thing going on because there were countless curls of thin metal in it like crazy-ass Halloween wigs. In and among them, there was a dirty, pale hand that had small, thin fingers. "Shiite," he whispered. Years of training and experience shot him right into detective mode. But he had to remind himself that there was no time left for him in this alleyway. Dawn was coming, and if he didn't get his groove on and go back to the compound, he was up in smoke. Besides, his days as a cop had long passed. This was human business. Not his anymore. In an absolutely foul mood, he raced over to the SUV, put the cocksucking engine in drive, and floored the gas even though he had to cover only about 20 yards. When he slammed on the brake, the Escalade screeched and fishtailed on the damp pavement, stopping a mere foot from V's bent form. As the vehicle's automatic wipers swept back and forth, Butch punched the passenger side window down. "Get in the car," he ordered, staring straight ahead. No response. "Get in the motherfucking car." Back at the Brotherhood's place of healing, Payne was in a room other than the one she'd started out in, and yet everything seemed the same. She was lying motionless on a bed that was not her own in a state of impotent agitation. The only difference was that her hair was loose now. As thoughts of her last moments with her healer barged into her mind, she let them run amok, too tired to fight the surge. Whatever state had she left him in, covering up his memories had felt like an act of robbery, and his blank stare afterward had terrified her. What if she had done harm to him? He was utterly innocent in this. They were using him and then all but discarding him, and he deserved so much better. Even if he hadn't fixed her, he had done his level best, of that she was certain. After she had sent him off to wherever he was most likely to go at that time of night, she had been racked with regret and very aware that she could not be trusted with any information on how to contact him. Those electric moments between them were too much temptation to turn away from, and the last thing she wanted was to have to steal more memories from him. With strength that had come from fear, she'd unbraided what he had plaited for her until his little card had fallen to the floor. And now she was here. Verily, the only course for the pair of them was to cut off communication. If she survived, if she had indeed been made whole by him, she would seek him out, and for what purpose? Oh, whoever was she kidding? The kiss that had never happened. That was why she would seek him out. And they wouldn't stop there. Thoughts of the chosen Layla came forth, and she found herself wishing she could go back to the conversation the two of them had had at the reflecting pool mere days ago. Layla had found a male with whom she wished to mate, and Payne had thought she'd gone daft in the Hiata stance forged in ignorance, as it had turned out. In less time than it took to have a meal, her human healer had taught her that she could feel for the opposite sex. Fates, she would never forget what he looked like, standing o'er her bed, his body so thickly aroused and ready to take hers. Males were magnificent like that, and what a surprise to learn such a thing. Well, her healer was magnificent. She didn't imagine she would feel the same if it had been anyone else. And she wondered what it would have felt like to have his mouth upon hers, his body within hers. Ah, what fantasies could be spun when one was alone and feeling morose. For truth, what future could they have? She was a female who didn't fit in anywhere. A warrior stuck within the tepid skin of a chosen's Badato, say nothing of the paralysis problem. Meanwhile, he was a vibrant, sexual male of a species different from her own. Fate would ne'er see fit to put them together, and mayhap that was a good thing. It would be too cruel for them both, because there could never be any matting off the ceremonial or the physical kind. She was ensconced here in the Brotherhood's secret enclave, and if the King's protocol didn't keep them apart, her brother's violent streak certainly would. They were not to be. As the door swung open and Jane walked in, it was a relief to focus upon something, anything else, and Payne tried to summon a smile at the ghostly mate of her twin. "You're awake," Jane said, coming over. Payne frowned at the female's tense expression. "How fare thee? More important, how are you?" Jane set a hip on the bed, her eyes tracing the mechanicals that monitored every pump of blood and draw of lung. "Are you resting comfortably?" "Not at all. Indeed. And I thank you for all that has been done on my behalf. Tell me, though, wherever is my brother?" "He is not home yet. But he will be soon. He's going to want to see you." "And he." These Shellens seemed to run out of words at that point, and the silence said so much. "You do not know where he is, do you?" Payne murmured. "Oh, I know the place. All too well." "So you are worried about his predilections then?" Payne winced a little. "Forgive me. I am e'er too blunt." "It's all right. Actually, I do better with blunt than polite." Jane's eyes shut briefly. "So you know about him?" "Everything. All of it. And I loved him afore I e'er met him." "How did you?" "No? 'Tis the work of a moment when you are a chosen. The seeing bowls have allowed me to watch him through all the seasons of his life. And I dare say that this time with you is by far the best." Jane made a noncommittal noise. "Do you know what happens next?" Always the question, and as Payne thought of her legs, she found herself wondering along similar lines. "Alas, I cannot say, as 'tis only the past that is shown, or the very nearest moment to moment of the present." There was a long silence, and then Jane said, "I find this house so hard to reach sometimes. He's right in front of me, but I can't get to him." Dark green eyes flashed over. "He hates emotion. and he's very independent. Well, I'm the same way. Unfortunately, in situations like this, I feel like the pair of us are not so much together as side by side, if that makes sense. God, listen to me. I'm rambling and I sound like I've got problems with him. On the contrary, I know how much you adore him, and I am not at all unversed with his nature. Payne thought of the abuse wrought upon her twin. Has he e'er spoken of our father? Not really. I am unsurprised. Jane's eyes held hers. What was the bloodletting like? What to reply to that? Let us just say I killed him for what he did to my brother and we shall leave it at that. God. More like the devil if you apply human traditions. Jane's frown was deep enough to wrinkle her forehead. He never talks about the past. Ever. And he mentioned only once what happened to his. She stopped there. In truth, however, there was no reason to go on as Payne knew too well that to which the female referred. Maybe I should have pressed him, but I didn't. Talking about deep stuff upsets him, so I've left it alone. You know him well. Yeah. And because I do, I'm worried about what he did tonight. Ah yes, the bloodied lovers he favored. Payne reached out and brushed the healer's translucent Armand was surprised to see that where she touched became corporeal. As Jane started, she apologized, but her twin's mate shook her head. Please don't. And it's funny only V can do that with me. Everyone else just passes through. And wasn't there a metaphor in that? Payne spoke clearly. You are the right Shellen for my twin. And he loves only you. Jane's voice cracked. But what if I can't give him what he needs? Payne had no easy answer for that one. And before she could formulate some kind of response, Jane said, I shouldn't be talking to you like this. I don't want you to worry about him and me or put yourself in an awkward position. We both love him and we know who he is, so there is not to be awkward about. And before you ask, I shall tell him nothing. We became sisters of one blood the moment you mated him, and I shall e'er hold your confidence close to my heart. Thank you, Jane said in a low voice. Thank you 1,000,000 times over. In that moment, an accord was reached between them, the kind of wordless tie that was the strength and foundation of all family, whether they be united by birthright or circumstance. Such a strong female of worth, Payne thought. Which reminded her. My healer. What do you call him? Your surgeon? You mean Manny Dr. Manello? Ah yes. He gave me a message for you. Jane seemed to stiffen. He said he forgives you. For everything. I can only guess you know that to which he refers. Vicious's mate exhaled, her shoulders easing. God, Manny. She shook her head. Yes, I do. I really hope he comes out of this okay. There've been a lot of memories erased in that head of his. Payne couldn't agree more. May I inquire, however, do you know of him? Manny? He was my boss for years. The best surgeon I ever worked with. Is he mated? Payne asked in a voice she hoped read as casual. Now Jane laughed. Not at all, although God knows there are always women around him. As a subtle growl pumped through the air, the good doctor blinked in surprise, and Payne quickly silenced the possessiveness she had no right to feel. What kind of female does he favor? Jane rolled her eyes. Blonde, leggy, and busty. I don't know if you're familiar with Barbie, but that was always his type. Payne frowned. She was neither blonde nor particularly busty, but leggy? She could do leggy. Why was she even thinking like this? Closing her eyes, she found herself praying that the male never, ever met the chosen Layla. But how ridiculous was that? Her twin's mate gently patted her arm. I know you're exhausted, so I'm going to let you rest. If you need me, just hit the red button on the rail and I'll come right to you. Payne forced her lids up. Thank you, healer. And worry not about my twin. He shall return to you afore the dawn's call of light. I hope so, Jane said. I really do. Listen, you rest, and then later this afternoon, we'll start some PT on you. Payne bid the female good day and closed her eyes once more. Left by herself, she found herself understanding how the female felt about the idea of this house being with another. Images of her healer around the likes of the chosen Layla made her sick to her stomach, even though there was no cause for the indigestion. What a mess she was in. Stuck upon this hospital bed, her mind tangled in thoughts of a male she had no right to on so many levels. And yet the idea of his sharing that sexual energy with anyone but her made her downright violent. To think that there were other females around her healer, seeking what he had seemed prepared to give her, wanting that straining length at his hips and the pressure of his lips against their mouths. When she growled again, she knew it was for the best that she had let that card with his information go. Else she would have wrought carnage upon the lovers he took. After all, she had no problems killing. as history had well proven. 13. Quinn entered the mansion through the vestibule, which was a mistake. He should have gone into the mansion through the garage. But the truth was, those coffins stacked up in the corner freaked him out. He always expected their lids to open and some kind of night of the living dead to wass up the ever-living crap out of him. He so needed to get over being a pussy, however, courtesy of his case of the Nancys. The instant he pushed his way into the foyer, he got a clear shot at Blaylock and Saxton coming down the grand staircase. The two of them all GQ'd up for last meal. Both wore slacks, not jeans, and sweaters, not sweatshirts, and loafers, not shitkickers. They were clean-shaven, cologned, and coiffed, but they were not she-males in the slightest. Frankly, that would have made things a lot easier. For fuck's sake. He wished one of the SOBs would RuPaul their shit and go all feather boa and fingernail polish. But no. They just kept looking like two hot males who knew how to spend their money at Saks, while he, on the other hand, gutter-snaked it up in his leathers and his muscle shirts, and in the case of tonight, sported hair styled by Rough Sex and cologne, if you could call it that, from the same line of slut care products. Then again, he was willing to bet all that separated them from the state he was in was a hot, soapy shower and a visit to the OL closet. Dollars to licks they'd been in a clinch all night. They were looking far too satisfied as they headed for a meal they were no doubt starved for. As they hit the mosaic depiction of an apple tree in full bloom, Blaze's set of blues shifted over and pulled a head to heel on Quinn. The guy's face didn't show any reaction. Not anymore. That old flare of pain was nowhere in sight, and not because Quinn's recreations weren't perfectly frickin' obvi. Saxton said something and Blay looked away, and there it was. A blush on that lovely pale skin as blue eyes met gray ones. I can't do this, Quinn thought. Not tonight. Avoiding the whole dining room scene, he headed for the door beneath the stairs and put the thing to good use. The instant it closed behind him, the chatty patter of people talking was cut off and silent darkness rushed up to greet him. Which was more like it. Down the shallow stairs. Through another coded door. Into the underground tunnel that ran from the main house to the training center. And now that he was alone, he ran out of gas, making it only about 2 feet before his legs stopped working and he had to lean against the smooth wall. Letting his head fall back, he closed his eyes and wanted to put a gun to his temple. He'd had that redhead back at the Iron Mask. Had that hetero good and hard. And it had happened exactly the way he'd predicted, starting with the pair of them yakking it up at the bar and checking out the chicks. Not long after, a set of Double DS had gone trolling by on black platform boots. Talked to her. Drank with her and her friend. Hour later, the 4 of them were in a bathroom, squeezed in tight, which had been part 2 of the plan. Hands were hands in cramped spaces, and when there was a lot of moving and pawing going down, you could never be sure who was touching you, stroking you, feeling you up. The whole time they'd been with the Chippies, Quinn had been strategizing on how to get rid of the females, and it had taken way longer than he'd wanted. After the sex, the girls had wanted to hang out some more trade numbers, kibitz, ask if they wanted to go out for a bite. Yeah, right. He didn't need no digits because he was never going to call them. He wasn't into kibitzing even with people he liked, and the sort of bite he could offer them had nothing to do with greasy-ass diner food. After filing the requests under bitch, please in his head, he'd been forced to brainwash them into leaving, which had led him to a rare moment of pity for human males who didn't have that luxury. And then he and his prey had been alone, the human male recovering against the sink, Quinn pretending to do likewise against the door. Eventually there had been eye contact, casual on the human side, very serious on Quinn's. What? The man had asked. But he'd known because his eyelids had grown heavy. Quinn had reached behind himself and turned the lock so they wouldn't be disturbed. I'm still hungry. Abruptly, the redhead had stared at the door like he'd wanted to leave, but his cock had told a different story. Behind the button fly of those jeans he got hard. No one will ever know, Quinn had said darkly. Hell, he could have made it so the redhead didn't remember, although as long as the guy hadn't tweaked to the whole vampire thing, there'd been no reason to pull out the skull swiffer and clean things up. I thought you said you weren't gay. The tone had been on the plaintive side, as if the man hadn't felt entirely comfortable with what his body wanted. Quinn had closed the distance between them, putting his chest against the redhead's. And then he'd grabbed the back of the guy's neck and yanked him over to his mouth. The kiss had done what it was designed to do, get all the thinking out of the bathroom and leave nothing but sensation behind. Shit had gone from there. Twice. When it was over, the guy hadn't offered his number. He'd gotten off spectacularly, but it was clear that it had been a first and only experimental thing on his end, which was just fine with Quinn. They parted without a word, each going on about his life, with the redhead heading back to the bar and Quinn leaving to go wander the streets of Caldwell alone. Only Dawn's imminent arrival had made him return here. Fucking hell, he said to himself. The whole night had been a lesson in scratching poison IVs. There were times in life when proxies worked. At a council meeting, for example, when you sent someone else to give your vote. Or when you needed something from a supermarket and you gave your list to a dog gen. Or when you'd promised to play pool but were too drunk to hold your stick, so you got someone else to snap your balls. Unfortunately, the proxy theory most certainly did not work when you wished you had been the one to take someone's virginity but you hadn't, and your best follow-up idea was to go to a club, find someone with a similar physical trait, like, oh, say hair color, and fuck them instead. In that proxy situation, you ended up feeling hollow, and not because you'd come your brains out and were floating on a little post-coital cloud of yeah. Standing in this tunnel, all by himself, Quinn was utterly empty in his own skin. Ghost town from the inside out. Too bad his libido was far from out of bright ideas. In the quiet solitude, he started to imagine what it would be like if it were him instead of his cousin coming down with Blay for dinner. If he was the one sharing not just a bed, but a bedroom with the guy. If he stood up to everyone and said, hey, this is my mate. The mental lockdown that followed that little ditty was so complete, he felt like he'd been punched in the head. And that was the problem, wasn't it? As he rubbed his mismatched eyes, he thought back on how much his family had hated him. He'd been raised to believe his genetic defect of having one blue and one green iris meant he was an abnormal freak, and they'd treated him as an embarrassment to the bloodline. Well, actually, it had been worse than that. They'd ended up kicking him out of house and sending an honor guard to teach him a lesson. Which was how he'd ended up a walker. To think they'd never known about the other abnormalities he harbored. Like wanting to be with his best friend. Christ, he so didn't need a mirror to see himself for the coward and the fraud he was, but there was nothing he could do about it. He was locked in a cage with no key that he could find. Years of his family's derision boxing him in and cramping him. The truth behind his wild side was that he was a straight-up pussy. Blay, on the other hand, was the strong one. Tired of waiting around, he declared who he was and found somebody to be with. Fucking hell, this hurt. With a curse, he cut off the premenstrual monologue and forced himself to get walking. With each footfall, he tightened himself up, duct-taping his messy inner workings together and fortifying his leaky pipes. Life was about change. Blay had changed. John had changed. And he was next on the list, apparently because he couldn't keep going like this. As he entered the training center through the back of the office, he decided that if Blay could turn over a new leaf, so could he. Life was what you determined it to be. Regardless of where fate put you, logic and free will meant you could make your cabbage patch anything the fuck you wanted. And he didn't want where he was. Not the anonymous sex. Not the desperate stupidity. Not the burning jealousy and nagging regrets that got him nowhere. The locker room was empty, as there were no training classes going on, and he changed by himself, getting naked before pulling on black running shorts and a pair of black Nikes. The workout room was likewise an echo chamber, and that was just as well. Firing up the sound system, he flipped through the shit with the remote. When Gorilla's Clint Eastwood came on, he went over to a treadmill and got on the thing. He hated working out, just despised the mindless gerbil nature of it all. Better to fuck or fight, he'd always said. However, when you were stuck indoors because of the dawn, and were determined to try to give celibacy a shot, running to get nowhere seemed pretty frickin' viable as an energy suck. Juicing up the machine, he hopped on and sang along. Focusing on the white-painted concrete across the way, he pounded one foot after another, again and again and again, until there was nothing to his mind or his body except the repetitive footfalls and the beat of his heart and the sweat that formed on his bare chest and stomach and back. For once in his life, he did not go for breakneck. The speed was calibrated so that his pace was a steady churn, the kind of thing he could sustain for hours. When you were trying to get away from yourself, you gravitated to the loud and obnoxious, to the extremes, to the reckless, because it forced you to scramble and hang on with your clawing nails to cliffs of your own self-invention. Just as Blay was who he was, Quinn was the same. Even though he wished he could be out and with the male he loved, he couldn't make himself go there. But by God, he was going to stop running from his cowardice. He had to own his shite even if it made him hate himself to the core. Because maybe if he did, he'd stop trying to distract himself with sex and drinking and figure out what he did want. Apart from Blay, that was. 14. Sitting beside Butch in the Escalade, V was a 6'6", 250-pound contusion. As they sped back to the compound, every inch of him was pounding, the pain forming a haze that calmed the screaming inside of him. So he'd gotten something of what he'd needed. The trouble was, the relief was beginning to fade already, and didn't that get him pissed off at the Good Samaritan behind the wheel? Not that the cops seemed to care. He'd been dialing that cell phone of his and hanging up and dialing again and hanging up like the fingers on his right hand had a case of Tourette's. He was probably calling Jane and thinking better of it. Thank fuck. Yeah, I'd like to report a dead body, he heard the cop say. No, I'm not giving my name. It's in a dumpster in an alley off 10th Street, 2 blocks over from the Commodore. Looks to be a Caucasian female, late teens, early 20s. No, I'm not giving my name. Hey, how about you get down the address and stop worrying about me? As Butch got into it with the operator, V shifted his ass in the seat and felt the broken ribs on his right side howl. Not bad. If he needed another hit to chill him out, he could just do some sit-ups and get back on the agony go-round. Butch tossed his cell onto the dash. Cursed again. Then decided to share the wealth. How far were you going to let it go, V? Until they stabbed you? Left you for the sun? What was going to be far enough? V talked around his swollen lip. Don't front, True. Front. Butch swung his head around, his eyes positively violent. Excuse me. Don't pretend you don't know what this is like. I've seen you on a bender. I've seen, he coughed. I've seen you drunk on your feet with a glass in both hands. So do not go holier than on me. Butch refocused on the road. You are a miserable son of a bitch. Whatever. Yup, that was about it for the convo. By the time Butch tooled up in front of the mansion, both of them were wincing and blinking like they'd been hit in the puss with mace. The sun was still buried on the far side of the horizon, but it was close enough to put a blush in the sky that was only a few megawatts south of deadly to a vampire. They didn't go into the big house. No fucking way. Last meal was about to get its knife and fork on, and given both their moods, there was no reason to feed the gossip mill. Without saying another word, V walked into the pit and beelined for his bedroom. There was no seeing Jane or his sister looking like this for real. Hell, given what his mug felt like, there might be no seeing them even after a shower. In the bath, he started the water and disarmed in the dark, which involved all of taking his one dagger out of the belt holster around his waist and putting it on the counter. His clothes were filthy, covered with blood and wax and other shit, and he let them fall on the floor, unsure what he was going to do with them. Then he got under the spray before it was warm. As the cold water hit his face and pecs, he hissed, the shock shooting down into his cock and hardening him, not that he felt any interest in doing something about the erection. He just closed his eyes as his blood and the blood of his enemy sluiced off his body and got sucked down the drain. Man, after he got his shit washed up, he was so gonna put a turtleneck on. His face was fucked up, but maybe that could be explained away by his having been in a fight with the enemy. Turning himself into a black and blue canvas from head to foot? Not so much. Hanging his head and letting the water run off his nose and chin. He tried desperately to go back to the numb floats he'd had in the car, but with the pain fading, his drug of choice was losing its grip on him and the world was getting too clear again. God, the sense of being out of control and pissed off choked him sure, as if there were hands around his throat. Fucking Butch. Do-gooder, nosy-ass, interfering son of a bitch. 10 minutes later, he stepped out, grabbed a black towel, and stem to stern the terry cloth as he walked into the bedroom. Popping open his closet, he willed a black candle on and got an eyeful of wife-beaters. And leathers. Which was what happened to your wardrobe when you fought for a living and slept naked. Not a turtleneck in sight. Well, maybe the damage wasn't so bad. A quick pivot to the mirror on the back of the door, and even he had to pause. He looked like he'd been clawed by Rage's beast. Great stripes of angry red welts wrapping around his torso and pouring over his shoulders and his pecs. His face was a fucking joke. One eye so swollen that the lid was nearly inoperable, his lower lip split deep, his jaw looking like he was a squirrel stashing nuts. Great. He was like one of Dana White's boys. After he grabbed his dirty clothes and stuffed them into the back of the closet, he stuck his swollen balloon head out in the hall and took a listen. ESPN was chattering away down on the left. Something liquid was pouring to the right. He headed for Butch and Marissa's room buck-ass naked. No reason to hide the bruising from Butch. SB had seen it happen. As he stepped into the doorway, he found the cop sitting on the end of his bed, elbows on his knees, glass of lag in his palms, bottle between his loafers. You know what I'm thinking about right now, the guy said without looking up. V could guess it was a hell of a list. Tell me. The night I watched you throw yourself off the balcony at the Commodore. The night I thought you died. Butch took a swig from his glass. I assumed we were over that. If it's any consolation, so did I. Why don't you go see your mom? Talk this shit out with her. Like there was anything that female could say at this point? I'd kill her, cop. I don't know how I'd do it, but I'd kill the bitch for this. She leaves me to that sociopath of a father being precisely aware of what he's like, because, hello, she sees all. Then she keeps herself a secret from me for 300 years before she turns up on my birthday and wants to put me out to stud for her stupid-ass religion. But I could have punted on that shiz, true? My sister, my twin though? She put pain away, cop. Held her against her will. For centuries. And never told me I even had a sibling? That's too fucking much. I'm done. He stared at the lag. You got some juice to spare there? Butch corked the bottle and tossed the thing. As V caught it in his palm, the cop said, "Waking up dead is not the answer, though. And neither is getting your ass kicked like that. You volunteering to do it for me, then? Because I'm going crazy and it needs out. Butch. For real. I'm dangerous over here." V took a pull on the booze and cursed as the slice in his lip made it feel like he'd sucked on the wrong end of a hand-rolled. "And I can't think of any way to get it out of Mebby, 'cause I sure as fuck am not gonna fall into my old habits." Not tempted at all? V braced himself and then went for another drink. Through his grimace, he said, "I want the release, but I'm not going to be with anyone except Jane. No way I'm coming back to our mated bed with the stank of some slut all over my cock. It would ruin everything. Not just for her but for me. Besides, what I need right now is a dom. Not a sub, and there's no one I can trust. Except maybe Butch, but that would cross too many lines. So I'm caught. I got a screaming harpy in my head and nowhere to go with it, and it's making me fucking mental." Jesus, he'd said it. All of it. Go him. And the reward was another suck on the bottle. "Goddamn, my lip hurts." "No offense, but good, you deserve it." Butch's hazel eyes lifted, and after a moment he smiled a little, flashing that cap on his front tooth as well as his fangs. "You know, I was really getting into hating you for a minute there, I truly was. And before you ask, the turtlenecks are down at the far end of that rack. Take some sweatpants, too. Your legs look like they've been hit with a claw hammer, and that ball of yours is clearly about to explode." "Thanks, man." V walked down the lineup of clothes that were suspended on fine cedar hangers. One thing you could say about Butch was that his wardrobe was full of options. "Never thought I'd be glad that you're a clothes whore. I believe the term is sharp-dresser." With that Boston accent of his, the words came out sharp-dresser, and V found himself wondering if there'd ever been a time when he hadn't heard that Southie twang in his ear. "What are you going to do about Jane?" V put the bottle on the floor, pulled a cashmere turtleneck over his head, and was pissed to find it barely covered his navel. "She's got enough on her plate. No shellin' needs to hear her mail went out for a good beating, and I don't want you to tell her. How are you going to explain your puss, smartass? The swelling's going to go down. Not fast enough, you go to see pain like this. She doesn't need the viewing pleasure either. I'm just going to stay scarce for a day. Pain's in recovery and is stable at least, that's what Jane told me, so I'm going to go to my forge." Butch held out his glass. "If you don't mind?" "Roger that." V poured some for his boy, took another drink for himself, and then yanked on some bottoms. Holding his arms out, he did a turn. "Better. All I see are ankles and wrists, and FYI, you're pulling a Millie frickin' Cyrus with that belly flash. Not attractive. Fuck off." As V grabbed another hit from the bottle, he decided that getting drunk was his new plan. "I can't help it that you're a goddamn midget." Butch barked a laugh and then got back to serious. "If you pull this shit again." "You asked me to take your clothes." "That's not what I'm talking about." V tugged at the turtleneck sleeves and got absolutely nowhere with them. "You're not going to have to step in, cop, and I'm not going to get myself killed. That's not the point. I know where the line is." Butch cursed, his face going grim. "You say that and I believe you think it's true. But situations can spiral, especially that kind. You can be riding that wave of whatever it is you need and the tide can turn against you." V flexed his gloved hand. "Not possible. Not with this, and I really don't want you talking to my girl about this, true? Promise me. You need to stay out of this. Then you have to speak with her." "How can I tell her?" His voice broke and he had to clear his throat. "How the fuck can I explain this to her?" "How can you not? She loves you." V just shook his head. He couldn't imagine telling his shellin' he wanted to be hurt physically. It would kill her. And he absolutely didn't want her to see him like this. Look, I'm going to take care of this myself. All of it. That's what I'm afraid of, V. Butch swallowed the rest of his scotch on a oneer. That's our biggest problem. Jane was watching her patient sleep when her cell phone went off in her pocket. It wasn't a call, but a text from V. AM home and goin' to forge to work. HWP? And you? Her exhale was not about relief. He'd come back about 10 minutes before full-on sunrise, and he wasn't seeing her or his sister. Screw this, she thought as she stood up and walked out of the recovery suite. After doing a handoff to Alina, who was in the clinic's exam room updating the brothers' files, Jane marched down the corridor, hung a left into the office, and went out the back of the supply closet. No reason to futz around with the lock codes, she just ghosted through. And there he was, about 20 yards down the tunnel, walking away from her, having passed the training center on his way to go even deeper into the mountain. The fluorescent ceiling lights illuminated him from over his head, hitting his huge shoulders and his heavy lower body. Going by the gloss, his hair looked wet, and the lingering scent of the soap he always used was the confirmation that he'd just showered. This house. She said his name once, but the tunnel was an echo chamber that batted the syllables back and forth, multiplying them. He stopped. That was the only response she got. After waiting for him to say something, to turn around to acknowledge her, she discovered something new about her ghostly state. Even though she wasn't technically alive, her lungs could still burn, sure, as if she were suffocating. "Where did you go tonight?" she said, not expecting an answer. And she didn't get one. But he'd halted right under a ceiling fixture, so even from a distance she could see his shoulders tightening up. "Why aren't you turning around this house?" Dear God, what had he done at the Commodore? Oh, Jesus. Funny, there was a reason that people built lives together. Although the choices you made as husband and wife were not bricks and time was not mortar, you were still constructing something tangible and real. And right now, as her Hellren refused to come over to her hell, even show her his face, an earthquake was rumbling under what she had thought was solid ground. "What did you do tonight?" she choked out. At that, he pivoted on his heel and took 2 long steps toward her. But it wasn't to get close. It was to step out of the direct light. Even still. "Your face," she gasped. "I got into a fight with some lessers." As she went to move forward, he held up his palm. "I'm fine. I just need some space right now." Something about this was off, she thought. And she hated the question that jumped into her mind to the point where she refused to let it out. Except then all they had was silence. "How's my sister?" he said abruptly. Through a closed throat, she replied, "She's resting comfortably still. Alina's with her. You should take some time off and have a rest." "I will." Right? With things like this between them, she was never going to sleep again. He dragged his gloved hand through his hair. "I don't know what to say right now. Were you with someone else?" He didn't even hesitate. "No." Jane stared at him and then slowly exhaled. One thing that was true about her Hellren, one thing you could always take to the bank, was that this house didn't lie. For all the faults he had, that was not one of them. "All right," she said. "You know where to find me. I'll be in our bed." She was the one who turned away and started walking in the opposite direction. Even though the distance between them broke her heart, she wasn't going to badger him into something he wasn't capable of, and if he needed space, well, she would give it to him. But not forever, that was for sure. Sooner or later, that male was going to talk to her. He had to, or she was going to God, she didn't know what. Her love wasn't going to survive forever in this vacuum, though. It just couldn't. 15. The fact that Jose de la Cruz hit a Dunkin' Donuts drive-thru on the way into downtown Caldwell was one hell of a cliché. Collective wisdom had all homicide detectives drinking coffee and eating donuts, but that wasn't always the truth. Sometimes there wasn't time to stop. And man, screw the television shows and the detective novels, the reality was he functioned better on caffeine and with a little sugar in his bloodstream. Plus he lived for the honey dips. So sue him. The call that had woken him and his wife up had come in at close to 6 a.m., which considering the number of nighttime ring-a-dings he got was almost civilized. Dead bodies, like live ones with medical problems, didn't play by 9 to 5 or less, so the nearly decent hour had been a novel benediction. And that wasn't the only thing going his way. Courtesy of it being a Sunday morning, the roads and highway were bowling alley empty, and his unmarked made excellent time in from the burb, so his coffee was still pippin' hot as he piloted himself down into the warehouse district. Pulling rolling stops at the red lights, The lineup of squad cars announced the location where the body had been found, even better than the yellow warning tape that had been wound around everywhere like ribbon on some fucked up Christmas present. With a curse, he parked parallel to the brick wall of the alley and got out, sipping and walking his way over to the knot of grim-looking blue Eunice. "Hey, detective." "Sup, detective?" "Yo, detective." He nodded at the boys. "Mornin' all. How we doing?" "We didn't touch her." Rodriguez nodded over to the dumpster. "She's in there and she's had initial photographs taken by Jones. Coroner and the CSI types are on the way. So's the mansogonist." "Ah, yes, they're faithful Fadig. Thanks. Where's your new partner?" "Coming." "He ready for this?" "We'll see." No doubt this grungy alley was plenty familiar with people tossing their cookies. So if the greenhorn lost his proverbial lunch, it's all good. Jose ducked under the tape and walked over to the dumpster. As always when he approached a body, he found his sense of hearing grew almost unbearably acute. The soft chatter of the men behind him, the sound of the soles of his shoes on the asphalt, the whistling breeze off the river, everything was too loud. Like the volume of the whole damn world was cranked up into the red zone. And of course, the irony was that the purpose of his being here on this morning, in this alley, the purpose of all the cars and the men and the tape was perfectly silent. Jose gripped his styrofoam cup as he peered over the rusted lip of the bin. Her hand was the first thing he saw, a pale lineup of fingers with nails that were split and had something brown under them. She'd been a fighter, whoever she was. As he stood over yet another dead girl, he wished like hell his job would go through a slow month or week or for shit's sake, even a night. Hell, a career slump was what he was really gunning for. When you were in his line of work, it was hard to take satisfaction in what you did. Even if you solved a case, someone was still burying a loved one. The cop next to him sounded like he was on the business end of a bullhorn. "You want me to open the other half?" Jose almost told the guy to pipe down, but chances were good he was talking like he was in a library. "Yeah, thanks." The officer used a nightstick to push the lid up far enough for the light to stream in. But the guy didn't look inside. He just stood there like one of those stiffs in front of Buckingham Palace, staring out across the alley while focusing on nothing. As Jose rose up onto the balls of his feet and got a look, he didn't blame the uni for his reticence. Lying in a bed of metal curls, the female was naked, her gray, mottled skin strangely luminous in the dawn's diffused light. Going by her face and body, she looked to be in her late teens, early 20s. Caucasian. Hair had been cut off at the roots, so close in places that the scalp was lacerated. Eyes had been removed from their sockets. Jose took a pen out of his pocket, stretched downward, and carefully pushed her stiff lips apart. No tea, not a one left in the ragged gums. Moving to the right, he upped one of her hands so he could see the underside of the fingertips. Sheared clean off. And the defacement didn't end at the head and hands. There were gouges in her flesh, one at the top of her thigh, another down her upper arm, and two on the insides of her wrists. Cursing under his breath, he was certain she'd been dumped here. Not enough privacy to do this kind of work. This shit required time and tools and restraints to keep her put. "What do we have, detective?" his new partner said from behind him. Jose glanced over his shoulder at Thomas Delvecchio, Jr. "Have you had breakfast yet?" "No." "Good." He stepped back so Vec could have a look. As the guy was taller by nearly 6 inches, he didn't have to arch up to see in. All he did was tilt at the hips. And then he just stared. No lurching over to the wall and throwing up. No gasping. No real change in expression either. "The body was dumped here," Vec said. "Had to be. Her." Vec looked over, his dark blue eyes smart and unfazed. "I'm sorry. She was dumped here. That's a person. Not a thing, Delvecchio. Right? Sorry. She." The guy leaned in again. "I think we've got ourselves a trophy keeper." "Maybe." Dark brows shot up. "There's a lot missing on her." "You watch CNN lately?" Jose wiped his pen on a tissue. "I don't have time for TV. 11 women have been found like this in the past year. Chicago, Cleveland, and Philly." That popped a piece of gum in his mouth and chewed hard. "So you're wondering if this is the beginning for us?" As the guy ground his molars, Jose rubbed his eyes against memories that bubbled up. "When did you quit?" That cleared his throat. "Smoking? About a month ago." "How's it going?" "Sucks ass." "I'll bet." Jose put his hands on his hips and refocused. How the hell were they going to find out who this girl was? There were a countless number of missing young women in the state of New York, and that was assuming the killer hadn't done this in Vermont or Massachusetts or Connecticut and driven her here. One thing was for sure, he'd be damned if some motherfucker was going to start picking off Caldy's girls. Wasn't going to happen on his watch. As he turned away, he clapped his partner on the shoulder. I give you 10 days, buddy. Till what? Till you're back in the saddle with the Marlboro Man. Don't underestimate my willpower, detective. Don't underestimate what you're going to feel like when you go home and try to sleep tonight. I don't sleep much anyway. This job ain't gonna help. At that moment, the photographer arrived with her click-click, flash-flash, and her bad attitude. Jose nodded in the opposite direction. Let's back off and let her do her thing. Vec glanced over and his eyes popped as he got glared at, but good. The fuck-off reception was no doubt a news flash for the guy. Vec was one of those types women gravitated to, as the last 2 weeks had proven. Down at HQ, the females were all over him. Come on, Del Vecchio. Let's start casing this joint. Roger that, detective. Ordinarily, Jose might have had the guy call him De La Cruz, but none of his new partners had lasted much longer than a month, so what was the point? Jose was out of the question. Of course, only one person had called him that on the job, and that bastard had disappeared 3 years ago. It took about an hour for him and Vec to nose around and learn absolutely nothing material. There were no security cameras on the outsides of the buildings and no witnesses who had come forward, but the CSI guys were going to crawl all around with their headgear and their little plastic baggies and their tweezers. Maybe something would turn up. The coroner showed at 9 and did his thing, and the body was cleared for removal another hour or so after that. And when folks needed a hand with the body, Jose was surprised to find that Vec snapped on a pair of latex specials and jumped right in that dumpster. Just before the coroner took off with her, Jose asked about the time of death and was told about noontime the day before. Great, he thought as the cars and vans started to pull out. Nearly 24 hours dead before they found her. She could well have been driven in from out of state. Database time, he said to Vec. I'm on it. As the guy turned away and headed for a motorcycle, Jose called out, Gum is not a food group. Vec stopped and glanced over his shoulder. Are you asking me for breakfast, detective? Just don't want you passing out on the job. It would embarrass you and give me another body to step over. You're all heart, detective. Maybe he used to be. Now he was just hungry himself and he didn't feel like eating alone. I'll meet you at the 24 and 5. 24. That's right, he wasn't from here. Riverside Diner on 8th Street. Open 24 hours a day. Got it. The guy put on a black helmet and swung a leg over some kind of contraption that was mostly engine. I'm buying. Suit yourself. Vec slammed the kickstart down and juiced the motor. I always do, detective. Always. As he tore off, he left a wake of testosterone in the alley, and Jose felt like a middle-aged minivanner in comparison as he schlepped over to his oatmeal-colored unmarked. Sliding behind the wheel, he put his nearly empty and totally cold Dunkin' Donuts fister into the cup holder and looked past the tape to that dumpster. Nabbing his cell phone out of his suit jacket, he dialed into HQ. Hey, it's De La Cruz. Can you patch me over to Mary Ellen? The wait was less than a minute. Emmy, how you be? Good, good. Listen, I want to hear the call that came in about the body over by the Commodore. Yup. Sure, just play it back. Thanks and take your time. Jose shoved the key into the slot at the steering wheel. Great, thanks, Emmy. He took a deep breath and cranked the engine over. Yeah, I'd like to report a dead body. Nah. I'm not giving my name. It's in a dumpster in an alley off 10th Street, 2 blocks over from the Commodore. Looks to be a Caucasian female, late teens, early 20s. Nah, I'm not giving my name. Hey, how about you get down the address and stop worrying about me? Jose gripped his phone and started to shake all over. The South Boston accent was so clear and so familiar it was like time had gotten into a car wreck and whiplashed backward. Detective? You want to hear it again? He heard Mary Ellen say in his ear. Closing his eyes, he croaked out, yes, please. When the recording was finished, he listened to himself thank Mary Ellen and felt his thumb hit the end button to terminate the call. Sure as water down a sink drain, he was sucked into a nightmare from about 2 years ago when he'd walked into a shitty, rundown apartment that was full of empty Lagavulin bottles and pizza boxes. He remembered his hand reaching out to a closed bathroom door, the damn thing quaking from palm to fingertips. He'd been convinced he was going to find a dead body on the other side, hanging from the shower head by a belt or maybe lying in the tub soaking in blood instead of bubble bath. Butch O'Neill had made hard living as much of a professional pursuit as his job in the homicide department. He'd been a late-night drinker and not just a relationship phobe but completely incapable of forming attachments. Except he and Jose had been tight. As tight as Butch had ever gotten with anyone. No suicide, though. No body. Nothing. One night he'd been around. The next gone. For the first month or two, Jose had expected to hear something either from the guy himself or because a corpse with a busted nose and a badly capped front tooth turned up somewhere. Days had slid into weeks, however, and in turn had dumped into seasons of the year. And he supposed he became something like a doctor who had a terminal disease. He finally knew firsthand how the families of missing persons felt. And God, that dreaded, cold stretch of not knowing was nothing he'd ever expected to wander down but with his old partner's disappearance. He didn't just walk it. He bought a lot, put up a house, and moved the fuck in. Now, though, after he'd given up all hope, after he no longer woke up in the middle of the night with the wonders now this recording. Sure, millions of people had Southie accents. But O'Neill had had a telltale hoarseness in his voice that couldn't be replicated. Abruptly, Jose didn't feel like going to the 24 and he didn't want anything to eat. But he put his unmarked in drive and hit the gas. The moment he'd looked into the dumpster and seen those missing eyes and that dental job, he'd known that he was going in search of a serial killer. But he couldn't have guessed he'd be on another search. Time to find Butch O'Neill. If he could. 16. 1 week later, Manny woke up in his own bed with a stinger of a hangover. The good news was that at least this headache could be explained. When he'd come home, he'd hit the lag like a punching bag and it had done its job, smacking him back and knocking him flat on his ass. The first thing he did was reach over and get his phone. With blurry eyes, he called the vet's cell. The pair of them had a little early morning ritual going, and he thanked God that the guy was also an insomniac. The vet answered on the second ring. "Hello. How's my girl?" The pause told him everything he had to know. "That bad?" "Well, her vitals remain good, and she remains as comfortable as she can be in her suspension. But I'm worried about the foundering. We'll see. Keep me posted. Always." At that point, hanging up was the only thing he could do. The conversation was over, and it wasn't like he was a shoot-the-shit kind of guy, although even if he had been, chit-chat wasn't going to get him what he wanted, which was a healthy fucking horse. Before his alarm went off at 6:30 and put paid on the shot-through-the-head routine, he slapped his radio clock into permasilence and thought, workout, coffee, back to the hospital. Wait. Coffee, workout, hospital. He definitely needed caffeine first. He wasn't fit to run or lift weights in this condition and shouldn't be operating heavy machinery like an elevator. Either. As he shifted his feet to the floor and went vertical, his head had a heartbeat of its own, but he revolted against the idea that maybe, just maybe, the pain wasn't about the liquor, he was not sick. And he wasn't cooking up a brain tumor, although if he was, he'd still go into St. Francis. It was in his nature. Hell, when he'd been young, he'd fought to go to school when he was ill. Even when he'd had the chicken pox and had looked like a connect-the-dots canvas, he'd insisted on heading for the bus. His mother had won that particular one, and bitched that he was just like his father. Not a compliment and something he'd heard all his life, also something that didn't mean shit because he'd never met the guy. All he had was a faded picture that was the only thing he'd ever put in a frame. Why the hell was he thinking about that this morning? Coffee was Starbucks breakfast blend. Workout clothes went on while it was brewing, and 2 mugs were downed over the sink as he watched the super-early traffic snake around the Northway's curves in the dim light of dawn. The last thing he did was grab his iPod and put it in his ears. He was not a chatter to begin with, but Lord help some chipper chick with a motor mouth today. Downstairs in the workout room, the place was fairly empty, which was a huge relief, but not something that was going to last. Hopping on the treadmill closest to the door, he turned off the CNBC newscast on the overhead TV and got huffing. Judas Priest carried his feet and his mind unplugged, and his stiff, aching body got what it needed. All things considered, he was better than he had been coming out of the previous weekend. The headaches were still hanging in, but he was keeping up with his work and patient load and functioning all right. It made him wonder, though. Right before Jane had hit that tree, she'd had headaches too. So if they'd been able to do an autopsy on the body, would they have found an aneurysm? Then again, what were the chances of the 2 of them both having one within? Why did you do it, Jane? Why fake your death? I don't have time to explain now. Please. I know this is asking a lot, but there's a patient who needs you. Desperately. And I've been looking for you for over an hour. So I'm out of time. Fuck, Manny quickly popped his feet off onto the side gunnels and gritted his teeth against the agony. Draping his upper body over the machine's instrument panel, he breathed slow and steady as much as someone who'd been running a 6-minute mile pace could. Over the last 7 days, he'd learned through trial and error that when the pain struck, the best call was to blank out his mind and focus on nothing at all. And the fact that the simple cognitive trick worked was reassuring on the whole aneurysm front. If something was going to blow a hole in the wall of a cerebral artery, ain't no yogo 2-part breath shit going to make a difference. There was a pattern, however. The onset seemed to follow thoughts either about Jane or that wet dream he kept having. Fucking hell. He'd had enough orgasms in his sleep to lame out even his libido. And, sick bastard that he was, the near guarantee of being back with that female in his fantasies made him look forward to hitting the pillow for the first time in his life. Although he couldn't explain why certain cognitions would bring on the headaches, the good news was that he was getting better. Each day after that bizarre black hole of a weekend, he felt a bit more like himself. When there was little but a dull ache remaining, Manny got back on the treadmill and finished the workout. On his way to the exit, he nodded to the early morning stragglers who'd come in but took off before anyone could "Oh my God, are you okay?" him if they'd seen him take his breather. Up in his place, he showered, changed into clean scrubs and his white jacket, and then grabbed his briefcase and hit the elevators. To beat the traffic, he took the surface roads through the city. The Northway was invariably jammed this time of day, and he made great time while he listened to old-school My Chemical Romance. I'm Not Okay was a tune he couldn't get enough of for some reason. As he turned into the St. Francis Hospital complex, dawn's early light had yet to break through fully, which suggested they were going to have clouds. Not that it mattered to him. Once he was inside the belly of the beast, short of a tornado, which had never happened in Caldwell, the weather didn't affect him in the slightest. Hell, a lot of days, he came to work when it was dark and left when it was dark, but he'd never felt like he was missing out on life just because he wasn't all "I've seen sunshine, I've seen rain." Funny. He felt out of the loop now, though. He'd come here from Yale Medical School after his surgical residency, and he'd meant to go on to Boston or Manhattan or Chicago. Instead, he'd made his mark here, and now it was over 10 years later and he was still where he'd started. Granted, he was at the top of the heap, so to speak, and he'd saved and improved lives, and he'd taught the next generation of surgeons. The trouble was, as he went down the ramp into the parking garage, all that seemed hollow, somehow. He was 45 years old, with at least half of his useful life in the bin, and what did he have to show for it? A condo full of Nike shit and a job that had taken over all his nooks and crannies. No wife, no kids. Christmases and New Year's and 4th of July were spent at the hospital with his mother finding her own way for the holidays and no doubt pining for grandchildren she'd better not be holding her breath for. Christ, how many random women had he fucked over the years? Hundreds. Had to be. His mother's voice shot through his head, "You're just like your father." Too true. His dad had also been a surgeon. With a wandering streak. It was actually why Manny had picked Caldwell. His mother had been here at St. Francis as an ICU nurse, working to put him through his years and years of schooling. And when he'd graduated from med school, instead of pride, there had been distance and reserve in her face. The closer he'd become to what his father had been, the more often she'd gotten that faraway look in her eye. His idea had been that, if they were in the same city, they'd start relating or some shit. Hadn't worked out that way, though. But she was okay. She was down in Florida now in a house on a golf course that he'd paid for, playing rounds of scramble with ladies her age, having dinner with the Bridge Brigade and arguing over who snubbed who on the party circuit. He was more than happy to support her, and that was the extent of their relationship. Dad's was in a grave in Pine Grove Cemetery. He died in 1983 in a car accident. Dangerous things, cars. Parking the Porsche, he got out and took the stairs instead of the elevators for the exercise. Then he used the pedestrian walkway to enter the hospital on the 3rd floor. As he passed by doctors and nurses and staff, he just nodded at them and kept going. Usually he went to his office first, but no matter what he told his feet to do, that was not where he ended up today. He was heading for the recovery suites. He told himself it was to check on patients, but that was a lie. And as his head became fuzzier and fuzzier, he studiously ignored the fog. Hell, it was better than the pain, and he was probably just hypoglycemic from working out and not eating anything afterward. Patient, he was looking for his patient. No name. He had no name, but he knew the room. As he came up to the suite closest to the fire escape at the end of the hall, a flush shot through his body and he found himself making sure his white coat was hanging smoothly from his shoulders and then doing a hand pass through his hair to neaten it up. Clearing his throat, he braced himself, stepped inside, and the 80-year-old man in the bed was asleep but not at rest, tubes going in and out of him like he was a car in the process of being jump-started. Dull pain thumped in Manny's head as he stood there staring at the guy. "Dr. Manello?" Goldberg's voice from behind him was a relief because it gave him something concrete to grab onto the lip of the pool, so to speak. He turned around. "Hey, good morning." The guy's brows popped and then he frowned. What are you doing here?" "What do you think?" "Checking on a patient." Jesus, maybe everyone was losing their minds. "I thought you were going to take a week off." "Excuse me." That's what you told me when you left this morning, after we found you in here." "What are you talking about?" But then Manny waved a hand in dismissal. "Listen, let me get some breakfast first." "It's dinner time, Dr. Manello. 6 o'clock at night? You left here 12 hours ago." The flush that had heated him up whirlpooled out of him and was instantly replaced by a cold wash of something he never, ever felt. Icy fear bowled him over and sent his pins spinning. The awkward silence that followed was broken by the hustle and bustle out in the corridor, people rushing by in soft-soled shoes, hurrying to patients or rolling bins of laundry along or taking meals dinner, snatched from room to room. "I'm going to go home now," Manny said. His voice was still as strong as ever, but the expression on his colleague's face revealed the truth in and around him. No matter what he told himself about feeling better, he was not what he once had been. He looked the same. He sounded the same. He walked the same. He even tried to convince himself he was the same. But something had changed that weekend, and he feared that there was no going back from it. "Would you like someone to drive you?" Goldberg asked tentatively. "No, I'm fine." It took all the pride he had not to start running as he turned to leave. By force of will, he kicked back his head and straightened his spine and put one foot calmly in front of the other. Oddly, as he went out the way he'd come in, he thought of his old surgery professor, the one who'd been retired by the school admin when he'd turned 70. Manny had been a second-year med student at the time. Dr. Theodore Benedict Stanford III. The guy had been a straight-up hard-ass prick in class, the kind of fucker who liked it best when the students gave the wrong answer, because it provided him with an opportunity to dress people down. When the school had announced his departure at the end of the year, Manny and his classmates had thrown a going-away party for the sorry bastard, all of them getting drunk in celebration that they were the last generation to be subjected to his bullshit. Manny had been working as a custodian at the school that summer for cash, and he'd been mopping the hallway when the last of the movers had taken the final boxes from Stanford's office, and then the old man himself had turned the corner and wingtipped it out for the last time. He'd left with his head high, walking down the marble stairs and leaving through the majestic front entrance with his chin up. Manny had laughed at the arrogance of the man, undying even in the face of age and obsolescence. Now, walking that same way, he wondered if that had been true. More likely, Stanford had felt as Manny did now. Discarded. 17. Jane heard the tearing sound all the way down in the training center's office. The ripping woke her up, yanking her head off the pillow of her forearms and snapping her spine straight from its curl over the desk. Ripping and flapping. At first, she thought it was a gust of wind, but then her brain clicked on. No windows here underground, and it would take a damn thunderstorm to create that much of a disturbance. Bolting up from the chair and scrambling around the desk, she hit the corridor outside in a run as she gunned for Payne's room. All doors were open for precisely this reason. She had only one patient, and although Payne was mostly quiet if something happened. What the hell was all that noise? There was grunting, too. Jane skidded around the doorjamb of the recovery room and just about screamed. Oh God, the blood. Payne. She rushed for the bed. V's twin was going wild, her arms flailing around, her fingers clawing at the sheets and also at herself, her sharp nails biting into the skin of her upper arms and shoulders and collarbones. I can't feel it, the female yelled, her fangs flashing, her eyes so wide there was white all around them. I can't feel anything. Jane lunged forward and grabbed one of those arms, but her grip slipped the instant contact was made, snapping off all those slick scratches. Payne. Stop it. As Jane fought to still her patient, bright red blood spackled her face and white coat. Payne. If this kept up, those wounds were going to be deep enough to show bone. Stop! I can't feel it. The big pen appeared in Payne's hand from out of nowhere, except, no, it wasn't magical. The thing was Jane's, the one she kept in the side pocket of her white coat. The instant she saw it, all the furious flapping morphed into a surreal slow-mo as Payne's hand lifted up. Her stabbing swipe was so strong and sure that there was no stopping it. The sharp point pierced through the female's heart, dead on, and her torso jerked upward, a death gasp shooting in through her open mouth. Jane screamed, "No! Jane, wake up!" The sound of Vicious's voice made no sense, except then she opened her eyes to complete darkness. The clinic and the blood and Payne's hoarse breathing were replaced by a black visual shroud that. Candles flared to life, and the first thing she saw properly was Vicious's hard face. He was right beside her, even though they hadn't gone to bed at the same time. "Jane, it was only a dream." "I'm okay," she blurted, shoving her hair out of her face. While she propped herself up on her arms and panted, she wasn't sure what was dream and what was real, especially given that this house was next to her. Not only had they not been going to bed together, they hadn't been waking up together either. She assumed he was sleeping down in his forge, but maybe that hadn't been the case. She hoped it hadn't. "Jane." In the dim quiet, she heard in the word all the sadness that V never would have let out in any other situation. And she felt the same way. The days without them talking much, the stress of Payne's recovery, the distance, the goddamn distance, it was so damned sad. Here in the candlelight, in their mated bed though, all that faded some. With a sigh, she turned into his warm, heavy body and the contact changed her. Without having to turn herself solid, she became corporeal, the heat flowing between them and magnifying and making her as real as he was. Looking up, she stared at his fierce, beautiful face with its tattoo at the temple and the black hair that he always shoved back and the slashing eyebrows and those icy pale eyes. Over the past week, she'd played and replayed that night when things had gotten so rough. And though a lot of it was disappointing and anxious-making, there was one thing that just didn't make sense. When they'd met up in the tunnel, this house had been wearing a turtleneck. And he never wore turtlenecks. He hated them because he found them confining, which was ironic given what sometimes got him off. Typically, he wore muscle shirts or went naked, and she wasn't stupid. He might be a hardcore hardass, but his skin bruised as easily as anyone else's did. He'd said he'd gotten into a fight, but he was a master at hand-to-hand combat. So if he was pulling a head-to-toe black and blue, it happened for only one reason, because he allowed it. And she had to wonder who had done it to him. "You all right?" V asked. She reached up and put her palm on his cheek. "Are you? Were they?" He didn't blink. What was the dream about? "We're going to have to talk about things, V." His lips thinned out, and got even tighter as she waited. Finally, he said, "Payne is where she is. It's only been a weekend." "Not about her. About what happened that night you were out alone." Now he eased back, sinking into the pillows and linking his two hands over his tight abs. In the dim light, the tight bands of muscle and ropes of vein that ran up his neck through sharp shadows. "You accusing me of being with someone else? I thought we went through this." "Stop deflecting." She stared at him steadily. "And if you want to pick a fight, go find some lessers." In any other male, her hitting back like that might have guaranteed a flat-out argument with all the attendant dramatics. Instead, Vishouse turned to her and smiled. "Listen to you. I'd rather you talk to me." The sexual light that she was so familiar with, but hadn't seen in a week, boiled up in his eyes as he rolled over toward her. Then his lids lowered and he looked at her breasts underneath the simple Hanes t-shirt she'd fallen asleep in. She put her face in the way, but she was smiling too. Things had been so stiff and strained between them. This felt normal. "I'm not going to be distracted." As heat poured out of his big body in waves, her mate took his fingertip and trailed it along her shoulder. And then he opened his mouth, the white tips of his fangs making an appearance and getting even longer as he licked his lips. Somehow, the sheet that was covering him got tugged down his ribbed abdomen. Lower. Lower still. It was his gloved hand doing the duty, and with every inch exposed, her eyes had more trouble going anywhere else. He stopped right before his massive erection was revealed, but he gave her a show. The tattoos around his groin stretched and righted themselves as his hips curled and relaxed, curled and relaxed. "This house." "What?" His gloved hand dipped under the black satin, and she didn't have to see where it went to be well aware he'd gripped himself. The fact that he arched back told her everything she needed to know. That and the way he bit down on his lower lip. Jane. What? Are you just going to watch, True? God, she remembered the first time she'd seen him like this, all laid out on a bed, erect, ready. She'd been giving him a sponge bath and he'd read her like a book. As much as she hadn't wanted to admit it, she'd been desperate to watch him get off. And she'd made sure he had. Feeling heated herself, she leaned over to him, dropping her mouth so that it almost touched his. You're still deflecting. In a flash, his free hand snapped up and clasped the back of her neck, trapping her. And didn't that power in him go straight down between her thighs? Yes, I am. His tongue came out and flicked across her lip. But we can always talk after we're through. You know I never lie. I thought the line was more like you're never wrong. Well, that's true too. A pumping growl came out of him. And right now you and I need this. That last part was said with none of the passion and all of the seriousness she needed to hear. And what do you know, he was right. The pair of them had been circling for the last 7 days, stepping carefully, avoiding the landmine in the center of their relationship. Connecting like this, skin to skin, was going to help them get through to the words that had to be spoken. So what do you say? He murmured. What are you waiting for? The laugh he let out was low and satisfied, and his forearm tightened and released as he started to stroke himself. Pull the sheet back, Jane. The command was husky, but clear, and it got to her, as it always did. Do it, Jane. Watch me. She put her hand on his pec and drifted it downward, feeling the ribs of his chest and the hard ridges of his abdominals, hearing the hiss as he drew a sharp breath in through his teeth. Lifting the sheet, she had to swallow hard as the head of him breached the top of his fist, breaking free and offering itself with a single, crystal tear. When she reached out for him, he snapped a hold on her wrist and held her back. Look at me, Jane, came the groan. But don't touch. Son of a bitch. She hated when he did this. Loved it too. Vishouse didn't let go of his hold on her as he worked his erection with his gloved hand, his body so beautiful as it found a rhythm with the pump of his palm. Candlelight turned the whole episode into something mysterious, but then it was always like that with V. With him, she never knew what to expect, and not just because he was the son of a deity. He was sex on the edge all the time, hard-cornered and crafty, twisted and demanding. And she knew that she merely got the watered-down version of him. There were deeper caves in his underground maze, ones that she had never visited and could never go to. Jane, he said roughly. Whatever you're thinking about, drop it. Stay with me here and now and don't go there. She closed her eyes. She'd known what she was mating and what she loved. Back when she'd committed to him for eternity, she'd been well aware of the men and the women and the way he'd had them. She'd just never have guessed that that past would come between them. I wasn't with anyone else. His voice was strong and sure. That night, I swear to it. Her lids lifted. He'd stopped working himself out and was lying still. Abruptly, the sight of him was obscured by tears. I'm so sorry, she croaked. I just needed to hear that. I trust you, I honestly do. But Sure, it's okay. His gloved hand reached out and brushed the tear from her cheek. It's all right? Why wouldn't you question what's doing with me? It's wrong. No, I'm wrong. He took a deep breath. I've spent the last week trying to force things to come out of my mouth. I've hated this shit, but I didn't know what the hell to say that wouldn't make it worse. On some level, she was surprised at the compassion and the understanding. The two of them were so very independent, and that was why their relationship worked. He was reserved and she didn't need much emotional support, and usually that math added up beautifully. Not this week, however. I'm sorry too, he murmured. And I wish I were a different kind of male. Somehow, she knew he was talking about so much more than his reserved nature. There's nothing you can't talk to me about, V. When all she got back was a she said, there's a lot of stress right now for you. I know that. And I would do anything to help you. I love you. Then you've got to talk to me. The one thing guaranteed not to work is silence. I know. But it's like looking into a dark room. I want to tell you shit, but I can't see anything I feel. She believed that and recognized it as something that victims of child abuse tended to struggle with in adulthood. The early survival mechanism that got them through everything was compartmentalization. When things got too much to handle, they fractured their inner selves and stashed their emotions far, far away. The danger, of course, was the pressure that invariably built up. At least the ice between them was broken, though. And they were in this quiet, semi-peaceful space now. Of their own volition, her eyes drifted down to his arousal, which lay flat up his stomach, stretching even beyond his navel. Suddenly, she wanted him so badly she couldn't speak. Take me, Jane, he growled. Do whatever the fuck you want to me. What she wanted to do was suck on him, and so she did, bending over his hips, taking him into her mouth, drawing him down to the back of her throat. The sound he made was all animal, and his hips jerked up, pushing the hot length of him farther into her. Then one of his knees abruptly bent up so that he wasn't just prone, but sprawled as he gave himself over to her completely, cupping the back of her head while she found a rhythm that drove him. The shift of her body was both fast and smooth. With his tremendous strength, V repositioned her in the blink of an eye, pivoting her around and shoving the sheets out of the way so he could lift her hips up and over his torso. Her thighs were split over his face and, "This house," she said around his erection. His mouth was slick and warm and right on target, fusing with her sex, latching on and sucking before his tongue snaked out and licked inside of her. Her brain didn't so much turn off as explode, and with nothing left to think with, she was blissfully lost in what was happening and not what had gone before. She had a feeling V was the same. He was all about the stroking, lapping at her and sucking on her, his hands digging into her thighs as he moaned her name against her core. And it was damn hard to concentrate on what he was doing to her at the same time she was doing it for him, but what a problem to have. His erection in her mouth was hot and hard, and he was pure velvet between her legs, and the sensations were proof that even though she was a ghost, her physical reactions were just the same as when she'd been alive. "Fuck, I need you," he cursed. On another quick burst of power, this house lifted her as if she didn't weigh more than the sheet did, and the shift was not a surprise. He always preferred to come inside her, deep inside of her, and he spread her legs before settling her on top of his hips, his blunt head nudging into her and slamming home. The invasion was not just about sex, but him staking his claim, and she loved it. This was the way it should be. Falling forward and bracing herself against his shoulders, she stared into his eyes as they moved together, the rhythm pounding until they came at the same time, both of them going rigid as he jerked inside of her and her sex milked him. And then V flipped her onto her back and shot down her body, going back to where he'd been, his mouth fusing on her, his palms locking on her thighs as he ate at her. As she came hard, there was no break or pause. He surged forward, stretching up both her legs and sorting in, entering her on a solid stroke and taking over. His body was a massive, pistoning machine on top of her, his bonding scent roaring in the room as he orgasmed hard, the week of abstinence getting dusted in one glorious session. While his orgasm rocked through him, she watched him as he came, loving all parts of him, even the ones that she sometimes struggled to understand. And then he kept going. More sex. And still more. Nearly an hour later, they were finally sated, lying still and breathing deep in the candlelight. This house rolled them over, keeping them joined, and his eyes roamed her face for a long moment. "I have no words." 16 languages, but no words. There was both love and despair in his voice. He was truly handicapped when it came to emotions, and falling in love hadn't changed that, at least, not when things were as stressful as they were right now. But that was okay. After this time together, it was okay. "It's all right." She kissed his pec. "I understand you. I just wish you didn't have to. You get me." "Yeah, but you're easy." Jane propped herself up. "I'm a frickin' ghost. In case you haven't noticed. Not something a lot of men would be psyched about." V pulled her to his mouth for a quick, hard kiss. "But I get you for the rest of my life." "That you do." Humans, after all, didn't last a tenth of what vampires did. When the alarm went off beside them, V glared at the thing. "Now I know why I sleep with a gun under my pillow." As he reached out to silence the clock, she had to agree. "You know, you could just shoot it." "Nah, Butch would get his ass in here, and I don't want a weapon in my palm if he ever sees you naked." Jane smiled and then lay back as he got out of bed and walked over to the bathroom. At the door, he paused and looked over his shoulder. "I came to you, Jane. Every night this week, I came to you. I didn't want you to be alone. And I didn't want to sleep without you." On that note, he ducked into the bath, and a moment later she heard the shower come on. He was better at words than he thought. With a satisfied stretch, she knew she had to get up and moving, time to relieve Elena from her day shift in the clinic. But man, she would love to lie here all night. Maybe just a little longer. This house left 10 minutes later to go to meet with Wrath and the Brotherhood, and he kissed her on the way to the exit. Twice. Getting out of bed, she hit the bathroom for a while, and then went to their closet and opened the double doors. Hanging from the rod there were leather shirts, plain white t-shirts hers, white coats hers, biker jackets his. The weapons were all locked up in a fire safe. Shoes were down on the floor. Her life was in many ways incomprehensible. Ghost married to a vampire? Come on. But looking at this closet, so nice and arranged with their crazy lives at rest among these carefully placed clothes and footwear, she felt good about where they were. Normal was not a bad thing in this lunatic world. It really wasn't, no matter how it happened to be defined. 18. Down in the training center's clinic, Payne was doing her exercises as she'd come to think of them. Lying in the hospital bed with the pillows pushed to the side, she crossed her arms over her chest and tightened her stomach, pulling her torso upright on a slow rise. When she was perpendicular to the mattress, she extended her arms straight out and held them there while she eased back down. After even one round, her heart was pounding and her breath was short, but she gave herself only a brief recovery and repeated. And repeated. And repeated. Each time the effort grew progressively more strenuous until sweat beaded on her forehead and her stomach muscles strained into pain. Jane had shown her how to do this, and she supposed it was a benefit, although compared to what she had been capable of, it was a spark measured against a bonfire. Indeed, Jane had tried to get her to do so much more, had even wheeled in a chair for her to sit in and ambulate, but Payne couldn't bear the sight of the thing or the idea of spending her life rolling from place to place. In the past week, she had summarily closed off all avenues of accommodation in the hopes of a singular miracle that had never materialized. It felt like centuries since she'd fought with wrath, since she had known the coordination and strength of her limbs. She had taken so much for granted, and now she missed who she had once been with a grief that she'd assumed one had only for the dead. Then again, she supposed she had died. Her body just wasn't smart enough to stop working. With a curse in the old language, she collapsed back and left herself lying there. When she was able, she found the leather strap that she had cranked down over her thighs. The thing was so tight, she knew it was cutting off circulation, but she felt neither the constriction of the binding nor any sweet release as she sprang the clasp and the leather popped loose. It had been thus since the night she had returned herein. No change. Closing her eyes, she re-entered into an inner war whereupon her fears drew swords against her mind, and the results were e'er more tragic. After 7 cycles of night and day, her army of rationality was suffering from a sorry lack of ammunition and deep fatigue amongst its troops. Thus, the tide was turning. First, she had been buoyed by optimism, but that had faded, and then there had been a period of resolved patience which had not lasted long. Since then she had tarried along this barren road of baseless hope. Alone. Verily, the loneliness was the worst part of the ordeal. For all the people who were free to come and go in and out of her room, she was utterly separate even when they sat and talked to her or attended to her very basic needs. Confined to this bed, she was on another plane of reality from them, separated by a vast, invisible desert that she could see clearly o'er but was unable to cross. And it was strange. All that she had lost became most acute whenever she thought of her human healer, which was so often she could not count the times. Oh, how she missed that man. Many were the hours she had spent remembering his voice and his face, and that last moment between them, until her memories became a blanket with which to warm herself during the long, cold stretches of worry and concern. Unfortunately, however, much like her rational side, that blanket was fraying from overuse and there was no repairing it. Her healer was not of her world, and ne'er to return, nothing but a brief, vivid dream that had disintegrated into filaments and fragments now that she had awoken. Cease, she said to herself out loud. With the upper body strength she was trying to maintain, she turned to the side for the 2 pillows fighting against the dead weight of her lower body as she strained to. Her balance failed in a flash and sent her careening even in her prone position, her arm knocking the glass of water from the table next to her. And alas, it was not an object well suited for impact. As it shattered, Payne closed her mouth, which was the only way she knew to keep her screams in her lungs. Otherwise, they would breach the seal of her lips and ne'er stop. When she thought she had enough self-control, she looked over the side of the bed at the mess on the floor. Ordinarily, it would be so simple, something spilled and one would clean it up. Previously, all she would have done was bend over and mop it up. Yeah? She had 2 choices: lie here and call for help like an invalid, or pre-think and strategize and make an attempt to be independent. It took her some time to figure out the bracing points for her hands and then judge the distance to the floor. Fortunately, she was unplugged from all the tubing that had been running into her arm, but a catheter remained, so mayhap trying to do this herself was a bad idea. Yet she could not bear the indignity of just lying here. No soldier was she, now she was a child incapable of caring for herself. It was no longer supportable. Snapping out squares of Kleenex, as people called them, she lowered the railing on the bed, gripped the top of it, and curled herself over onto her side. The torsion caused her legs to flop around like those of a puppet, all motion without grace, but at least she could reach downward to the smooth floor with the white fluff on her palm. As she stretched whilst trying to maintain a precarious balance on the ledge of the bed, she was tired of being done for, tended to, washed and wrapped like a young newly born unto the world. Her body went the way of the glass. Without warning, her grip slipped off the smooth rail, and with her hips so far off the mattress, she fell headfirst toward the floor, the grab of gravity too strong for her to overcome. Throwing out her hands, she caught herself on the wet flooring, but both palms shot from under her and she took the force of impact on the side of the face, breath exploding out of her lungs. And then there was no movement. She was trapped, the bed buttressing her useless limbs so that they remained directly over her head and torso, cramming her into the floor. Dragging air down her throat, she called out, "Help, help!" With her face squeezed, her arms starting to go numb, and her lungs burning from suffocation, rage lit up within her until her body trembled. It started as a squeak. Then the noise turned into movement as her cheek began to skid on the tile, the skin stretching so thin, she felt like it was being peeled off her skull. And then pressure grew on the nape of her neck, her thick braid pulling her head in one direction at the same time. Her strange position drove her forward. Summoning all her strength, she focused her rage and maneuvered her arms so that her palms were back flat to the floor. After a tremendous inhale, she shoved hard, pushing herself up and flipping herself on her back. Her rope of hair fell in and among the railing's supports and locked in tight, the thick length keeping her in place whilst wrenching her neck to her shoulder. Trapped and going nowhere, she could see only her legs from her vantage point, her long, slender legs that she had never before given any particular thought to. As the blood gradually pooled into her torso, she watched the skin on her calves get paper white. Fists curling, she willed her toes to move. Damn you, move! She would have closed her eyes to concentrate, but she didn't want to miss the miracle if it happened. It did not. It had not. And she was coming to realize it would not. As the pads of her toenails went from pink to gray, she knew she had to come to terms with where she was. And was not there a fine analogy to her current physical position? Broken, useless, dead weight. The breakdown that finally ensued carried with it no tears or sobs. Instead, the snap was demarcated by a grim resolve. Pain. At the sound of Jane's voice, she closed her eyes. This was not the savior she wanted. Her twin, she needed her twin to do right by her. "Please get this house," she said hoarsely. "Please." Jane's voice got very close. "Let's get you up off the floor. This house." There was a click and she knew that the alarm she had not been able to reach had been sounded. "Please," she groaned. "Get this house. Let's get you. This house." Silence. Until the door was thrown open. "Help me, Elena," she heard Jane say. Payne was aware that her own mouth was moving, but she went deaf as the two females hefted her back upon the bed and resettled her legs, lining them up parallel to each other before covering them with white sheeting. Whilst various and sundry cleaning endeavors occurred both upon the bed and the floor, she focused across the room at the white wall she had stared at for the eternity since she had been moved into this space. "Payne." When she didn't reply, Jane repeated, "Payne. Look at me." She shifted her eyes over and felt nothing as she stared into the worried face of her twin Shellen. "I need my brother. Of course I'll get him. He's in a meeting right now, but I'll have him come down before he leaves for the night." Long pause. "Can I ask you why you want him?" The even, level words told her clearly that the good healer was no imbecile. "Payne." Payne shut her eyes and heard herself say, "He made me a promise when this all started. And I need him to keep it." In spite of the fact that she was a ghost, Jane's heart was still capable of stopping in her chest. And as she eased down onto the edge of the hospital bed, there was nothing moving behind her sternum. "What promise was that?" she said to her patient. "It is a matter betwixt the pair of us." The hell it was, Jane thought, assuming that she was guessing right. "Payne, there might be something else we can do." Although what that was, she hadn't a clue. The X-rays were showing that the bones had been aligned properly, Manny's skills having fixed them perfectly. That spinal cord, though, that was the wild card. She'd had a hope that some regeneration of nerves might be possible. She was still learning about the vampire body's capabilities, many of which seemed like pure magic compared to what humans could do in terms of healing. But no luck. Not in this case. And it didn't take an Einstein extrapolation to figure out what Payne was looking for. Be honest with me, Shellen of my twin. Payne's crystal eyes locked on hers. Be honest with yourself. If there was one thing that Jane hated about being a doctor, it was the judgment call. There were a lot of incidents when decisions were clear. Some guy presented at the ER with his hand in an ice cooler and a tourniquet around his arm. Reattach the appendage and run those nerves back where they needed to be. Woman in labor with a pre-emergent cord? C-section her. Compound fracture? Open it up and set it. But not everything was that simple. On a regular basis, the gray fog of maybe this, maybe that rolled in, and she had to stare into the cloudy and the murky. Oh, who was she kidding? The clinical side of this equation had reached its correct sum. She just didn't want to believe the answer. Payne, let me go get Mary. I did not wish to speak with the counseling female 2 nights ago, and I shan't speak unto her now. This is over for me, healer. And as much as it pains me to call upon my twin, please go and get him. You are a good female and you should not be the one. Jane looked at her hands. She had never once used them to kill. Ever. It was antithetical not just to her calling and her commitment to her profession, but her as a person. And yet as she thought about her Helrin and the time they'd spent together when she'd woken up with him, she knew she couldn't let him come here and do what Payne wanted him to. He'd taken a small step back from the precipice he'd been about to jump off of, and there was nothing Jane wouldn't do to keep him from that ledge. I can't go get him, she said. I'm sorry. I just won't put him in that position. The moan that rose from Payne's throat was despair from the heart given wings and released. Healer, this is my choice. My life. Not yours. You wish to be a true savior, then make it look accidental, or get me a weapon and I'll do it. But leave me not in this state. I cannot bear it, and you have done no good for your patient if I continue thus. On some level, Jane had known this was coming. She had seen it clear as the pale shadows in the dark X-rays, the ones that told her everything should be working right, and if it wasn't, the spinal cord had been irreparably injured. She stared at those legs that lay under the sheet so still and thought of the Hippocratic oath she had taken years ago. Do no harm was the first commandment. It was hard not to see Payne as having been harmed if she were left like this, especially because she hadn't wanted the procedure in the first place. Jane had been the one urging the salvation, pushing it on the female for her own reasons, and V had been the same. I shall find a way, Payne said. Somehow I shall find a way. Hard not to believe that. And there was a greater chance of safe success if Jane helped in some manner. Payne was weak, and any weapon in her hand would be a disaster waiting to happen. I don't know if I can do this. The words left Jane's mouth slowly. You're his sister. I don't know if he'd ever forgive me. He need never know. God, what a bind. If she were stuck in that bed, she would feel exactly as Payne did, and she would want someone to help her execute her final wish. But the burden of keeping something like that from V? How could she do that? Except the only thing worse would be his not coming back from that dark side of himself. And killing his sister? Well, that was an express train right into that part of his neighborhood, wasn't it? The hand of her patient found her own. Help me, Jane. Help me. As Vishouse left the nightly meeting with the Brotherhood and headed for the training center's clinic, he was feeling more like himself, and not in a bad way. The sex with his Shellen had been mission critical for them both, a kind of reboot that hadn't just been physical. God, it had felt good to be back with his female. Yeah, sure, there were problems still waiting for him, and, well, shit, the closer he got to the clinic, the more the mantle of stress returned, hitting his shoulders like a pair of cars. He had seen his sister at the beginning of every evening and then again at dawn. For the first few days, there had been a lot of hope, but now that had mostly passed. Whatever, though. She needed to get out of that room, and that was what he was going to do tonight. He was off rotation, and he was going to take her to the mansion and show her there was something other than that white cage of a recovery room to live for. She wasn't getting better physically, so the mental was going to have to carry her through. It just had to. Bottom line? He was not prepared to lose her now. Yeah, he'd been around her for a week, but that didn't mean he knew her any better than he had when this had all started, and he was thinking they both needed each other. No one else was the offspring of that goddamn deity mother of theirs, and maybe together they could sort out the crap that came with their birthright. For shit's sake, it wasn't like there was a 12-step for being the scribe virgin's kid. Hi, I'm Vishouse. I'm her son, and I've been her son for 300 years. Hi, Vicious. She's done a head job on me again, and I'm trying not to go to the other side and scream bloody murder at her. We understand, Vicious. And on the bloody note, I'd like to dig up my father and kill him all over again. But I can't. So I'm just going to try to keep my sister alive even though she's paralyzed. And attempt to fight the urge to find some pain so I can deal with this pain. You're a straight-up pussy, vicious, but we support your sorry ass. Pushing his way out of the tunnel and into the office, he crossed over to the glass door and then strode down the corridor. As he went by the workout room, someone was running like their Nikes were on fire, but otherwise there was a whole lot of no one around, and he had a feeling Jane might still be back in their bed, lounging after he'd done her right. Which the bonded male in him took a fuckload of satisfaction from. For real. When he came to the recovery room, he didn't knock, but as he stepped inside, the first thing he saw was the hypodermic needle. The next thing was that it was about to change hands, going from his Shellens to his twins. No therapeutic reason for that. What are you doing? He breathed, abruptly terrified. Jane's head whipped around, but Payne didn't look at him. Her stare was fixated on that needle like it was the key to the lock on her jail cell. And sure as shit, it was gonna help her out of that bed right into a coffin. What the fuck are you doing? Not a question. He already knew. My choice, Payne said grimly. His Shellen met him in the eye. I'm sorry, V. A whitewash cut his vision off, but did nothing to slow his body down as he lunged forward. Just as he reached the bedside, his eyes cleared and he saw his gloved hand latch onto his Shellen's wrist. His death grip was the only thing keeping his twin from death. And he addressed her, not his mate. Don't you fucking dare? Payne's eyes were violent as they met his own. And do not you dare. V recoiled for a moment. He had stared into the faces of bested enemies and discarded subs and forgotten lovers, both male and female, but he had never seen such depths of hatred before. Ever. You are not my god, she screamed at him. You are but my brother. And you will not chain me unto this body any more than our mammon will. Their fury was so well matched that for the first time in his life, he was at a loss. After all, it made no sense to enter into conflict if your opponent was equal. Trouble was, if he left now, he was coming back to a funeral. He wanted to pace to dial down his pissed off, but he'd be damned if he was looking away for even a split second. I want 2 hours, he said. I can't stop you, but I can ask you to give me 120 minutes. Payne's eyes narrowed. Whatever for? Because he was going to do something that would have been inconceivable when this whole thing had started. But this was a type of war, and accordingly, he didn't have the luxury of picking his weapon. She had to use what he had, even if he hated it. I'll tell you exactly why. V took the needle from Jane's hold. You're going to do it so this doesn't haunt me for the rest of my fucking life. How about that for a reason? Good enough. Payne's lids sank down and there was a whole lot of silence. Except then she said, I will give you what you ask, but my mind will not be changed if I remain in this bed. Assure yourself of your expectations afore you depart, and be forewarned if you attempt to reason with our mammon. I will not trade this prison for one on her side, in her world. This house shoved the needle in his pocket and unsheathed the hunting knife that was perm-attached to the belt on his leathers. Give me your hand. When she offered it, he sliced her palm with the blade and did the same to his own flesh. Then he clasped the wounds together. Vow it. On our shared blood, you take a vow to me. Payne's mouth twitched as if, once again, she would have smiled under different circumstances. Trust me not. Nope, he said roughly. Not in the slightest, sweetheart. A moment later, her hand gripped his and a slick of tears formed over her eyes. I so vow. Vicious's lungs loosened and he drew a deep breath. Fair enough. He dropped his hold, turned around, and strode for the door. As soon as he was in the corridor, he didn't waste time heading for the tunnel. This house. At the sound of Jane's voice, he wheeled around and wanted to curse. Shaking his head, he said, Don't follow me. Don't call me. Nothing good is going to come out of my being within earshot of you right now. Jane's arms crossed over her chest. She's my patient, V. She's my blood. In frustration, he slashed the air with his hand. I don't have time for this. I'm out of here. At that, he took off at a run, leaving her behind. 19. When Manny got back to his place, he closed the door, locked it, and stood there, like a piece of furniture, with his briefcase in his hand. It was amazing how, when you lost your mind, you were kind of out of options for what to do next. His will hadn't changed, he still wanted to get control of himself and this whatever it was that was going on in his life. But there was nothing to grab at, no reins to this beast. Shit, this had to be how Alzheimer's patients felt. Their personality was intact and so was their intellect, but they were surrounded by a world that no longer made sense because they couldn't hold on to their memories and associations and extrapolations. It was all tied to that weekend, or at least it had started then. But what exactly had changed? He'd lost at least some of one night as far as he could tell. He remembered the racetrack and Glory's fall and the vet afterward. Then the trip back to Caldwell where he went to. The forewarning of another blooming headache had him cursing and giving up. Walking over to the kitchen, he dropped his briefcase and ended up staring at the coffee machine. He'd left it on when he'd headed off for the hospital. Great. So his morning Java had actually been nighttime Joe, and it was a miracle he hadn't burned his fucking condo down. Sitting on one of the stools at the granite counter, he stared out the wall of glass in front of him. The city on the far side of his terrace was glowing like a lady heading to the theater with all her diamonds on, the lights in the skyscrapers twinkling and making him feel really and truly alone. Silence. Emptiness. The condo was more like a coffin. God, if he couldn't operate, what did he have? The shadow appeared from out of nowhere on his terrace. Except it wasn't a shadow. There was nothing translucent about the thing. It was as if the lights and the bridges and the skyscrapers were a painting that had had a hole cut in them. A hole in the shape of a large man. Manny rose off the stool, his eyes fixated on the figure. In the back of his mind, at the seat of his brainstem, he knew that this was the cause of everything, his tumor, upright and walking and coming for him. As if bidden, he went over and opened the sliding glass door, the wind hitting him hard in the face, his hair stripping back from his forehead. It was cold. Oh, so cold, but the frigid shock wasn't just the chilly April night. A deep freeze was rolling out from the figure standing so still and deadly mere feet away from him. He got the very distinct impression the Arctic blast was because this fucker in black leather hated his ass. But Manny wasn't afraid. The answer to what was doing with him was tied to this huge man who had appeared from out of nowhere, some 20 stories up off the pavement. A female one with braided dark hair, this was her. The headache slammed into him, tackling him on the nape of the neck and shooting forward over his dome to pound the shit out of his frontal lobe. As he sagged, he caught himself on the slider and lost his patience. For fuck's sake, don't just stand there. Talk to me or kill me, but do something. More wind on the face. And then a deep voice. I shouldn't have come here. Yeah, you should have, Manny groaned through the pain. Because I'm losing my fucking mind and you know that, don't you? What the fuck did you do to me? That dream about the woman he wanted but couldn't have. Manny's knees started to buckle. But to hell with that. Take me to her and don't fuck with me. I know she exists, I see her every night in my dreams. I don't like any of this. Yeah, and I'm having a party over here. The motherfucker went unsaid. As did the fact that if this dark bastard decided to act on all the aggression he was stewing in, Manny was going to bust out the fists and do some damage of his own. He was going to get creamed for sure, but fucked in the head or not, he didn't go down without a fight. Come on, Manny spat. Do it. There was a tight laugh. You remind me of a friend of mine. You mean there's another son of a bitch lost in his own life because of you? Great. We'll start a support group. Fucking hell. The guy raised a hand and then memories exploded in Manny's mind and flowed through his body, the sights and sounds of his lost weekend returning with a vengeance. Stumbling back, he put his hands to his head. Jane. Secret facility. Operation. Vampire. An iron grip on his biceps was all that kept him off the hardwood. His patient's brother grabbing on. You have to come and see my sister. She's going to die if you don't. Manny breathed through his mouth and swallowed a lot. The patient, his patient. Is she still paralyzed? He moaned. Yes. Take me, he bit out. Now. If it was a case of that spinal cord being permanently damaged, there was nothing he could do for her clinically, but that didn't matter. He had to see her. Where's your car? The goateed fucker asked. Downstairs. Manny broke free and beelined for his briefcase and the keys he'd left on the kitchen counter. As he tripped and fell about his place, his brain felt fuzzy in a way that terrified him. Any more of this in-and-out shit with his motherboard and he was going to be permanently damaged. But that was a discussion for another time. He had to get to his female. When he got to the front door, the vampire was right behind him and Manny switched his stuff to his left hand. A quick pivot and he threw out his right fist, snapping it up in an arc perfectly calculated to catch the guy's jaw. Crack. The impact was solid and the bastard's head knocked back. As the vampire releveled his stare and lifted the corner of his mouth in a snarl, Manny was having none of it. That's for fucking with me. The male dragged the back of his hand across his bloody mouth. Nice hook. You're welcome, Manny said as he stepped out of his place. I could have stopped that at any moment. Just so we're clear. Undoubtedly, that was true. Yeah, but you didn't, did you? Manny marched over to the elevator, punched the down button, and glared over his shoulder. So that makes you a chump or a masochist? Your choice. The vampire got in close. Careful, Humanuri, only alive because you're useful to me. She's your sister? Don't forget it. Manny smiled by baring all his teeth. Then there's something you need to know. What? Manny rose up on his toes and met the fucker eye to eye. If you think you want to kill me now, this ain't nothing compared to how you're going to feel when I see her again. He was practically hard just thinking about the female. With a ding, the double doors opened and he stepped in and turned around. The vampire's eyes were spears looking for a target, but Manny shrugged off the aggression. Just letting you know where I stand. Now get in or ghost down to the street and I'll pick your ass up. You must think I'm an idiot, true? The vampire growled. Actually, not at all. Pause. After another moment, the vampire muttered under his breath and slipped in just as the sliders started to shut. And then the pair of them just stood side by side, watching the numbers count down over the double doors. 5, 4, 3, 2. Like the countdown to an explosion. Be careful, human. I'm not someone you want to push too hard. And I've got nothing to lose. Except for this big bastard sister. Guess we'll just have to see where this ends up. You got that right? Pain was a grim block of ice as she stared at the clock by the door to her room. The circular face was as plain as the white wall behind it, marked by nothing but 12 black numbers separated by black lines. The hands of the thing, 2 black, 1 red, lolled their way around as if they were as bored with their job as she was with watching them work. This house had to have gone to see their mother. Where else would he turn? So this was a waste of time. For certain, he would come back with nothing. It was sheer arrogance to think that she who could not be swayed would be affected in the slightest by the perils of her birth children. Mother of the race. What piffle? Pain frowned. The sound started off as nothing save a dim rhythm, but it quickly grew louder. Footsteps. Heavy footsteps traveling over a hard floor at a fast clip, and there were 2 sets of them. Perhaps it was not but her twin brothers coming in for a check. When the door swung open, all she could see was Vishouse, standing so tall and uncompromising. I brought you something. He didn't so much step aside as he was pushed. Dearest scribe virgin, pain-mouthed as tears rushed to her eyes. Her healer burst into the room, and oh, he was just as she had remembered, so broad at the chest and long of limb, with a flat stomach and a sharp jawline. His dark hair was sticking straight up, as if he had been running many fingers through it, and he was breathing hard, his mouth slightly parted. I knew you were real, he blurted. God damn it, I knew it. The sight of him rocketed through her, energy lighting her up from the inside and tripping her emotions into a free fall. Healer, she said hoarsely. My healer. Fucking hell, she heard her brother say. Her human spun around on Vishouse. Give us some privacy. Now. Watch your fucking mouth. I'm her doctor. You brought me here to assess her clinically. Don't be ridiculous. There was a pause. Then why the fuck am I here? For precisely the reason I hate you. That ushered in a lot of silence along with a sob on her part. She was just so glad to see her healer in his strength and his flesh. And her single sniffle whipped both their heads around, her healer's face changing instantly, going from flat-out fury to driving concern. Shut the door behind you, he barked over his shoulder as he came to her. Passing her hands across her eyes, she cleared her tears and looked past her healer as he sat on the side of her bed. Vishouse had turned away and was going for the exit. He knew, she thought, more than anything their mother could have done for her. He had brought her the one thing guaranteed to make her want to live. Thank you, brother mine, she said, eyes locked on him. Vishouse stopped. The tension in him was so great, both of his fists were curled and tight, and as his head slowly cranked around, his icy eyes burned. I would do anything for you. Anything. With that, he pushed his way out, and as the door eased shut, she realized that I love you could indeed be said without actually uttering the phrase. Actions did mean more than words. 20. As the pair of them were left alone together, Manny couldn't get enough of looking at his patient. His stare just kept going over her face and her throat and her long, lovely hands. Jesus. She smelled the same, that perfume of hers burrowing into his nose and going straight to his cock. I knew you were real, he repeated. Christ, it probably would have been better to say something else, anything else, but that was all he had, evidently. The relief at the fact that he wasn't going crazy was just overwhelming. At least until the luminous sheen of tears in her eyes registered along with bottomless lack of hope in her stare. He'd done all he could for her, and yet he had failed. Totally. Although it wasn't as if he hadn't guessed her condition before now. That brother of hers hadn't come into the human world again because shit was going so frickin' well on this side. "How are you doing?" he asked. As he stared into her eyes, she slowly shook her head. "Alas, I am." When she didn't finish, he reached for her hand and held on to it. God, her skin was soft. "Talk to me. My legs are no better." He cursed under his breath. He wanted to do an exam on her and look at her newest x-rays, maybe make arrangements to get her into St. Francis for another MRI. But as critical as all that assessment stuff was, it could wait. Right now, she was fragile emotionally and he needed to help her deal with that first. "No feeling still?" he said. When she shook her head, a tear escaped and slid down her cheek. He hated that she was crying, but as God was his savior, he had never seen anything so beautiful as those eyes of hers. "I am heir to be thus," she said on a shudder. "And thus to you means precisely what?" "Here. Upon this bed." Stuck. Her eyes didn't just hold his, but reached out and grabbed them. "I cannot countenance this torture. Not for a night more." She was dead fucking serious, and for a split second, he felt a terror that cut right through to his soul. Maybe in another female or male, for that matter, a statement like that might have been an emotional release of despair. For her? It was a plan. "You got internet around here?" he asked. "Internet? A computer with access to the web?" I believe there is one in the larger room beyond. Through that other door." "I'll be right back. Stay here." That got a half smile. "Wherever shall I go, healer?" "That's what I'm going to show you." As he stood up, he had to resist the urge to kiss her, and he hurried out to make sure he didn't. It took no time at all to find the Dell in question and get signed in with the help of a rather attractive blonde nurse who introduced herself as Elena. 10 minutes later, he came back to Payne's room and paused in the doorway. She was fixing her hair, her hands trembling as she smoothed the crown of her head and felt down the length of her braid as if searching for defects. "You don't have to do that," he murmured. "You look perfect to me." Instead of replying, she blushed and grew flustered, which was just about the best thing she couldn't say. "Verily, you tie my tongue." Well, now, didn't that take his mind into places it shouldn't be going? Staring across at her, he forced his head to change gears. "Payne, I'm your doctor, right?" "Yes, healer." "And that means that I'm going to tell you the truth. No sandbagging, no hiding anything. I'm going to tell you exactly what I think, and I'll let you make up your own mind, and I need you to hear me on that, okay? The truth is all I've got, nothing more, nothing less. Then you need not utter a thing, for I know too well where I sit." He glanced around the room. "Have you been out of here since you came back from the operation?" "No." "So you've been staring at these 4 empty walls for a week, trapped on a bed, having other people feed you, bathe you, and deal with your bodily functions." "I do not need the reminder," she said drily. "Thank you kindly." "How do you know where you're at then?" Her frown was deep and dark and sexy as hell. "That's ridiculous. I am here." She pointed to the mattress under her. "I have been here." "Exactly." As she glared up at him, he closed the distance between them. "I'm going to pick you up and carry you, if you don't mind." Now her brows popped. "Wherever to?" "Out of this godforsaken cage." "But I can't. I have a—" "I know." Of course she would be worried about her catheter. And to save any embarrassment, he snagged a clean white towel off the bedside table. "I'll be careful with it, and you." After he made sure her equipment was secure, he untucked the top sheet that covered her and scooped her up. Her weight was solid against his upper body, and he took a moment just to hold her, her head on his shoulder, her long, long legs draped over his arm. Her perfume or soap or whatever it was reminded him of sandalwood and something else. Oh, right, orgasms. The ones he'd had when he'd dreamed about her. Great, now he was pulling the blush and flush. Pain cleared her throat. "Do I weigh too much? I am large for a female." "You are perfect for a female." "Not where I come from," she muttered. "Then they're using the wrong standard." Manny carried his precious load through the door into the exam room. The place was empty. At his request, asked the nurse Elena, to give them some privacy. No telling how this was going to go. Keeping her in his hold, he sat down in front of the computer and angled them so she could see the monitor. When she seemed more interested in staring at him, he didn't mind in the slightest, but it was hardly conducive to concentration. Or the reason he'd gotten her out of that bed. "Payne," he said. "What?" Christ, that husky voice of hers. The damn thing was capable of ripping through him like a knife and making him like the bite of pain that came along with the wounding. To want her as he did and restrain himself was an agonizing pleasure that was somehow better than the best sex he'd ever had. It was an anticygasm at its finest. "You're supposed to be looking at the monitor," he said as he brushed her cheek. "I'd rather stare at you." "Oh, yeah?" As his voice grew as husky as hers, he knew it was time for some internal dialogue along the lines of, "Oh no you don't, big boy. But damn. You make me feel something all over my body. Even in my legs." Well, sexual attraction would do that to someone. His circuits were sure as hell lit up like Manhattan at midnight. Except there was a larger purpose to the Santa's lap routine, something that was so much more important than a quickie or even a session that lasted a week or a month or, God save them both, a year. It was about a lifetime. Hers. "How about you look at the computer for a little bit and then you can stare at me all you like? All right?" When she didn't glance away from his face, he cleared his throat. "The computer, Bambina. Italian? On my mother's side. And as for your father's?" He shrugged. "Never met him, so I couldn't tell you. Your sire was unknown?" "Yup, pretty much." Manny put his forefinger under her chin and tilted her head toward the computer. "Look." He tapped the monitor and knew when she focused properly because she frowned, her dark brows going down low over her diamond eyes. "This is a friend of mine, Paul." Manny did nothing to keep the pride out of his voice. "He was also a patient of mine. He kicks ass and he's been in that wheelchair for years." At first, Payne was not sure exactly what the image was. It was moving, that was for certain. And it appeared to be weight. That was a human, and he was sitting in some kind of contraption that rolled over the ground. To ambulate, he pumped with his great arms, his face in a grimace, his concentration as fierce as any warrior's would be in the height of battle. Behind him, there was a field of 3 other men in similar mechanicals, and they were all fixated on him as if trying to close the widening distance betwixt them and their leader. "Is it a race?" she asked. "That's the Boston Marathon wheelchair division. Paul's coming up Heartbreak Hill, which is the hardest part. He's ahead of the others. Wait for it's only getting started. He didn't just win that race. He snapped it in half on his knee and lit it on fire." They watched the man win by a tremendous margin, his huge arms going like the wind, his chest pumping, the crowd on either side of the road roaring in support. As he broke through a ribbon, a stunning woman ran up and the pair embraced. And in the human female's arms, a babe with the same coloring as the man. Payne's healer leaned forward and moved a little black instrument around on the desk to change the picture on the screen. Gone was the moving image. In its place was a static portrait of the man smiling. He was very handsome and glowed with health, and by his side were the same red-haired woman and that young with his blue eyes. The man was still sitting down, and the chair he was on was more substantial than that which he had competed in. In fact, it was much like the one Jane had brought in. His legs were out of proportion to the rest of him, small and tucked away beneath the seat, but you didn't notice Thade or even his rolling apparatus. You only saw the fierce strength and intelligence. Payne reached out to the screen and touched the face of the man. "How long?" she asked hoarsely. "Has he been paralyzed?" "About 10 years or so. He was on his touring bike when he was hit by a drunk driver. I did 7 operations on his back. He is still in the chair. You see that woman next to him?" "Yes. She fell in love with him after the accident." Payne whipped her head around and stared up into her healer's face. "He sired young?" "Yup. He can drive a car, he can have sex, obviously, and he lives a fuller life than most people who have 2 working legs. He's an entrepreneur and an athlete and a hell of a man, and I'm proud to call him friend." As he spoke, her healer moved that black thing around and the pictures changed. There were ones of the man in other athletic contests, and then smiling by some kind of large building construction, and then with him seated before a red ribbon with a big pair of golden scissors in his hand. "Paul is the mayor of Caldwell." Her healer gently turned her face back to his. "Listen to me and I want you to remember this. Your legs are part of you, but not all of you or what you are. So wherever we go after tonight, I need you to know that you are no less for the injury. Even if you were in a chair, you still stand as tall as you ever did. Height is just a vertical number, it doesn't mean shit when it comes to your character or the kind of life you live." He was dead serious, and if she were to be truthful with herself, she fell a little in love with him in that moment. "Can you move that thing?" she whispered. "So that I may see more? Hear you work the mouse." He took her hand and placed it on the warm, oblong scooter. "Left and right, up and down, see? It shifts the arrow on the screen. Click this when you want to see something. It took her a couple of tries, but then she got the knack of it, and it was absurd, but just making her way around the different areas on the screen and choosing what she wanted to look at gave her a dizzy sense of energy. "I can do this," she said. Except then she got embarrassed. Considering how simple it was too small a victory to crow over. "That's the point," her healer said in her ear. "You can do anything." She shivered at that. Or likely it was because of more than merely his words. Refocusing on the computer, she liked the pictures of the man in the races best. His expression of agonized effort and indomitable willpower was something she had long felt burning in her own chest. But then the one of the family together was also among her favorites. They were humans, but the bonds seemed so strong between them. There was love, such love there. "What do you say?" her healer murmured. "I think you came at the perfect time. That's what I say." She shifted in his strong arms and stared up at him. As she sat in his lap, she wished she could feel more of him. All of him. But from the waist down there was only a nonspecific warmth. One that was better than the chill that had persisted since the operation. Yes, but there was so much more to be had. "Healer," she whispered, her eyes going to his mouth. His lids lowered and he seemed to stop breathing. "Yeah? May I?" She licked her lips. "May I kiss you?" He seemed to wince, as if in pain. But that scent he carried roared. So she knew that he wanted what she did. "Jesus Christ," he bit out. "Your body wants this," she said, bringing her hand up to the soft hair at the nape of his neck. "And that's the problem." At her look of confusion, he leveled a hot stare right at her breasts. "It wants a hell of a lot more than just a kiss." Suddenly, there was a shift inside her body, one so subtle it was hard to pin down. But she felt something different throughout her torso and all her limbs. A tingling? She was too wrapped up in the sexual energy between them to worry about defining it. Snaking another arm around his neck, she said, "What else does it want?" Her healer groaned deep in his throat, and the sound gave her the same shot of power as when she'd a weapon in her hand. To feel that again? It was like a drug. "Tell me, healer," she demanded. "What else does it want?" His mahogany eyes were on fire as they locked on her own. "Everything. It wants every square inch of you outside and on the inside. To the point where I'm not sure you're ready for how much I'm after." "I decide," she countered, a strange, pounding need taking root in her gut. "I decide what I can and cannot handle, yes?" His half-smile was all evil. "In a good way." "Yes, ma'am." As a low, rhythmic sound filled the air, she was surprised to realize it was her. Purring. "Do I have to ask again, healer?" There was a pause, and then he slowly shook his head back and forth. "Nope. I'll give you exactly what you want." 21. When Vishouse pushed open the door to the exam room, he got a gander at the kind of seating arrangement that made him think fondly of castration. Which, considering his own experience with the knife on the nads routine, was saying a lot. Then again, his sister was all but straddling that asswipe human's Mr. Happy, the man's arms around her, their heads all nestled in. Except they weren't looking at each other, and that was the only reason he didn't break up the party. They were staring at the computer screen at a man in a wheelchair racing a bunch of other guys. Height is just a vertical number. It doesn't mean shit when it comes to your character or the kind of life you live. Can you move to that thing? For some reason, V's heart pounded as the human showed his sister how to work a mouse. And then he heard something that gave him reason for hope. "I can do this," she said. "That's the point," Manello said softly. "You can do anything." Well, Shith Gamble had come up aces, hadn't it? V had been willing to throw that human back into the mix briefly just to get her past the suicidal impulse. Except he'd never once thought the guy would give her anything more than a case of puppy love. And yet here the motherfucker was showing her so much more than how to kiss. V had wanted to be the one to save her, and he supposed by bringing in Manello, he might have. But why hadn't he done more sooner? Why hadn't Jane? They should have gotten her out of this place, taken her to the mansion, had meals, and talked with her. Shown her that her future was different but not disappeared. V rubbed his face as anger tackled him to the ground. Goddamn Jane, how could she not know that patience required more than pain meds and sponge baths? His twin had needed a fucking horizon. Anyone would go mad stuck in that room. Fucking hell. He glanced back at his sister and the human. The pair of them had locked eyes, and it was looking like it would take a crowbar to get their heads apart. Kinda got V back to wanting to kill the bastard. As his gloved hand went into his pocket for a hand rolled, he had half a mind to clear his throat loudly. Either that or take his dagger and end it at the human's head. Trouble was that surgeon was a tool to be used until he wasn't needed anymore, and they hadn't reached that point yet. V forced himself to back out of the doorway. How are they doing? As he wheeled around, he dropped his fucking cigarette. Butch picked it up. Need a light. Try a knife. He took the thing back and got out his new Bic, which actually frickin' worked. After he inhaled, he let the smoke drift from his mouth. We going out for a drink? Not yet. I think you need to go talk to your female. Trust me. I don't. Not right now. She's packing up a bag this house. The bonded male in him went crazy, but nonetheless, he forced himself to stand there in the hall and keep smoking. Thank God for his nicotine addiction. Sucking on the handrolled was the only reason he wasn't cursing. V, my man, what the hell is going on? He could barely hear the guy for the scream inside of his head, and couldn't come close to a full explanation. My Shellin and I have had a difference of opinion. So talk it out. Not right now. He put the tail end of the cig out on the sole of his shit kicker and deep sixed the butt. Let's go. Except, well, when it came down to it, he somehow couldn't walk off to the parking garage where the Escalade had been getting its oil changed. He was literally incapable of leaving, his feet having glued themselves to the floor. As he glanced down toward the I got nothing to say to her, true. As always. Maybe it'll come to you. Doubt that, he thought. Butch clapped him on the shoulder. Listen to me. You have the fashion sense of a park bench and the interpersonal skills of a meat cleaver. Is this supposed to be helping? Let me finish. What's next? The size of my cock. Hey, even pencils can get the job done. Ive heard the moaning from your room to prove it. Butch gave him a shake. I'm just telling you, you need the female in your life. Don't fuck that shit up. Not now, not ever, feel me. She was going to help Payne kill herself. As the guy winced, V nodded. Yeah. So this ain't about some he said, she said argument about the cap on the fucking toothpaste. After a moment, Butch murmured, there must have been a pretty damn good reason. There is no reason. Payne's the only blood I've got, and she was going to take that away from me. With the situation boiled down to its basics like that, the buzzing at the base of V's brain got so much stronger and louder, he had to wonder if he was going to stroke out, and in that moment, for the first time in his life, he was scared of himself and what he was capable of. Not hurting Jane, of course, no matter how frightened he was, he would never touch her in anger. Butch took a step back and raised his palms. Hey, easy there, roomie. V looked down. In his hands were both of his daggers, and his fists were so tight he wondered whether the grips were going to have to be surgically removed from his palms. Take these, he said numbly, away from me. In a rush, he gave all of his weapons to his best friend, disarming himself completely. And Butch accepted the load with quick, grim efficiency. Yeah, maybe you're right, the guy muttered. Talk to her later. She's not the one you need to worry about, cop. 'Cause apparently suicidal impulses ran the fuck all over his family tonight. Butch caught his arm as he went to turn away. What can I do to help? V had a quick, shocking picture filter through his brain. Nothing you could handle. Unfortunately. Don't do my thinking for me, motherfucker. V stepped in close, bringing their faces to within an inch of each other. You don't have the stomach for it. Trust me. Those deep hazel eyes held his and didn't blink. You'd be amazed what I would do to keep you alive. Abruptly, V's mouth opened, his breath growing tight. And as the two of them stood chest to chest, he knew every inch of his body, felt all of it at once. What are you saying, cop? Do you honestly think lessers are a better option? Butch muttered hoarsely. At least I can make sure you aren't dead at the end of it. Images flickered through his mind, graphically detailed and appallingly perverted. And all of them with him in a starring role. After a moment of neither saying a word, Butch stepped off. Go see your female. I'll be waiting for you at the Escalade. Butch, you don't mean it. You can't. His best friend regarded him coolly. The fuck I don't. Turning away, he strode down the corridor. Come find me when you're ready. As V watched the guy go, he wondered whether that was about them going out to drink tonight or the pair of them walking through the dangerous door the cop had just opened. In his heart of hearts, he knew it was both. Holy shit. Back in the exam room, as Manny stared into Payne's eyes, he was dimly aware that someone was smoking somewhere close by. Knowing his luck, it was her cocksucking brother. And the big bastard was getting nicotined up right before he came in here to mop the floor with Manny's pie hole. Whatever, though, Payne's mouth was mere inches from his own, and her body was warm against him, and his cock was bursting at the seams. He was a man of willpower and self-determination, but stopping what was about to happen was way beyond even his skill set. Reaching up, he cupped the side of her face. As contact was made, her lips parted and he knew he should say something, but his voice had packed its bags and taken a bus out of town, evidently along with his brain. Closer. He drew her closer and met her halfway, their mouths fusing. And even though his body had all the patience of an unfed tiger, he was careful as the contact was made. God, she was soft, oh so soft in a way that made him want to spread her wide and penetrate her with everything he had, his fingers, his tongue, his sex. But none of that was happening right now. Or tonight. Or even the day after. He hadn't had a lot of experience with virgins, but he was pretty damn sure that even if she was having a sexual response, how it was taken care of could be overwhelming. More, she said with husky demand. More. For a split second, his heart stopped and he rethought the go-easy routine. That tone of voice was so not little girl lost. It was all woman, ready for a lover. And gee whiz, under the she didn't need to ask twice theory, he took over, stroking her mouth with his own before sucking in her lower lip. As his hand wound around her nape, he wanted to undo that braid and get into that hair of hers, but that was too close to undressing her, and this was far from private. And he was close enough to coming already, thank you very much. He slipped his tongue into her and groaned, his arms tightening around her before he told them to loosen up or he was going to break them both off below the shoulder. Man, she was pure octane in his blood, his body in full gear and roaring. And he'd thought those dreams were hot. The real thing made that shit feel room temperature compared to the surface of Mercury. More with the tongue, more getting into her and pulling out more of everything until he had to force himself back. His hips were grinding against her tight ass in his lap, and that hardly seemed fair, given that she couldn't feel it. Taking a deep breath, he didn't last long before dropping down to her neck to suck along the column of her throat. Her nails bit so hard into his shoulders, he knew that if he'd been naked, she'd have drawn blood, and that fucking turned him on. Shit, the idea that there could be even more than just sex, that she could lock herself on his neck and take him into her in more than just one way. With a sharp hiss, Manny yanked himself off her skin and let his head fall back, breath shooting up and out of his lungs. I think we need to slow it down. Why? She said, her eyes missing nothing about him. Leaning in, she growled. You want this? Oh, fuck yeah. Her hands went to the front of his shirt. Then let's keep going. He snapped a hold on her wrists as an orgasm tingled at the tip of his erection. You have to stop that. Right now. God, he could barely breathe. Abruptly, she pulled herself out of his grip and ducked her head. Clearing her throat, she said roughly, verily, I am sorry. The shame she had made his chest raw. No, it's not you. When she didn't respond, he tilted her chin up and had to wonder if she had any clue what the male body did when it was this turned on. Christ, did she even know what an erection was? Listen carefully, he all but growled. I want you. Here. Back in your room. On the floor out in the hall. Up against the wall. Anyway, anywhere, anytime. Clear. Her eyes flared. But then why don't? I think your brother's out in the hall, for one thing. For another, you've told me you've never been with anyone before. I, on the other hand, know exactly where this could lead, and the last thing I want to do is freak you out by going too fast. Their eyes stayed locked. And then after a moment, her lips lifted into a smile so far and wide that a dimple popped out on one side and her perfect white teeth gleamed. Jesus, her fangs were longer. Much longer. And oh so very sharp. Manny couldn't help himself, all he could do was imagine what it would feel like to have one of them dragging up the underside of his cock. The orgasm in his shaft made yet another bid to break free. And that was before Payne's pink tongue came out and did a lingering sweep over the sharp points. You like? Manny's chest pumped hard. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. All at once, the lights went off, the room plunging into darkness. And then there were 2 clicks locks. Could it be the locks on the doors? In the glow of the computer screen, he saw her face change. Gone was any remnant of shy, innocent passion. In its place was a raw, strapping hunger that reminded him she was not human. She was a beautiful predator, a gorgeous, powerful animal that was just human enough for him to forget who and what she really was. Moving without thought, Manny brought one of his hands up to his white coat. In the process of his sitting down with her, the stiff lapels had popped up and now he pulled them down, exposing his neck. He was panting. Straight up panting. Take me, he ground out. Do it, I want to know what it's like. Now she was the one in control, her strong hands coming up to his face and dragging down his neck to his collarbone. She didn't have to tilt his head back. He did that without direction, his throat bared and inviting. "Are you certain?" she said, her accent rolling those Rs. He was breathing so hard he wasn't sure he could choke out a reply, so he nodded. And then, worried that wasn't enough, he put his hands over hers, pressing her hold into him. She took over from there, focusing on his jugular, her eyes seeming to light up like stars in the night. When she closed in, she did it slowly, disappearing the inches between her fangs and his flesh with aching delay. The brush of her lips was nothing but velvet, except the anticipation of what was to come had him hyper-focusing so everything was magnified. He knew precisely where she was. The scrape was viciously soft as she nuzzled him. Then her hand snaked around to his nape and clamped on, holding him in place so hard he realized she could snap his neck if she wanted. "Oh God," he moaned, giving himself over completely. "Oh fuck." The strike was strong and sure, 2 points going in deep, the sweet pain robbing him of sight and sound until all he knew was the sucking draw at his vein. That and the massive orgasm that rolled through his balls and pumped out the head of his cock. His hips jacking up against her as his erection kicked and jerked and kept going. He wasn't sure how long the release lasted. 10 seconds? 10 minutes? Or was it hours? All he knew was that with every drawing pull she took from him, he came some more, the pleasure so intense he was ruined by it. Because he knew he wasn't going to find this with anyone but her. Vampire or human. Palming the back of her head, he pushed her down tighter, holding her to him, not caring whether she drank him dry. What a way to die. Too soon, she went to pull away, but he was desperate for her to keep going, and tried to force her to stay at his throat. It was no contest, though. She was so strong physically, it was as if he had put up no protest at all. And didn't that make him come again? As overrun as his nervous system was, he still felt the retraction of her fangs from his neck and knew the exact moment she was out of him. Then the biting pain was replaced with a soft, lapping stroke as if she were sealing him closed. Falling into a semi-trance, Manny's lids lowered and his head lolled on the top of his spine like a deflated balloon. From out of the corner of his eye, he looked at her perfect profile, the illumination from the monitor giving him plenty of light to watch her lick her lower lip. Except it was not the computer. The screensaver had come on and all that was showing was a black background with a Windows logo. She was glowing. All over. From head to foot. He guessed they did that, and how extraordinary. Except she was frowning. "Are you all right? Mayhap I took too much." He swallowed. Twice. His tongue felt numb in his mouth. "I am." Panic set into her beautiful face. "Oh, fates, what have I done?" He forced his head upright. "Pain, the only way it could have been better is if I'd come inside of you." She was momentarily relieved. And then she asked, "What is coming?" 22. Up at the pit, Jane was moving fast through her bedroom. Opening the closet's double doors, she started pulling white shirts out and throwing them over her shoulder onto the bed. In her haste, hangers flipped off the rod and bounced on the floor, or twisted around and got pinned at the back of the closet, and she couldn't have cared less. There were no tears, which she was proud of. On the other hand, her whole body was shaking so badly it was all she could do to keep her hands corporeal. As her stethoscope slipped off her neck and landed on the carpet, she stopped only so she didn't step on it. God damn it. Straightening after she picked the thing up, she glanced at the bed and thought, right, maybe it was time to quit with the white shirts. There was a mountain of them on the black satin sheets. Backing across the room, she sat down next to her Mount Hainesmore and stared at the closet. These muscle shirts and leathers were still all arranged. Her side was a train wreck. Wasn't that a perfect metaphor? Except he was a mess too, wasn't he? God, what the hell was she doing? Moving down to the clinic, even temporarily, was not the answer. When you were married, you stayed and worked it out. That was how relationships survived. She left now? No telling where they were going to end up. God, they'd had what, all of 2 hours of back to normal? Great. Frickin' great. Taking out her phone, she called up a blank text and stared at the screen. 2 minutes later, she flipped the cell shut. It was hard to put everything she had to say into 160 characters. Or even 6 pages of 160s. Pain was her patient, and she had a duty to her. This house was her mate, and there was nothing she wouldn't do for him. And V's twin had not been prepared to give her any time whatsoever. although apparently that was something she was willing to grant her brother. And obviously this house had gone to their mother. God only knew what was going to come of that. Staring at the mess she'd made of the closet, Jane ran through the situation over and over again and kept coming to the same conclusion: Payne's right to choose her destiny superseded anyone's right to trap her in her own life. Was that harsh? Yes. Was it fair on those who loved her? Absolutely not. Would the female have hurt herself worse if there hadn't been a humane way of doing it? 100% yes. Jane didn't agree with the female's thinking or of her choice, but she was clear on the ethics, as tragic as they were. And she was determined that this house hear her side of it. Instead of running, she was going to stay put so that when he came home, she would be waiting for him and they could see if there was anything left of their life together. She wasn't fooling herself. This might well not be something they could work through, and she didn't blame him if that was the case. Family was family after all. But she had done what the situation had called for according to the duty she had to her patient, which was what doctors did, even when it cost them everything they had. Getting up, she picked hangers off the floor until she got to the closet. There were a lot of them in and around the boots and shoes, so she bent down, reaching into the back. Her hand hit something soft. Leather, but it was not shit-kicker. Sitting back on her heels, she brought whatever it was with her. What the hell? These fighting leathers didn't belong shoved behind the shoes. There was something on the cowhide weight. It was wax. It was black wax. And Jane put her hand over her mouth and let the pants slip out of her grip. She'd given him enough orgasms to know what they looked like on his leathers. And that wasn't the only stain. There was blood. Red blood. With a dreadful sense of inevitability, she reached into the closet once more and patted around until she felt a shirt. Pulling it out, she found more blood and wax. The night he'd gone to the Commodore. It was the only explanation. These were not ancient, forgotten relics, the dusty remnant of a life he'd previously led. Hell, the scent of the wax still clung to the fibers and hide. She knew the instant this house walked into the doorway behind her. Without looking up, she said, "I thought you weren't with anyone else." His response was a long time coming. "I wasn't." "Then can you explain these?" She held up the leathers, but come on, like there was anything else in the room? "I was not with anyone else." She threw them back into the closet and tossed the muscle shirt in there as well. "To coin a phrase you yourself have used, I have nothing to say right now. I truly don't." "You honestly think I could fuck something on the side?" "What the hell are those clothes, then?" He didn't respond. He just stood there looming over her, so tall and strong and strangely foreign, even though she knew his body and face as well as her own. She waited for him to speak. Waited some more. And to pass the time, she reminded herself that his upbringing had been a bitch and that remaining stoic and unyielding had been the only way to survive. Except that rationale simply wasn't enough. At some point, the love they had deserved better than silence that was grounded in the past. "Was it Butch?" she said, hoping that was the case. At least if it was V's best friend. She knew that any release had been incidental. Butch was a totally faithful guy to his mate, and he would do any doming only because it was the strange, dark medicine V needed to keep level. As bizarre as it sounded, that she could understand and get past. "Was it?" she said. "Because I can deal with that." This house seemed momentarily surprised, but then he shook his head. "Nothing happened." "Then are you telling me I'm blind?" she croaked. "Because unless you give me a better explanation, all I have are these leathers and the pictures in my mind that are making me sick." Silence, only silence. "Oh God, how could you?" she whispered. He just shook his head and said in the same tone, "Right back at you." Well, at least she had a reason for what had happened with Payne. And she hadn't lied about it. After a moment, V stepped into the room and picked up a duffel bag that was empty of his gym clothes. "Here. You're going to need this." With that, he tossed it over and walked away. 23. Down in the exam room, Payne's healer was looking half dead, but entirely happy with his partial demise. As she waited for him to answer her question, she was rather more concerned with his condition than he was. His blood had been shockingly rich on her tongue, the dark wine slipping to the back of her throat and tunneling into her, flooding not just her gut but her whole body. It was the first time she'd ever taken a vein at the neck. Chosen, when they were in the sanctuary, required not the sustenance of blood, nor did they cycle through their kneadings. And that was when one wasn't in suspended animation as she had been. And she barely remembered feeding from Rat's wrist. Strange, the two bloods had tasted much the same, though the flavor of the king's had been bolder. "What is this coming?" she repeated. Her healer cleared his throat. It's what happens when you're into someone and you're with them. Show me. The laughter that came out of him was velvety and deep. I would love to. Trust me. Is it something I can make you do? He coughed a little. You already have. Really? Her healer nodded slowly, his eyelids dropping low. You most certainly did. So I need a shower. And then you will show me. It wasn't a request, it was a demand. And as his arms tightened up on her, she had the sense he was aroused. Yes, she growled. You shall show me everything. I'll so fucking do that, he said darkly. Everything. When he stared at her as if he knew secrets she couldn't begin to guess at, she realized, even with the paralysis, that this was worth living for. This connection and excitement were worth more than her legs. And she had a sudden, stark terror that she had nearly missed this. She had to thank her twin properly. But however could she balance this gift? Let me take you back to your room. Her healer stood up smoothly in spite of her weight. After I'm cleaned off, we'll start with a sponge bath for you. Her nose crinkled in distaste. How clinical. There was more of that secret smile of his. Not the way I'm going to do it. Trust me. He paused. Hey, any chance you can hit the lights for me so I don't bump us into something? You're glowing, but I'm not sure it's enough to go by. Pain had a moment of confusion until she lifted her arm. Her healer was right. She was softly aglow, her skin casting a faint phosphorescence. Perhaps this was her sexual response? Logical, she thought, for the way he made her feel on the inside was as uncontainable as happiness and as luminous as hope. When she willed the lights back on and unlocked the doors, he shook his head and started walking. Damn, you've got some fancy tricks there, woman. Perhaps, but not the ones she wanted. She would love to give him back what he had shared with her, but she had no secrets to teach him and no blood to gift him with, as not only did humans not require such a thing, but it was capable of killing them. I wish I could repay you, she murmured. For what? Coming herein and showing me. My buddy? Yeah, he's an inspiration. For truth, 'twas more about the man in the flesh than the one on the screen. Indeed, Payne demurred. Back in the recovery room, he took her to the bed and laid her out with such care, arranging the sheeting and blankets so that no part of her was bare, taking the time to resettle the equipment that dealt with her bodily functions, plumping the pillows behind her head. Whilst he worked, he always covered his hips with something. A part of the bedding, the two halves of his coat. And then he stood on the far side of the rolling table. Comfortable. When she nodded, he said, I'll be right back. Holler if you need me, okay? Her healer disappeared into the bathroom and the door shut most of the way but not completely. A shaft of light pierced through into the stall of the falling water and she saw clearly his white-coated arm reach in, turn a handle, and call forth the warm rain. Clothes were removed. All of them. And then there was a brief glimpse of glorious flesh as he stepped under the spray and closed the glass partition. As the auditory rhythm of the water changed, she knew his naked form was breaking up the freefall. What did he look like? Sluiced with water, slick and warm and so very male. Pushing herself up off the pillows, she leaned to the side and leaned a little more and leaned more still until she was all but hanging off. Ayez. His body was in profile, but she saw plenty. Carved with musculature, his chest and arms were heavy over tight hips and long, powerful legs. A dusting of dark hair sat upon his pectorals and formed a line that went o'er his abdomen and down. Down so far down. Damn it. She could not see enough, and her curiosity was too desperate and driving to ignore. What did his sex look like? Feel like? With a curse, she awkwardly shuffled herself around so that she was on the end of the bed. Angling her head, she made the very best of the limited exposure of that crack in the doorway. But as she had moved, so had he, and he was now facing away from her, his back and his lower body. She swallowed hard and stretched upward to see even more. As he unwrapped the cleansing bar, water streamed across his shoulder blades and revered o'er his spine, flowing onto his buttocks and the backs of his thighs. And then his hand appeared on the nape of his neck, the frothy suds he had called up in his palms going the way of the water as he washed his body. Turn about, she whispered. Let me see all of you. The desire for her eyes to get greater access only increased as his soapy ministrations went below his waist. Lifting one leg and then the other, his hands were tragically efficient as they went o'er his thighs and calves. She knew when he tended to his sex, because his head fell back and his hips curled up tight. He was thinking of her. She was sure of it. And then he spun around. It happened so fast that as their eyes met, both of them recoiled. Even though she had been caught and then some, she shambled back against the pillows and resumed her former position, restraightening the blankets he had been so careful with. With her face aflame, she wanted to hide. A sharp squeak echoed through the room, and she glanced up. He had burst forth from the bathroom, the shower left open and running, soap still clinging to his abdominals and dripping from off. His sex was a magnificent shock. Standing out from his body, the rod of him was hard and thick and proud. "You." He said something further, but she was too captivated to care, too enthralled to notice. Deep within her, a wellspring was released, her sex swelling and preparing itself to accept him. "Pain," he demanded, covering himself with his hands. Instantly, she was ashamed and put her palms to her hot cheeks. "Verily, I am sorry I spied upon you." Her human gripped the edge of the doorway. "Not that," he shook his head as if to clear it. "Are you aware of what you were doing?" She had to laugh. "Yes. Believe in this, my healer, I was totally aware of what I was regarding so thoroughly." "You were sitting up, Pain. You were up on your knees at the end of the bed." Her heart stopped. Surely she could not have heard him right. Surely. As Pain frowned, Manny lurched forward and then realized he was really fucking naked. Which was a condition that occurred when a guy didn't just have his ass in the breeze, but was totally and completely ball-numbingly erect as he pulled a birthday suit. Reaching into the bathroom, he snagged a towel, wrapped it around his hips, and then went over to the bed. "I know, you must be wrong," Pain said. "I couldn't have." "You did." "I had merely stretched upon." "How did you get to the end of the bed then? And how did you get back where you are?" Her eyes went to the short footboard, confusion drawing her brows in tight. "I do not know. I was watching you and you were all I knew." The man in him was astounded and strangely transformed. To be wanted that much by someone like her? But then the physician in him took over. "Here, let me see what's doing. Okay?" He untucked the sheets and blanket from the end of the bed and rolled them up to the tops of her thighs. Using his finger, he ran it across the sole of her pretty foot. He expected it to twitch. It didn't. "Anything?" he said. When she shook her head, he repeated on the other side. Then he moved higher, wrapping his palms around her slender ankles. "Anything?" Her eyes were tragic as they met his. "I feel nothing. And I do not understand what you think you saw." He moved higher to her calves. "You were on your knees. I swear to it." Higher still to her taut thighs. "Nothing." Christ, he thought. She had to have had some control over her legs. There was no other explanation. Unless he'd been seeing things. "I do not understand," she repeated. Neither did he, but he was gonna damn well figure it out. "I'm going to go review your scans. I'll be right back." Out in the exam room, he got some help from the nurse and accessed Pain's medical record via the computer. With practiced efficiency, he went through everything. Vitals, exam notes, x-rays, even found the stuff he'd done to her at St. Francis, which was a surprise. He hadn't a clue how they'd gotten access to that original MRID, erased the file nearly as soon as it had gone into the medical center system. But he was glad to see it again, that was for sure. When he was finished, he sat back in the chair, and the band of coldness that shot across his shoulder blades reminded him he was in nothing but a towel. Kind of explained that nurse's walied look when he'd spoken with her. "What the hell?" he muttered, staring at the latest x-ray. Her spine was perfectly in order, the vertebrae lined up nice and square, their ghostly glow against the black background giving him a perfect snapshot of what was going on down her back. Everything, from the medical record to the exam he'd just given her on the bed, suggested that his original conclusion upon seeing her again was the correct one. He'd done the best technical work of his life, but the spinal cord had been irreparably damaged, and that was that. And abruptly, he remembered the expression on Goldberg's face as it had become obvious that the difference between night and day had escaped his notice. Rubbing his eyes, he wondered if he was, yet again, going crazy. He knew what he'd seen, however. Didn't he? And then it dawned on him. Twisting around, he looked to the ceiling. Sure enough, all the way up in the corner there was a pod attached to a panel, which meant the security camera inside could see every square inch of the place. Had to be one in the recovery room. Had to be. Getting to his feet, he went over to the door and peered out into the corridor, hoping that nice blonde nurse was somewhere to be found. "Hello?" His voice echoed down the hall, but there was no reply, so he had no choice except to barefoot it around. Without an instinct as to which way to head, he chose right and walked fast. At all of the doors, he knocked and then tried to open them. Most were locked, but those that weren't revealed classrooms. And more classrooms. And a huge, professional-sized gym. When he got to one marked weight room, he heard the pounding of someone trying to break a treadmill with some Nikes and decided to keep going. He was a half-naked human in a world of vampires, and somehow he doubted that nurse would be marathoning it if she were on duty. Besides, going by how hard and heavy that footfall was, he was liable to open up a can of whoop-ass instead of just a door, and whereas he was suicidal enough to fight anything that rode up on him, this was about helping pain, not his ego or his boxing skills. Doubling back, he headed in the opposite direction. Knocking. Opening when he could. The farther he went, the less classroom-y it was and the more police station interrogation-y shit became. Down at the far end, there was a massive door that was right out of the movies, with its reinforced, bolted panels. Outside world, he thought. Going right up to it, he threw his weight against the bar and surprise. He burst out into the parking garage, where his Porsche was parked at the curb. What the fuck do you think you're doing? His eyes snapped over to a blacked-out Escalade. Windows, rims, grille, everything was tinted. Standing next to it was the guy he'd seen that first night, the one he'd thought he'd recognized. "I've seen you somewhere," Manny said as the door shut behind him. From his pocket, the vampire took out a baseball cap and put it on. Red Sox. Of course, given the Boston accent. Although the big question was, how in the hell did a vampire end up sounding like he was from Southie? "Nice Jesus piece," the guy muttered, glancing at Manny's cross. "Are you looking for your clothes?" Manny rolled his eyes. "Yeah. Someone stole them. So they could impersonate a doctor? Maybe it's your Halloween, how the fuck do I know?" From under the dark blue brim, a smile cranked into place, revealing a cap on one of his front teeth, as well as a set of fangs. As Manny's brain cramped, the conclusion it struggled with was unassailable. He'd been a human once, this guy. And how did that happen? "Do yourself a favor," the male said. "Stop thinking, go back to the clinic and get dressed before this house shows up. I know I've seen you, and eventually I'm gonna put it all together. But whatever right now, I need access to the feeds from the security cameras down here." That snarky half-smile evaporated. "And why the hell is that?" "Because my patient just sat herself, you panned. I'm not talking about her raising her torso off the damn pillows. I wasn't there when she did it, and I need to see how it happened." Red Sox seemed to stop breathing. "What? I'm sorry. What the fuck are you saying? Do I need to reenact it in charades or some shit?" "I'll pass on that. I so don't need you on your knees in front of me with only a towel on. Which makes two of us." "Wait, are you serious?" "Yeah. I'm really not interested in blowing you either." There was a pause. And then the bastard barked out a laugh. "You've got a smart mouth on you, I'll give you that, and yeah, I can help you, but you got to get your clothes on, my man. The catches you like that around his sister, and you're going to need to operate on your own legs." As the guy started to walk back to the door, Manny put it together. "It wasn't from the hospital. St. Patrick's. That's where I've seen you. You sit in the back pews during the midnight masses alone, and you always wear that hat." The guy threw open the entrance and stood to the side. No telling where his eyes were because of that brim, but Manny was willing to bet they weren't on him. "Don't know what you're talking about, buddy." "Bull. Shit," Manny thought. 24. Welcome to the new world. As Ecker stepped out into the night, everything was different. The smell was not of the woods around his castle, but a city's musk of smog and sewer, and the sounds were not of distant deer soft-footing about the underbrush, but of cars and sirens and shouted talk. "Verily, Thro, you have found a stellar accommodations," he drawled. "The estate should be ready tomorrow. And am I to think it shall be an improvement?" He glanced back at the row house they'd spent the day holed up in. "Or will you surprise us with even lesser grandeur? You will find it more than suitable, I assure you." In truth, considering all the variables of getting them over here, the vampire had done a superb job. They had had to take 2 overnight flights to ensure that no daylight problems occurred, and once they finally arrived in this Caldwell, Thro had somehow arranged everything. That decrepit house nevertheless had a solid basement, and there had been a dog gen to serve them meals. The permanent solution to their residence had yet to make its appearance, but it was likely going to be what they needed. It had better be out of this urban filth. "Worry not. I know your preferences." Ecker did not like being in cities. Humans were stupid cows. But a stampede with no brains was more dangerous than one with intelligence. You could never predict the clueless. Although there was one benefit. He wanted to case the city before announcing his arrival to the Brotherhood and his king, and there was no greater proximity than the one they had. The house was in the thick of the downtown. "We walk this way," he said, striding off, his band of bastards falling into formation behind him. Caldwell, New York would no doubt offer few revelations. As he had learned from both olden times and this well-lit present, cities at night were all the same, regardless of geography. The people out were not the plotting law-abiders, but the truants and misfits and malcontents. And sure enough, as they progressed block by block, he saw humans sitting on the pavement in their own excrement, or packs of scum striding with aggression, or seedy females seeking even seedier males. None thought to take on his group of 6 strongbacks, however, and he almost wished they would. A fight would burn off their energy, although with luck, they would come upon the enemy and face a worthy opponent for the first time in 2 decades. As he and his males turned a corner, they came upon a human infestation. Several bar-like establishments set on either side of the road were lit up brightly and had lines of half-dressed people waiting to get into their confines. He could not read the signs that overhung the openings, but the way the men and women stamped their feet and twitched and talked, it was obvious that temporary oblivion waited on the far side of their hapless patience. He was of a mind to slaughter them all, and he became acutely aware of his scythe. The weapon was at rest upon his back, folded in 2, nestled in its harness and hidden under his floor-length leather duster. To keep it in its place, he mollified the blade with the promise of slayers. "I'm hungry," Cypher said. Characteristically, the male was not talking about food, and his timing was not a mistake. The cue for sex was in the lineup of human females they walked past. Indeed, the women presented themselves for using, painted eyes locking on the males they mistakenly believed were of their race. Well, locking on the faces of the males who were other than Ecker. Him they took one look at and glanced away with alacrity. "Later," he said, "I shall see that you get what you need." Although he doubted he would partake, he was well aware that his soldiers required sustenance of the fucking variety, and he was more than willing to grant it. Fighters fought better if they were serviced. He had learned that long ago. And who knew, mayhap he would take something himself if his eye was caught, assuming she could get past what he looked like. Then again, that was what they made money for. Many was the time he had paid for females to put up with his being within their sex. 'Twas far better than forcing them to submit, which he hadn't the stomach for, though he would admit such weakness to no one. Such dalliances would not be until the end of the night, however. First, they needed to survey their new environment. After they passed through the choked thicket of clubs, they came out into precisely what he had hoped to find: utter urban emptiness, whole blocks of buildings that were unoccupied for the evening, or perhaps even longer, roads that were bereft of traffic, alleys that were dark and cloistered with good space to fight in. The enemy would be herein. He just knew it. The one affinity among both parties to the war was secrecy, and here fights could happen with less fear of interruption. With his body itching for a conflict and the sounds of the heels of his band of bastards behind him, Ecker smiled into the night. This was going to be. Rounding yet another corner, he halted. A block up on the left, there was a gaggle of black and white cars parked in a loose circle around the opening of an alley, rather as if they were a necklace about the throat of a female. He couldn't read the patterns on the doors, but the blue lights atop their roofs told him they were human police. Inhaling, he caught the scent of death. Fairly recent killing, he decided, but not as juicy as an immediate one. Humans, he sneered. If only they were more efficient and would kill each other off completely. Someone agreed. Onward, he demanded, proceeding forth. As they stalked by the crime scene, Ecker looked into the alley. Human men with queasy expressions and fidgety hands stood around a large box of some kind, as if they expected something to jump out at any moment and seize them by the cocks with a taloned grip. How typical. Vampires would be delving in and dominating at least any vampire worth his nature. Humans only seemed to find their mettle when the Omega interceded, however. Standing over a cardboard box that was stained through in places and big enough to fit a refrigerator in, Jose de la Cruz flicked his flashlight on and ran the beam over another mutilated body. It was hard to get much of an impression of the corpse, given that gravity had done its job and sucked the victim down into a tangle of limbs, but the savagely shaved-off hair and the gouged patch on the upper arm suggested that this was number 2 for his team. Straightening, he glanced around the empty alley. Same MO as the first, he was willing to bet. Do the work elsewhere, dump the remains in downtown Caldwell, go trolling for another victim. They had to catch this motherfucker. Clicking off his beam, he checked his digital watch. Forensics had been doing their nitpicking job and the photographer had clicked her shit, so it was time to take a good look at the body. Coroner's ready to see her, Vex said from behind him, and he'd like some help. Jose pivoted on his heel. Have you got gloves? He paused and stared over his partner's broad shoulder. On the street beyond, a group of men walked by in triangular formation, one in the lead, two behind him, three behind them. The arrangement was so precise and their footfalls in such synchronization that at first, all Jose noticed was the military-like marching and the fact that they were all wearing black leather. Then he got a sense of their size. They were absolutely huge, and he had to wonder what kind of weapons they were packing under their identical long coats. The law, however, forbade police officers from strip-searching civilians just because they looked deadly. The one in the lead cranked his head around and Jose took a mental snapshot of a face only a mother could love, angular and lean, with hollowed cheeks, the upper lip malformed by a cleft palate that hadn't been fixed. The man resumed looking straight ahead and the unit continued onward. Detective? Jose shook himself. Sorry. Distracted. You got gloves? I'm holding them out to you. Right. Thanks. Jose took the set of latex and snapped them on. You've got the bag? Yup. Vec was grim and focused, which Jose had learned was the man's cruising speed. He was on the young side, only in his late 20s, but he handled shit like a veteran. Verdict thus far, he did not suck as a partner. But it had been only a week and a half since they'd really started working together. At any crime scene, who moved the bodies depended on a host of variables. Sometimes search and rescue handled it. With others, like this sitch, it was a combination of whoever was around who had a strong stomach. Let's cut open the front of the box, Vec said. Everything's been dusted and photographed, and it'll be better than trying to tip it forward and have the bottom rip free. Jose glanced over at the CSI guy. You sure you got everything? Roger that, detective. And that's what I was thinking, too. The three of them worked together, Vec and Jose holding the front side while the other man used a box cutter niche. And then Jose and his partner carefully lowered the panel. She was another young woman. Damn, the coroner muttered. Not again. More like damned, Jose thought. The poor girl had been done just as the others had, which meant she'd been tortured first. Fucking hell, Vec muttered under his breath. The three of them were careful with her, as if even in her deceased state, her battered body registered the rearrangement of her limbs. Carrying her a mere 2 feet, they placed her in the open black bag so the coroner and photographer could do their things. Vec stayed crouched down with her. His face was utterly composed, but he nonetheless gave off the vibe of a man who was angered by what he saw. The brilliant flare of a camera flash broke out through the dim alley, sure as a scream through a church. Before the shit even faded, Jose's head ripped around to see who the hell was taking pictures, and he wasn't the only one. The other officers who were standing about all snapped to attention. But Vec was the one who exploded up and took off at a hard run. The camera guy didn't stand a chance. In a totally brazen move, the bastard had ducked under the police tape and taken advantage of the fact that everyone had been focusing on the victim. And in his escape, he got snared in what he'd violated, tripping and falling before he recovered and gunned for the open door of his car. Vec, on the other hand, had the legs of a sprinter and way more lift than your average white boy. No scurrying under the yellow for him. He vaulted over the bitch and launched himself onto the hood of the sedan, pulling his weight up by the lip of the hood. And then everything went slow-mo. While the other officers rushed forward to help, the photographer floored it and the tires squealed as he panicked and tried to peel off. Right in the direction of the crime scene. Fuck! Jose yelled, wondering how in the hell they were going to protect the body. Vec's legs fishtailed around as the car snapped through the yellow tape and came arrowing right for the cardboard box. But that son of a bitch Del Vecchio not only stayed put like glue, he managed to reach in through the open window, grab the wheel, and crash the sedan into a dumpster 4 feet in front of the goddamned victim. As the airbags exploded and the engine let out a vicious hiss, Vec was thrown up and over the trash bin, and Jose knew he was going to remember the sight of that man airborne for the rest of his life. The guy's suit jacket blown open, his gun on one side and his badge on the other flashing as he flew without wings. He landed flat on his back. Hard. Officer down, Jose hollered as he ran for his partner. But there was no telling that SB to stay still or even a chance to help him up. Vec jumped onto his feet like the fucking Energizer Bunny and lurched over to the knot of officers who had surrounded the driver with guns drawn. Shoving the others out of the way, he ripped open the driver's side door and pulled out a partially conscious photo poacher who was one last pastrami and rye away from a heart attack. The bastard was as fat as Santa Claus and had the ruddy coloring of an alky. He was also having trouble breathing, although it wasn't clear whether that was from inhaling the powder of the airbag or the fact that he'd made eye contact with Vec and clearly knew he was about to get a beatdown. Except Vec just dropped him and dived into the car, pawing his way through the deflated bags. Before he could get hold of the camera and bust it to dust, Jose jumped in. "We need that for evidence," he barked, as Vec outed himself and lifted his arm over his head like he was going to slam the Nikon down on the pavement. "Hey!" Jose two-handed the guy's wrist and threw all his weight into his partner's chest. Christ, the fucker was a big bastard, not just tall, but jacked in. For a split second, he had to wonder whether he was going to get anywhere with this manhandling bullshit. Momentum turned the tide, however, and Vec's back slammed into the side of the car. Jose kept his voice calm in spite of the fact that he had to use all his strength to keep the guy in place. "Think about it. You kill the camera, we can't use the picture he took against him. You hear me? Think, damn you think." Vec's eyes shifted over and locked on the perp, and frankly, the lack of crazy in them was a little disturbing. Even in the midst of manic, physical exertion, Del Vecchio was strangely relaxed, utterly focused, and undeniably deadly. Jose got the sense that if he let the other detective go, the camera wasn't the only thing that was going to be irreparably damaged. Vec looked entirely capable of killing in a very calm, competent way. "Vec, buddy, snap out of it." There was a moment or two of nothing doing, and Jose knew damn well that everyone in the alley was as unsure as he was about how this was going to go, including the fatigue. "Hey, look at me, my man." Vec's baby blues slowly shifted over and he blinked. Gradually, the tension in that arm loosened and Jose escorted the thing down until he could take the Nakano way of knowing whether the storm was truly over. "You okay?" Jose asked. Vec nodded and pulled his jacket back into place. When he nodded a second time, Jose stepped back. Big mistake. His partner moved so fast there was no stopping him. And he cocked that fatigue so hard he probably broke the fucker's jaw. As the perp sagged in the hold of the other policemen, no one said a thing. They'd all wanted to do it, but given Vec's little car ride, he'd earned the right. Unfortunately, the payback move was probably going to get the detective suspended and maybe the CPD sued. Shaking out his punching hand, Vec muttered, "Someone give me a cigarette." Shit, Jose thought. There was no reason to keep trying to find Butch O'Neill. It was like his old partner was right in front of him. So maybe he should give up trying to trace that 911 call from last week. Even with all the resources available down at headquarters, he'd gotten nowhere, and the cold trail was probably a good thing. One wild card with a self-destructive streak was more than he could handle on the job. Thank you very much. 25. Down in the training center at the compound, Butch kinda wanted to hate the surgeon out of loyalty to V, especially given the guy's Chippendale, half-naked routine with that towel. God, the idea that piece of meat had been near pain all undressed? Wicked bad idea on so many levels. It would have been different if he'd been built like a chess player, for instance. As it was, Butch felt like John Cena had been macking on V's little sister. How the hell was a surgeon built like that? Still, there were two things that saved the guy. The bastard had put on the fresh scrubs Butch had given him, so no more ladies' night. And as they'd sat down in front of the Dell in the exam room, the guy seemed honestly concerned about Pain and her welfare. Not that they were getting anywhere on that front. The pair of them were staring at the computer screen like two dogs watching Animal Planet. Very focused, but incapable of turning up the volume or changing the channel. Ordinarily, Butch would phone or text his house. But that was not going to happen given the showdown that was going on up at the pit. God, he hoped V and Jane got their act back together. "So now what?" the surgeon asked. Butch shook himself back into focus and put his palm on the mouse. "We pray I pull the security files out of my ass. That's what." "And you were bitching about my towel." Butch cracked a smile. "Smartass." As if on cue, the two of them leaned in closer to the screen like that was somehow going to magically help the mouse find the stuff they were looking for. "I suck at this shit," the surgeon muttered with disgust. "I'm better with my hands." "Me too. Go to the start menu." "I'm going. Shit," they said together as they got a load of all the files or programs or whatever it was. Naturally, there was nothing named security, cameras, or a click here, dummy, to find what you two losers are looking for. "Wait, would it be under videos?" the surgeon said. "Good idea." They both inched even closer until the tips of their noses were all but polishing the damn monitor. "Can I help you guys?" Butch snapped his head around. Thank God, Jane. Listen, we need to find the security camera's digital files. He stopped himself. Are you okay? Fine, fine. Right. Standing in the doorway, she wasn't fine. Not even close to fine. To the point where he knew not to ask where V. Wazer expect the brother to show up anytime soon. Hey, Doc, Butch said as he casually got to his feet. Can I talk to you a sec? He cut off the protest she was about to put up. Thanks. Just outside in the corridor. Manello, you try and find your way around the comp. I'll get right on that, the guy said drily. When he and Jane were outside the room, Butch dropped his voice. What's going on? And yes, it's none of my business. But I want to know anyway. After a moment, Jane crossed her arms over her white coat and just stared ahead. But not to shut him out, it seemed. More like she was replaying something in her mind. Talk to me, he murmured. You know why he went for Manny, right? Not the particulars. But I can guess. The female had been looking pretty suicidal, frankly. As a doctor, I get pulled in different directions. If you can extrapolate. Oh God, it was worse than he'd thought. I can. Shit. That's not all, she continued. When I went up to pack, I found a set of his leathers in the back of the closet. There's black wax all over them, along with blood, and she took a shuddering breath. Something else. Christ, Butch groaned. As Jane went silent, he knew she didn't want to put him in the middle and wasn't going to ask out loud. But she was good like that. Fucking hell, so much for honoring V's stay out of it demand. Except he just couldn't watch the two of them fall apart. He didn't cheat on you, he said. That night, a week ago, he let himself get beaten, Jane. By lessers. I found him surrounded by 3 of them, and they were whipping him raw with chains. She let out a gasp, which she covered with her hands. Oh God. I don't know what you found of his, but he wasn't with anyone else. He told me himself. But what about the wax? And the... Did it ever occur to you he might have done it himself? Jane was momentarily speechless. No. Although why couldn't he just say so? Wasn't that the theme song of the night? No guy wants to admit to his wife he was jacking off alone. It's too pathetic, and he probably thought it was cheating in a way. He's that devoted to you. As tears speared into Jane's forest green eyes, Butch was momentarily nonplussed. The good doctor was as buttoned up as her Hellrenand. That reserved strength was why she was so damned useful as a doctor. It didn't mean that she was without feelings, though, and here they were. Jane, don't cry. I just don't know how we're going to get through this. I really don't. He's upset. I'm upset. And then there's pain. Abruptly, she put her hand on his arm and squeezed. Can you help him? With what he needs? Maybe it's the crack in the ice that will help us. As the two of them stared at each other, he wondered if they were really on the same level. But how could he bring that up judiciously? So do you want me to work him over instead of the lessers? What if they weren't on the same page? And she was already tearing up. I can't do it, Jane said roughly. And not just because we've got issues at the moment. I just don't have it in me. He trusts you, I trust you, and he needs it. I'm worried that if he doesn't break through this wall he's got going on, that he and I aren't going to make either worse. Take him to the Commodore, please. Well, that settled one issue. He cleared his throat. I've been thinking the same thing, frankly. And actually, I just offered it to him. Thank you. She cursed and wiped her eyes. You know him as well as I do. He needs to get unfrozen somehow, some way. Yeah. Butch reached out and stroked her cheek. And I'll take care of him. You don't worry about it. She put her hand on his. Thank you. They embraced for a moment, and as they did, he thought there was nothing he wouldn't do to keep Jane and V together. Where is he now? He asked. I have no idea. He gave me a bag and I just packed it and left. I didn't see him in the pit, but then I wasn't looking for him. I'm on it. Will you help, Manello? When she nodded, he gave her a lingering squeeze and then took off, hitting the underground tunnel and rocketing down to the last stop in the thing. The pit. With no idea what he was walking into, he put in the passcode and stuck his head in through the reinforced door. No smoke, so nothing was on fire. No screaming. No scent of anything but the fresh bread his Marissa had baked earlier. V? You here? No answer. God, it was too fucking quiet. Down the hall, he found V and Jane's room empty and in a mess. The closet door was open and there were things gone from the hangers, but that was not what really got his attention. He went over to the leathers and picked them up. Nice Catholic boy like him didn't know much about BDSM, but it looked like he was going to be learning firsthand. Taking out his cell phone, he hit V but didn't expect an answer. He guessed GPS was going to have to come in handy once again. Seems like old times? Manny focused on the computer screen as he spoke. Hard to say what was the most awkward part of sitting next to his former colleague. With so much to choose from, the silence between them was an Easter egg hunt for 3-year-olds, everything badly hidden, ready to be found and captured. Why do you want to review the digital files? She asked. You'll see when we get there. Jane had no problem locating the right program, and a moment later the live image of Payne's room came up on the screen. Wait, the bed was empty except for a duffel bag. Wrong one. Here it is, Jane murmured. And there she was. His Payne. Lying against the pillows, the tail end of her braid in her hands, her eyes locked on the bathroom as if maybe she were imagining him still in the shower. Damn, she was beautiful. You think, Jane said softly. Okay, now would be a great time for his mouth to stop working independently. He cleared his throat. Can we go back about a half hour? No problem. The image reversed, the little counter in the lower right-hand corner draining down in milliseconds. As he saw himself checking her over in that towel, it was too frickin' obvious that they were attracted to each other. Oh God, that fucking hard-on so gave him another reason not to look at Jane. Wait, he sat forward. Slow down. Here it is. He watched himself back into the bath in a rush. Holy crap, Jane breathed. And there it was. Payne up on her knees at the bottom of the bed. Her body long and lean and balanced perfectly as her eyes focused on the bathroom door. Is she glowing? Yeah, he murmured. She is. Hold on. Jane hit forward, running the images in proper order. You're testing her sensations here? Nothing. She felt nothing. And yet go back again, thanks. He pointed at Payne's legs. Here, though, she clearly has muscle control. This isn't logical. Jane played and replayed the file. But she did it, oh my God, she does it. It's a miracle. Sure the fuck looked like one. Except what's the impetus, he muttered. Maybe it's you. No way. My operation clearly didn't do the ticket or she would have been kneeling before tonight. Your own exams showed she remained paralyzed. I'm not talking about your scalpel. Jane reversed the file back to the moment Payne rose up and froze the frame. It's you. Manny stared at the image and tried to see something other than the obvious. Sure as hell, it seemed that as Payne had looked at him, the glow in her had gotten brighter and she was able to move. Jane forwarded the file frame by frame. As soon as he came out of the bathroom and she was lying back, the glow was gone and she had no feeling. This makes no sense, he muttered. Actually, I think it does. It's her mother. Who? God, where to start with that? Jane indicated her own body. I'm what I am because of the scribe virgin. Who? Manny shook his head. I don't understand any of this. Jane smiled a little bit. You don't have to. It's happening. You just need to stay with Payne and see how she changes. Manny resumed staring at the monitor. Well shit, it seemed like that goateed hater had made the right call. Somehow, the motherfucker had known this was what would happen. Or maybe the guy had merely hoped. Either way, it looked like Manny was a kind of medicine for that extraordinary creature lying on that bed. So damn right he was going to hang in. But he wasn't fooling himself. This wasn't going to be about love or even sex, it was about getting her up and moving so she could live her life again no matter what it took. And he knew he wasn't going to be allowed to stay with her at the end of it. They were going to discard him like an empty orange bottle from the pharmacy and yeah, sure, she might get attached to him, but she was a virgin who didn't know any better. And she had a brother who was going to force her to make the right choices. As for him, he wasn't going to remember any of this, was he? Gradually, he became aware of Jane's stare on his profile. What, he said without taking his eyes off the screen. I've never seen you like this about a female. I've never met anyone like her before. He put up his palm to stop any conversating. And you can save the don't go there. I know what's coming at the end of this. Hell, maybe those bastards were going to kill him and roll him into the river. Make it look like an accident. I wasn't going to say that, actually. Jane shifted in her seat. And believe me, I know how you feel. He glanced over at her. Yeah? It's how I was when I first met Vishouse. Her eyes watered, but she cleared her throat. Back to you in Payne. What's going on, Jane? Talk to me. Nothing's going. Bullshitand right back at you. I've never seen you like this before. You look ruined. She drew in a great breath. Marital problems. Plain and not so simple. Clearly, she didn't want to go into it. Okay. Well, I'm here for you for as long as I'm allowed to be. He rubbed his face. It was a total waste of time to worry about how long this was going to last, how much time he had. But he couldn't help it. Losing Pain was going to kill him even though he barely knew her. Wait a minute. Jane had been human. And she was here. Maybe there was. What the fuck? Jane, he said weakly as he looked at his old friend. What? Words deserted him at that point. She was sitting in the same chair, in the same position, wearing the same clothes except he could see the wall behind her and the steel cabinets and the door across the way. And not see, as in on the far side of her shoulders. He was looking through her. Oh. Sorry. Right before his eyes, she went from translucent to back to normal. Manny jumped out of his chair and pinwheeled back until the examination table bit into his ass and stopped him. You need to talk to me, he said hoarsely. Jesus Christ. As he grabbed for the cross that hung around his neck, Jane's head dropped and one of her hands tucked some of her short hair behind her ear. Oh, Manny, there's a lot you don't know. So tell me. When she didn't reply, the screaming in his head got way too loud. You'd better fucking tell me. Because I'm really done with feeling like a lunatic. There was a long silence. I died, Manny, but not in that car wreck. That was staged. Manny's lungs got tight. How? A gunshot. I was shot. I died in Vicious's arms. Okay, he so could not breathe over here. Who did it? His enemies. Manny rubbed his crucifix, and the Catholic in him suddenly believed in the saints as so much more than examples of good behavior. I'm not who you once knew, Manny. On so many levels. There was such sadness in her voice. I'm not even actually alive. That was why I didn't come back to see you. It wasn't about the vampire/human thing, it's because I am not really here anymore. Manny blinked. Like a cow. A number of times. Well, the good news in all this, he supposed, was that finding out his former trauma surgeon was a ghost? Barely a blip on his radar. His mind had been blown too many times to count, and like a joint that had been dislocated, it had total and complete freedom of movement. Of course, its functionality was fucked. But who was counting? 26. Alone in downtown Caldwell, this house stalked the night by himself, traversing the underbelly stretch beneath the city's bridges. He'd started out at his penthouse, but that hadn't lasted more than 10 minutes, and what an irony that all those glass windows had felt so confining. After launching himself into the air from the terrace, he'd coalesced down by the river. The other brothers would be out in the alleys looking for lessers and finding them, but he didn't want to be around the peanut gallery. He wanted to fight. Solo. At least, that was what he told himself. It dawned on him, however, after about an hour of aimless wandering, that he wasn't really looking for some kind of hand-to-hand showdown. He wasn't actually looking for anything. He was utterly empty, to the point where he was curious where the ambulation routine was coming from, because he sure as fuck wasn't doing anything consciously. Stopping and staring across the sluggish, stinking waters of the Hudson, he laughed cold and hard. In all the course of his life, he'd accumulated a body of knowledge to rival the Library of frickin' Congress. Some of it was useful, such as how to fight, how to make weapons, how to get information, and how to keep it secret. And then there was some that was relatively useless on a day-to-day basis, like the molecular weight of carbon, Einstein's theory of relativity, Plato's political shit. There were also thoughts that he ruminated on once and never again, and their polar opposites, the ideas that he took out at regular intervals and played with like toys when he was bored. There were also things he never ever let himself think of. In and among those various cognitive outposts was a huge stretch of cerebellum that was nothing but a dump yard of bullshit that he didn't believe in. And given that he was a cynic, it was miles and miles of rotting, metaphorical hefty bags full of trash along the lines of fathers were supposed to love their sons and mothers were gifts beyond measure and blah blah blah. If there was a mental equivalent of the EPA, that part of his brain would have been cited, fined, and closed down. But it was funny. Tonight's little stroll in this underpass of God, an offal by the river, had him ruminating through that landfill and pulling something out of the pile. Bonded males were nothing without their females. So bizarre. He'd always known he'd loved Jane, but being the tight ass that he was, he had stitched up his feelings without realizing a needle and thread were in his proverbial hand. Shit, even when she'd come back to him after she'd died. And he'd known for that brief moment what the term overjoyed not just meant, but felt like he hadn't truly let himself go. Sure, his permafrost had slicked over on its top layer from the warmth she brought to him, but the inside, the deep inside, had stayed the same. Good God. They'd never even gotten properly mated. He'd just moved her into his room and loved every minute of having her there as they'd gone about their nights separately. He'd fucking wasted those hours. Criminally wasted them. And now here they were, separated by rifts that, in spite of his intelligence, he had no clue how to cross. Christ, when she'd been holding those leathers in her hands and waiting for him to talk, it was like someone had stapled his lips together, probably because he'd felt guilty about what he'd done at his place. And how fucked up was that? His own hand hardly counted as cheating. The trouble was, however, that even being drawn to the type of release he'd once had so much of had felt wrong. But that was because sex had always been a part of it. Naturally, this made him think of Butch. The solution the guy had suggested was so obvious, V was surprised he hadn't realistically considered it sooner himself, but then again, asking his best friend to beat the shit out of him wasn't exactly a casual idea to have. He wished he'd had that option a week ago. Maybe it would have helped things, except that scene in the bedroom wasn't his and Jane's only issue, was it? She should have come to him first about the sitch with his sister. He should have been briefed and decided what to do with the two of them. As anger rose like a stench inside of him, he feared what was on the other side of this emptiness. He wasn't like other males, never had been, and not just because of the mommy dearest deity crap. Knowing his luck, he'd be the one bonded male on the face of the planet who got past these purposeless numbs at losing his shellin' and went somewhere oh so much darker. Insanity, for instance. Wait, he wouldn't be the first, would he? Murder had gone mad. Absolutely and irrevocably. Maybe they could start a club. And the handshake could involve daggers. Emo-ass motherfuckers that they were. With a snarl, V pivoted in the direction of the prevailing wind, and he would have offered up a prayer of thanks if he didn't hate his mother so much. In and among the tendrils of fog, riding upon the vapors of gray and white humidity, the sweet smell of the enemy gave him purpose and a definition that his numb state had not just lacked, but seemed likely to reject. His feet started to walk and then jog and then run. And the faster he went, the better he felt. To be a soulless killer was far, far, far better than to be a breathing void. He wanted to maim and murder. He wanted to tear with his fangs and claw with his hands. He wanted the blood of slayers on him and in him. He wanted the screams of those he killed to ring in his ears. Following the sickly stench, he cut over into the streets and weaved in and out of alleys and straightaways, tracking the scent as it grew stronger and stronger. And the closer he got, the more relieved he became. There had to be a number of them, and even better news? No sign of his brothers, which meant first come first served. He was saving this for himself. Rounding the last corner of the quest, he plowed into a short, squat stretch of urban armpit and skidded to a halt. The alley had no outlet on the other side, but like a chute system for livestock, the buildings on either side were directing the wind that came off the river outward. The herd of molecules scrambling and picking up the smells on their hooves and galloping it straight into his sinuses. What the hell? The stench was so strong, his nose filed relocation papers, but there weren't a bunch of those pale-ass fools standing around, stroking each other's knives. The place was empty. Except then he noticed the sound of dripping, as if a faucet hadn't been quite turned off. After throwing up some mize, he pulled his glove free of his glowing hand and used his palm to light the way. Walking forward, the illumination formed a shallow pool of clear anvisi right in front of him, and the first thing he came to was a boot which was attached to a camoed calf and a thigh and hip. That was it. The Slayer's body had been cut in half, sure as if it had been deli-sliced, the cross-section leaking portions of the intestinal tract, the stump of the spine showing bright white in and among all the greasy black. A resonant scratching drew him over to the right. This time he saw a hand first, a pale hand that was digging its nails into the damp asphalt and retracting like it was trying to hoe up the ground. The lesser was just torso, but it was still alive, although that wasn't a miracle. It was how they worked. Until you stabbed them through the heart with something that was made of steel, they hung around no matter what state their bodies were in. As V slowly moved his palm light upward, he got a load of the thing's face. Its mouth was stretching wide, the tongue clicking as if it were trying to speak. Typical of the current crop of killers, this one was a new recruit, his dark skin and hair having yet to turn flowery white. V stepped over the bastard and kept going. A couple of yards over, he found the two halves of a second one. As the back of his neck went ants all over in warning, he passed his glowing hand around, moving outward from the bodies in a concentric circle. Well, wasn't this a blast from the past? And so not in a good way. Back at the Brotherhood's compound, Payne lay in her bed, waiting. She was not good at patience at the best of times, and she felt as though 10 years passed before her healer finally came back to her. When he did, he brought with him a thin book-like panel. As he sat down on the bed, there was tension in his strong, handsome face. Sorry that took so long. Jane and I were firing up this laptop. She had no clue what that meant. Just tell me whatever there is to say. With quick, nimble hands, he opened the top half of the contraption. Actually, you need to see it for yourself. Feeling as though she wanted to curse loud and often, she dragged her eyes to the screen. Immediately, she recognized the image of the room she was in. This was from before, however, because as she lay on the bed, she was staring at the bathroom. The frame was frozen like a picture, but then a little white arrow moved when he touched something and the picture became animated. With a frown, she focused on herself. She was glowing. Any piece of flesh that showed was illuminated from within. Why ever was that? First, she sat up from the pillow, her neck craned so that she could spy on her healer, more leaning to the side, and then maneuvering downward upon the bed. I sat upright, she breathed. Onto my knees? Indeed, her luminescent form had raised itself up perfectly and hovered with precise balance as she watched him in the shower. You most certainly did, he said. I am aglow as well. Why is that, though? We were hoping you could tell us. You ever do that before? Not that I was aware of. But I have been imprisoned for so long. I feel as though I know not myself. The file stopped. Do play it again? When her healer didn't reply and the pictures didn't renew their action, she glanced over at him only to recoil. His face was showing a thunderous rage, the anger so deep his eyes were nearly black. Imprisoned how, he demanded. And by who? Strange, she thought dimly. She'd always been told humans were a far milder form of creature than vampires. But her healer's protective response was every bit as deadly as that of her own species. Unless, of course, it wasn't about protection. It was entirely possible that her having been jailed was not attractive to him. And who could blame him? Pain. Ah, forgive me, healer, perhaps my word choice is incorrect. As English is a second language to me, I have been under my mother's care. It was nearly impossible to keep the distaste from her voice, but the camouflage must have worked because the tension left him completely as he released his breath. Oh, okay. Yeah, that word does not mean what you think it does. Indeed, humans as well had standards for behavior, did they not? His relief was as great as his tension had been. But then it was not wrong to look for morality and decency in females or males. As he replayed the pictures for her, she shifted her focus to the miracle that had happened and found herself shaking her head at what she saw. Truly, I was unaware. How is this possible? Her healer cleared his throat. I've talked it over with Jane and Shul will have a theory. He stood up and went over to inspect a fixture on the ceiling. It's crazy, but Marvin Gaye might just have known what he was talking about. Marvin? With a quick shift, he picked up a chair and placed it under the camera. He was a singer. Maybe I'll play you a song of his someday. Her healer planted his foot on the seat and rose to the ceiling where he disconnected something with a yank and got back down. It's good to dance to. I do not know how to dance. He glanced over his shoulder, his lids dropping low. Something else for me to teach you. As her body warmed, he approached the bed. And I'm going to like showing you how. When he leaned down, her eyes latched onto his lips and her breath got tight. He was going to kiss her dearest fate, he was going to. You wanted to know what coming was. He all but growled, their mouths merely inches apart. Why don't I show you what it is instead of tell you? On that note, he flipped a switch and put out the lights, plunging the room into a dimness that was broken only by the light in the bathroom and the line at the base of the door into the hall. Do you want me to show you? He said in a low voice. At that moment, there was one and only one word in her vocabulary. Yes. Except then he backed off. Just as a protest was about to jump out of her throat. She realized he'd stood in the line of illumination that streamed in from the bathroom. Pain. The sound of her name leaving his mouth had her struggling for air even more. Yes. I want you. Reaching for the bottom of his loose shirt, he pulled it up slowly, exposing the carved muscles of his stomach. To want me. Oh, sweet destiny, she did. And he meant what he said. The more she looked, the more those abdominals of his curled and released as if he were breathing hard as well. His hand drifted down to his waist. See what you do to me. He smoothed the baggy fabric over his hips and... You are fearsome, she breathed. Oh, fates, you are. Tell me that's a good thing? It is. She stared at the rigid length that was confined and straining against the front of his no longer billowy slacks. So thick and smooth. So big. The mechanics of sex were not unknown to her, but up until now she hadn't been able to fathom why they would appeal to a female. Looking at him now? Her heartbeat would cease and her blood would turn to stone if she didn't have him within her. "Do you want to touch me?" he growled. "Please," she swallowed through a nearly closed throat. "Oh, yes." "First, look at yourself, Bambina. Lift your arm and look at yourself." She glanced down just to humor him so they could get on with things. Her skin was aglow from the inside out as if the heat and the sensations he called forth from her had manifested themselves in illumination. "I know not what this is. I think it's the solution, actually." He sat down next to her feet. "Tell me if you feel this." He gently touched her lower leg, laying his hand upon her calf. "Warm," she choked out. "Your touch is warm. And here." "Yes, yes." When he went to move it upward onto her thigh, she furiously yanked the coverings off of herself so she would have no impediments. Her heart was thundering and he laid his palm upon her other leg. This time she felt nothing. "No, no, touch me again." The demand was harsh, her focus manic. "Touch me. Hold on. Where did it go to it again? By all that is holy with your God, do it anew." "Pain." He captured her frantic hands. "Pain. Look at yourself." The glow was gone. Her skin, her flesh was normal. Damn it all. "Hey, beautiful. Hey, look at me." Somehow her eyes found his. "Take a deep breath and just relax. Come on, breathe with me. That's it. That's good. I'll get it back for you." When he bent toward her, she felt the gentle stroke of his fingertips on her neck. "You feel this?" Yes, impatience warred with the effect of his deep voice and his slow, meandering touch. "Close your eyes." "But..." "Close them for me." When she did as she was told, the pads of his fingers disappeared and were replaced by his mouth. His lips brushed her through. "Feel this," he said in a gravelly voice. "Fates, yes." "Then let me keep going." With subtle pressure, he urged her back against the pillows. "Your skin is so smooth." As he nuzzled at her, the sound of his mouth made delicious clicking sounds below her ear, and those fingers of his traveled back and forth on her collarbone, then dipped down. In response, a curious, languid warmth boiled in her torso and tightened up her nipples, and she became aware of her whole body, every inch of herself. Even her legs. "See, Bambina, it's back. Look." Her lids were heavy as stones as she opened them. But when she glanced down, the glow was a huge relief and made her hold on to the sensations he was calling out of her. "Give me your mouth," he said roughly. "Let me in." His voice was guttural, but his kiss was gentle and teasing, pulling at her lips and stroking before he licked at her. And then she felt his hand on her outer leg. "I feel you," she said into his kiss, tears coming to her eyes. "I feel you. I'm glad." He eased back a little, his face serious. "I don't know what this is, I'm not going to lie. Jane isn't sure either." "I do not care. I just want my legs back." He had a moment's pause, but then he nodded as if he were taking a vow to her. "And I'm going to do whatever I can to give them to you." His eyes drifted to her breasts, and the response was immediate with every breath she took. The fabric that covered her nipples seemed to stroke across her and make her even tighter. "Let me make you feel good, Pain, and we'll see where this takes you." "Yes." She lifted her hands to his face and pulled him to her mouth once more. "Please." Verily, as she would take nourishment from a vein. Now she drew upon the warmth of his lips and the slick entrance of his tongue and the energy he called out of her. Moaning into him, she was submersed in sensation from the weight of her body on the bed to the blood coursing throughout her to the pulsing need between her legs and the delicious ache at her breasts. "Healer," she gasped as she felt her thigh get swept over by his palm. He shifted back, and she was gratified that he was panting as well. "Pain, I want to do something. Anything." He smiled. "May I unbraid your hair?" For certain, her tresses were the last thing on her mind, but his expression was so rapt and intense she could not deny him the requester any part of herself. But of course. His fingers trembled ever so slightly as he reached for the end of her braid. "I've wanted to do this since the moment I first saw you." Gradually, inch by inch, he freed the heavy weight of the black waves she kept long for no other reason than she was too disinterested to tend to them. Given his profound regard for what he revealed, however, she began to wonder if mayhap she'd far underestimated their significance. When he was finished, he spread the lengths out over the bed and just sat back. "You are indescribably beautiful." Having never viewed herself as even feminine, much less beautiful, it was an astonishment to hear the reverence in not just his words but his voice. "Indeed you tie my tongue," she said once again to him. "Let me give you something else to do with it." As he joined her on the bed and lay beside her, she turned into the cushion of his pectorals and the hard expanse of his stomach. She was big compared to other members of her sex, her body retaining the power that had come from her sire's side to the point where she often felt ungainly in comparison to other females, no willowy grace as the chosen Layla had for her in truth. She was built for fighting, not spiritual or sensual service. Here with her healer, however, she felt rather perfectly proportioned. He had not the tremendous heft of her twin brother, but he was bigger and thicker than she was in all the places a male should be. Lying with him in the dim room with their bodies so close together and the temperature rising everywhere. She was not something that should not be, a malformation of girth and bulk, but an object of desire and passion. "You're smiling," he whispered next to her mouth. "Am I?" "Yeah, and I love it." Over at her hip, his hands burrowed into her nightgown and she felt it all, from the light drift of his pinky finger to the smooth skin of his palm to the hot trail his touch left behind as he slowly went upward. Closing her eyes, she arched into him, very aware that she was asking for something, yet unclear as to what exactly she was in search of, but she knew he would give it to her. Yes, her healer knew exactly what she needed. That hand of his went up her rib cage and paused beneath her heavy, tender breasts. "Is this okay?" she heard him ask from a great distance. "Anything," she gasped. "Anything to feel my legs." Except even as the words left her, she sensed that what drove her was less her paralysis and more a greed for him and his sex. "Healer." The sensation of her breast being captured in a gentle caress was a wondrous shock, and she jerked up, her thighs spreading, her heels pressing into the mattress beneath them both. And then his thumb passed up and over her nipple, the stroke shooting a blast of fire to her core. Her legs sawed on the bed, the tight coil in her sex driving them. "I'm moving," she said roughly and almost as an afterthought. What seemed important now was joining with him and having him come inside of her. "I know, Bambina," he avowed, "and I'm going to make sure you keep it up." 27. Downtown, Butch parked the Escalade in the underground parking garage of the Commodore and took the internal elevator all the way up the spine of the building. He had no fucking clue what he was going to walk into when he got to V's place, but that was where the GPS signal was coming from, so that was where he was going. In the pocket of his leather coat, he had all the keys to Vicious's private space, the plastic swipe card to get into the parking garage, the silver one you used in the elevator to punch the top button, the copper job that got you past the deadbolts on the doors. His heart beat hard as a little ding sounded and the elevator opened silently. All access was taking on a whole new meaning tonight, and as he stepped out into the hall, he wanted a drink. Badly. At the door, he took out the copper key but used his knuckles first. A couple of times. It was a good minute later when it dawned on him that there was no answer. "Fuck the knuckles." He pounded with his fist. "This house," he barked. "Answer the goddamn door or I'm coming in." 1, Mississippi. 2, Mississippi. Fuck this. He shoved the key into the lock and cranked it before throwing his shoulder into the solid metal door and shoving it wide. Bursting into the place, he heard the alarm beeping quietly, which meant V couldn't be here. What the hell? He put the code in, shut the thing off, and locked the deadbolt behind himself. No remnants of lit candlewicks, no scent of blood, nothing but cool, clean air. He flipped on the light switch and blinked in the glare. Yeah, while a lot of memories in here, him coming and crashing after the Omega had gotten into him and he'd left quarantine, V losing his ever-loving mind and jumping off the damn terrace. He went over to the wall of equipment. A fuckload of other things had happened here, too, some of which he couldn't imagine. As he went down the display of metal and leather, his shit-kickers echoed up to the ceiling, and his mind all but bounced around his skull, especially as he got to the far end. In the corner, a set of iron cuffs hung from the ceiling by thick chains. You got someone on them, you could lift them up and dangle them like a side of beef. Reaching out, he fingered one of them. No cushioning on the inside. Spikes. Dull spikes that would grip the flesh like teeth. Getting himself back with the program, he marched through the place, checking in all the nooks and crannies, and found a little tiny computer chip on the kitchen counter. It was the kind of thing that no one but V would know how to remove from a cell. Son of a bitch. So there was no way of knowing where. When his phone went off, he checked the screen. Thank God. Where the hell are you? V's voice was tight. I need you down here. 9th and Broadway. Stat. Fuck that, why is your GPS in your kitchen? Because that's where I was when I took it out of my phone. What the hell, V? Butch tightened his grip on his cell and wished there were an app that let you reach through a phone and bitch slap someone. You can't. Get your ass down here to 9th and Broadway, we got problems. You're kidding me, right? You go untraceable and someone else is killing Lesser's cop. And if it's who I think it is, we've got problems. Pause. Big time. Excuse me? He said slowly. 9th and Broadway. Now. And I'm calling in the others. Butch hung up and rushed for the door. Leaving the SUV in the parking garage, he took a mere 5 minutes to run over to the correct coordinates on Caldwell's street grid. And Butch knew when he was getting close because of the sickening scent in the air and the tingling resonance of the enemy deep inside of him. As he rounded the corner of a short and squat, he hit a wall of maize and penetrated the shit, coming out on the other side to a whiff of Turkish tobacco and a tiny orange flare in the way back of the alley. He jogged over to V, slowing only when he got to the first of the bodies. Or part of the first. Hello, Havesies? As V's house came up and offed his glove, Butch got a quick impression of dead meat legs and leaking innards. Yum. Clean cut. V muttered. Real hot knife through butter time. The brother was too right. It was practically surgical. Butch knelt down and shook his head. Can't be the result of lessening society politics. They'd never leave the bodies out in the open like this. God knew the Slayers regularly went through shifts in leadership, either because the Omega got bored or because of internal power struggles. But the enemy was incented to keep their biz off the human radar screens as much as vampires were, so no way would they have abandoned this mess for the CPD to find. As Butch sensed the arrival of the other brothers, he rose to his feet. Fury and Z came out of the ether first. Then it was Rage and Tor. And Blay. That was everyone for tonight. Revenge often fought with the Brotherhood, but this evening he was up in the Symphoth colony playing King of the Damned, and it was Quinn's, Shex's, and John Matthews' rotation off. Tell me I'm not seeing this, Rage said grimly. Your eyes are working just fine, True. V stabbed his hand rolled out on the sole of his boot. I couldn't believe it either. I thought he was dead. He? Butch asked, glancing at the pair. Who's he? Where to start on that one, Hollywood muttered as he checked out another hunk of Lesser. You know, if I had a steak, we could make Lesser kebabs. Only you could think of food at a time like this, someone drawled. I'm just saying that. If there was more conversation at that point, Butch didn't hear it because his internal alarm suddenly started to ring-a-ding-ding. Boys, we're about to have company. Pivoting around, he faced the alley's open end. The enemy was approaching. Fast. How many? V asked as he came forward. At least 4, maybe more, Butch said as he thought of the fact that there was no way out behind them. This may be a trap. Back at the Brotherhood's training center, Manny was paying special attention to his patient. As he worked Payne's breast with his hand, she writhed under him, her legs bicycling with impatience on the mattress, her head thrown back, her body glowing like the moon on a cloudless winter night. Do not stop, healer, she moaned as he thumbed her nipple in circles. I feel everything. You don't worry about my stopping. Yeah, he was so not putting the brakes on this anytime soon, not that they were going to have sex. But still. Healer, she said against his lips. More, please. Licking his way into her mouth, he pinched her nipple ever so slightly. Let me get this off you, he said as he found the bottom of her Johnny with his other hand. I'm going to take care of you down below. She worked with him as he stripped her bare and discreetly removed her equipment. When she was utterly and completely naked, he was momentarily dry-mouthed and immobile at the sight of her. Her breasts were perfectly formed, with little pink nipples, and her long, flat stomach led down to a bare cleft that had his head pounding. Healer? When all he did was swallow hard, she reached for the sheet to pull it across and hide her body. No, he stopped her. Sorry, I just need a minute. To what? Climax, in a word. Unlike her, he knew precisely what all this naked was heading toward. In about a minute and a half, his mouth was going to be all over her. You're incredible and you have nothing to be shy about. Her body was insane, all lean muscle and luscious, smooth skin. Pain was powerful, and that was pure sex as far as he was concerned. But she was absolutely going to leave this experience with her virginity intact. Yeah, she wanted what he was giving her, but it wasn't fair under these circumstances to take something she was never getting back. In the quest to return her legs to some sort of functioning, She might well go farther than she would have if it was just sex for the enjoyment of it. This shit between them was all about purpose. And the fact that that left him a little hollow was nothing he wanted to look too closely at. Manny leaned into her. "Give me your mouth, Bambina. Let me in." As she did what he asked, he inched his hand back to her perfect breast. "Shoo easy," he told her as she nearly jacked off the bed. Fucking hell, she was lightning in a bottle, and for a moment he imagined what it would be like to ride those rocking hips and take her hard. "Cut that shit right now, Manello," he told himself. Disengaging from her mouth, he nuzzled his way down the side of her neck and briefly sank his teeth into her collarbone just enough so that she felt it, not enough to hurt. And as her hands dug into his hair, he knew by the strength of her grip and the way she panted that she wanted him to go exactly where he was heading. Palming the outside of her breast, he extended his tongue and dragged a slow trail down to that tight pink top. Circling her nipple, he watched her bite down on her lower lip, her fangs cutting into the flesh and drawing a sliver of bright red blood. Without conscious thought, he surged up and captured what had been shed, lapping it and swallowing. His eyes slammed shut at the taste. Rich and dark, thick and smooth on the back of his throat. His mouth tingled, and then so did his gut. "No," she said in a guttural voice. "You must not do that." As he forced his lids open, he watched her own tongue come out and do away with what little was left. "Yes, I must," he heard himself say. He needed more. So much more. She put her fingertip on his lips and shook her head. "No, you shall go mad from it." He was going to go mad if he didn't have a whole mouthful. That's what he was going to do. Her blood was like cocaine and scotch together on an intravenous drip. From that shallow swallow, his body had become Superman's, his chest pumped up, all the muscles in him swelling with power. As if she were reading his mind, she grew firm. No, not safe. She was probably right, take out the probably. But that didn't mean he wasn't going to try again, assuming he got another chance at it. He went back to her nipple, sucking it in and flicking. When she arched again, he pushed his arm under her and lifted her up to him. All he could think about was getting in between her legs with his mouth, but he wasn't sure how that was going to go over. He needed to keep her in this sweet zone of arousal, not spook her with the kind of shit men like to do to their women. He settled for taking his hand where he wanted his lips to be, sweeping his palms slowly down her rib cage and to her stomach. Lower to her hips, lower to her upper thighs. "Open for me, pain," he told her, switching to her opposite nipple and working it with a suck. "Open yourself so I can touch you." She did just as he asked, her graceful legs parting. "Trust me," he said roughly. And she could. He already felt bad enough that all these firsts were happening with him. He was not going to violate the boundaries he'd set for them. "I do," she moaned. God save them both, he thought as his palms slipped into the juncture. "Fuck," he groaned. Hot and slick, silky smooth. Undeniable. His arm shot out, the sheets went flying, and his eyes whipped down to lock on the sight of his hand nestled in close to the core of her. As her body arched up, one of her legs fell to the side. "Healer," she groaned. "Please don't stop. You don't know what I want to do to you," he said to himself. "I am in pain." Manny gritted his teeth. Where you have touched me and gone no farther. Do not stop this, I beg you." Manny's mouth opened and he breathed through it. "Do this thing you want to me, healer," she moaned. "Whatever it is. I know you are holding back." A growl came out of him and he moved so fast that the only thing that could have stopped him was her saying no. And that word was evidently not in her vocabulary. In a flash, he was between her thighs, his hands spreading her wider, her sex laid open and weeping in the face of his male urge to dominate and mate. He gave in. Fuck him, but he let himself go and kissed her core. And there was nothing gradual or gentle about it. He dived in with his mouth, sucking at her and tonguing her as she cried out and scratched at his forearms. Manny came. Hard. In spite of the number of times he'd orgasmed out there in the office. The tingling buzz in his blood and the sweet taste of her sex and the way she moved against his lips, rubbing herself, seeking even more, it was all too much. "Healer, I am on the verge of I know not what I." He licked his way up off the top of her sex and then returned to get serious in a slow, thorough way. "Stay with me," he said against her. "I'm going to make you feel good." Flicking his tongue lightly, he took one of his hands down and stroked her without entering her, giving her exactly what she wanted, just at a speed that made her struggle with impatience. But she was going to learn that this anticipation before the release was almost as good as the orgasm she was about to have. God, she was incredible, that hard body of hers flexing, her muscles going tighter, her chin just visible on the far side of her perfect breasts as her head fell back and kicked the pillows off the bed. He knew just when the snap in her sex happened. She gasped and grabbed the sheet that covered the mattress, ripping it with her nails as she stiffened from head to foot. His tongue sneaked in. He simply had to penetrate her a little, and those subtle pulses he felt left him dizzy. When he was sure she had been finished properly, he pushed himself back and nearly bit his own lip in half. She was oh so ready for him, glossy and glowing. Abruptly, he shoved himself from the bed and had to pace it off. His cock felt like it had swollen to Empire State Building dimensions, and his balls were July 4th blue, so desperate for a release they had their own marching band and fireworks brigade. But that wasn't all. Something in him was roaring at the fact that he wasn't inside of her, and the urge was about more than merely sex. He wanted to mark her in some way which made absolutely no sense. Strung out, panting, on the edge, he ended up planting his hands on the jambs of the door to the hall and leaning in until his forehead was against the steel. In a way, he almost hoped someone barged in and knocked him the fuck out. Healer, it persists. For a moment, he squeezed his eyes shut. He wasn't sure he could go through it again with her so soon. It was nearly killing him not to. Regard me, she said. He forced his head up, looked over his shoulder, and realized that she wasn't talking about sex. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, her legs hanging off the side and inching toward the floor, her glow illuminating her from within. At first, all he could really see were her breasts and the way they hung so full and rounded, the nipples tight from the cool air in the room. But then he realized she was rotating her ankles, one after the other. Right, see, this was not about the sex, but her mobility. Got that, asshole? He told himself. This was about her walking, sex as medicine, and he'd better not forget it. This was not about him or his cock. Manny lurched over, hoping that she wouldn't notice the remnants of the release he'd had. But he didn't have to worry. Her eyes were locked on her feet, her concentration fierce. Here, he had to clear his throat. Let me help you stand.